to as we build up this criminal organization, right, to have different aspects of the crew doing different things, and at times not knowing the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing, um,
Mhm.
and come back to find like, oh, whoa, we leveled up, and I'm gaining bonuses because of something someone else did. Um, if and when there's a month where, let's say, like, it splits half and half, like some people can do one weekends, others can do another. If my schedule's free, I might plan something big, like a multi-part score where the first team has to get the second team set up to go do the thing. But we'll kind of cross those bridges when we come to it. But because of the way the crew works, and uh, we will all level up our characters individually, but together we will level up the crew, and we all gain the benefit of our crew level. Because of that, it kind of allows people to come and go as they please, um, without feeling like they're missing out on anything or that they're underpowered or anything like that. There's even options. If you're going to be gone for a long time, you can benefit the crew by going to prison, which can reduce your wanted level. And there's even a separate kind of turf map for the prison, and you can build your criminal enterprise while in prison. So there's tons of different options to for downtime. If
Hmm.
people need to be absent for a game, and since we're doing so many games, I thought something like this would be um, beneficial. To pop in when and where we want to. Um, so a little bit about this style of game. So if you've played in Monster of the Week, or you've seen it played, the game's kind of similar in feel to that, where um, we're all coming together to tell the story together. So in the document I sent out, one of the best practices is take responsibility, and what that means is we're all responsible for the story. It's not just me telling it. So um, what that looks like mechanically is a few things. One, unlike a lot of games we play, I have no campaign ready to go. I have no plans for where this game will go. The game will essentially churn out and write itself, based on the three things really: the consequences of your actions, your backstory, and how those things impact you, and the other factions and their goals and how they kind of play out. Um, uh, the next thing that is kind of unique in this game is when it comes to rolling. So, unlike almost every other game we play, it should be rare to non-existent where I, as a GM, ask you to give me a specific role. You will describe what your character wants to do, and I will be like, okay, give me a role for that. But it's on you guys to decide what you choose to roll. So the best practice of don't be a weasel is look at what you're doing and be like, okay, I'm clearly trying to tinker, and not be like, well, actually, I think this is more like a sway of the machine because I have more dots in sway than tinker, right? Um, but uh, yeah, so any of your skills, and we'll go over what those kind of cover, can be used to do anything. It'll just, some things will work better than others. As an example, you might be tasked to get information from a guy at a bar. And, your first instinct might be like, okay, I'm going to go and do a sway and try to manipulate him into telling me what I need to know. And that might work. Likewise, you might be like, you know what, I'm going to wreck, and people might be like, what? And you're like, yeah, I go up, I smack the glass out of his hand. I'm like, listen here, and that might work too. Like the consequences of that action would be different clearly than if you had swayed, but both would get the information that you require. Um, the way the GM kind of has say in this, and if you guys tried to roll, you'll kind of see this, is I will be setting position and effect. So there are three different positions. There's a risky, controlled, and desperate. A risky position is your default. That means on a failed roll, you you're going to take some form of negative consequence, be that harm or a missed opportunity. You're trying to break in the safe, you can't anymore. It's done. Um, the position that's one above that is controlled, and this is when you're in a pretty good spot. So the consequences of failure here are low, and the consequences of excess are very high. So if you're taking a controlled shot from stealth and you miss, maybe you miss, but your target didn't see where the shot comes from, and you still get that benefit of stealth, and you can maintain that controlled position for your next shot. Then the one lower from risky is desperate, and a desperate action consequences for failure are high, and the consequences of success are lower. So this is desperate actions are where you want to watch out for, because this could be the you fail, you take level 4 harm, you're immediately killed, right? These are big high things. However, desperate roles are how you level up your character. So this is when it says live the scoundrel life, learn to love danger. Sometimes you just gotta do your thing
You gotta get that
and roll for it.
XP.
Yeah. um then the second thing is effect. So there's many different effects here. Your default is a normal effect. So if I call for a roll and I don't say anything, you can assume default, risky, normal. Um, uh, Normal's kind of as it sounds. You can also have heightened effect, limited effect, generally what they self-explanatory. You can get low to no effect. So this is as a GM, instead of being like you can't do that, I'll let you roll it and be like, the effect is no. But if you crit, maybe that with a crit you can modify your effect level by one, so maybe that no effect goes up to limited, and you get something kind of cool.
Hmm.
um Cool. So I think with that, if in roll 20 in your journals, if you want to open up a character sheet, your character sheet or anyone else's, um, and I'll kind of go over some of the mechanics and stuff. So uh, games of Blades in the Dark are meant to be tough. It's not a very combat heavy game. It's much more kind of if you played like a Thief uh, video game or Dishonored, very much more stealth focused. Um, uh, and part of the reason for this are two things. One, mech- uh, in the lore, anyone who dies in Duskfall becomes a ghost within 3 days. This includes your characters as well. So if you can avoid cremation, if your character dies, there are alternate career paths to become a ghost, a vampire, or a hull. Vampires in this game are ghosts that have entered into a hollowed or soulless body, including potentially their own, and can exist on blood for the remainder of eternity. uh, Hulls are ghosts that inhabit machines, so you can be a ghost robot. If you die, someone tinkers you up a body, and that's something you're interested in. But yeah, so because anyone becomes a ghost within 3 days if they die, and obviously the authorities don't want Duskfall to be overcome by ghosts, the spirit wardens have a bell called the Death Warden bell that rings every time someone dies.
Mm.
And then a flock of Death Seeker crows that immediately go out and find the bodies, so that the spirit wardens can go collect the body and incinerate it in the crematorium in electroplasmic fire, the only thing that will destroy a soul and thus remove the ghost before it becomes a problem. Now, accidents do happen. This doesn't work 100% of the time, and assassins as a crew get bonuses to mitigate some of this stuff. But just know, if you kill someone or someone inadvertently dies during a score, that bell will ring, the crows will come find the body, and that will impact like your heat level for your score.
I
Uh,
bet.
the second reason combat becomes difficult is healing is very difficult in this game. So you can see you have 3 harm levels and a healing clock next to it on your character sheet. So harm will be given out as responses to actions you took. So as a storyteller, there's really only one role that I'll ever make, and that's the engagement role, which I'll talk about a little later. Otherwise, uh, the NPC's reactions to you will be based on what you roll, right? So if you're like, I'm gonna skirmish a lamp black thug, and you get a 3, all right, you deal no harm to him. He cuts you up with his sword, and you take level 2 harm cut, right? Um, so the way healing works is uh, you have 2 boxes for level 1, 2 boxes for level 2, 1 box for level 3. If ever you hit level 4 harm, you're dead. um, when you heal, you drop all of your harm by 1. So all harm in level 1 gets healed. Level 2 becomes level 1, level 3 becomes level 2, etc. To heal is a project that you can only do in your downtime, which means between games. It's a 4 progress clock. On a 1 to 3, you fill up 1 segment. On a 4 or 5, you hit 2 segments. And on a 6, you hit uh, 3 segments. Generally, this is only 1 dice, but we will have some doctors on the crew, which will help give us some dice for healing. But yeah, it's something you can only do between games. And if you're then hit and take harm in a game, your healing clock resets.
Oof.
Uh, so it becomes a very difficult thing if you start taking a lot of damage. But there's ways that you can mitigate that. Um, so the way the mechanics of the game, the way it works is very simple. You're going to roll a number of dice based on the number of dots you have in an attribute, and you're going to take the highest result. Uh, the game, as I said, is meant to be a bit on the more difficult side. So nearly everything you do will be will have consequences associated with it. It'll be rare that you do something fantastic, get off scot free, everything's fine. But there are ways that you, because you guys are badass gangsters, can mitigate some of the badness there. Um, so as you can see, you have 3 attributes: insight, prowess, and resolve. And you have a number of dots going horizontally up to 4 for in insight, for instance, hunt, study, survey, and tinker. And then if you look in insight vertically, you have a 4 dot rating going down. So for instance, if I have 1 dot in study, 1 dot in survey, looking at it vertically, I could say I have 2 dots in insight, which will matter for some different roles. Um, so when you make a roll in Blades in the Dark, you roll a d6 for the number of dots you have in a tribute. So again, um, here's my here. Let me share my screen.
Oh, we
Uh,
can see it on roll 20.
oh, you can. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Um,
Oh,
so
well,
you can see.
we can see the character bio. We can't see your actual sheet.
Oh, can you not? It's will not
Yeah, I
let you
just see
click over
that
to
the
character.
bio, Emmeline Farrows.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, I think you can only see your own character sheet.
Gotcha, gotcha.
I can share my screen if folks want to see it.
You can share character sheets in some of the roll 20
There we go.
games I have people with everyone's character sheets visible to everyone and some of them don't. So I know it can go either way, but I wouldn't know the setting.
All right, so yeah, if you look at the screen, can you guys see my screen on Discord?
No,
uh,
I've got a blank watch stream.
You have to
Oh,
click watch stream and then it'll.
Ah,
oh yeah, there
so
you
you
go.
say.
Yeah.
Yep, got it.
awesome.
All right,
So
yeah.
here, for instance, you can see on Pete's character sheet, he has 1 dot in hunt, right? That's your first one.
Mhm.
So if he were to make a hunt roll, he would roll 1d6 and take that result. So a 1 to 3 is a flat out failure. Action you are trying to do does not work, and depending on your position, you take consequences accordingly. A 4 to 5 is a success with a complication. So these are the times where, you do the thing you want to do, but maybe you take some harm in return, or you do the thing you want to do, but maybe a clock starts and now the alarm is getting raised, right? Um, a 6 is a flat success. This is the time you do it, and you get off scot free. 2 6s is a crit. So not only do you do it and get off scot free, but you have a higher effect. So, like, let's
Mm-hmm.
say your effect was going, as I said before, if your effect was going to be no effect, you'd bump it up to a limited effect, right? If your effect was going to be normal, it'd bump up to a increased effect. If you have no dots in a rating, so for instance, Peter's study looks like it's 0, you
Mm-hmm.
roll 2 dice and you take the lowest result. This can never crit, obviously. Um, yeah.
Which you can see there, 0 dice, take the lowest result possible.
Yeah, and roll 20 should do a lot of the heavy lifting in regards for you. This is more just so you guys know kind of what's going on under the engine.
So I have a quick question real quick before we continue. So like in roll 20, when we do these rolls, let's say I want to do a tinker roll, right? So
Mhm.
it says position. So this is something that we work out with you, right? Like as we're going, like
Yeah.
saying I want to do a
So,
tinker roll, and you justify why you're doing a tinker roll.
yep. Yep.
And
So
yeah,
so that in general, if I don't say anything, if I'm just like give me a roll, um, your position is going to be risky,
okay,
and your effect is going to be normal. That's just baseline default.
okay,
The only time you'll need to change it is if I'm like, all right, roll me that with at a desperate position, right? Or roll me that at a controlled position.
okay,
And a lot of times, based on the story, you'll also kind of know, like, I've set myself up. I'm I'm in a controlled position here, right?
cool.
Um, Now, again, so it seems like it's hard to succeed in a lot of things, but there are things that you can do mechanically to improve. So the first thing you can do is push yourself. You take 2 stress, which is marked in the boxes above harm, um, and you gain +1d to any roll you give. And you can push yourself as many times in the game as your stress will allow. Um, but if you fill up your stress to the last box, you then take trauma, which is the box next to it. You have 4 trauma levels. When you take a trauma level, you have to pick one of the uh, adjectives next to it to apply to your character, kind of an RP thing. But at 4 trauma, it's kind of like humanity and vampire. Once you hit 4 trauma, your character's kind of toast. You're no longer in the scoundrel life, and there's no way to remove trauma either. So manage your
Mm.
stress. Use it, but watch.
So it's kind of like luck in Monster of the Week then.
Yeah, well, there's ways to reduce stress. So
Okay.
like it's gonna be a your stress game is gonna be real, and that's gonna be where a lot of the 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 fun of play, I think, will come in.
Mm-hmm.
So you
And
can
the
push
+1.
yourself.
So the +1 from push yourself is +1 die, right?
Correct. Yep.
Is there a
So
place to
like
denote that on the character sheet, or do you just have to remember it?
there is the bonus die right under where it says under your stats.
Oh,
Bonus
down
die,
here.
push
Oh,
yourself,
I
take 2
see.
stress. Yep.
Yeah,
Uh,
where do I click that though? Usually, there's nowhere to actually.
Well, so what you would mark 2 stress to yourself. It's above health,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you just click 2 stress, and it turns red. And then when you're
Mm-hmm.
doing your roll, for example,
Well, I
you
get
click
that,
on the
but
roll.
like, let's say you get like a +1 forward, right? Because it looks like some of these abilities gives you a +1 forward,
no,
or they don't. There's no +1s.
there are, but uh, the yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, let me finish talking about the
Sure.
ways to up these things, because there's a couple more to see if that answers your question. If it doesn't, we'll circle back to that. So yeah, push yourself for 2 stress. The other thing you can do is get help from
Mm-hmm.
someone, in which case they take 1 stress and you can add +1 die. Only one
Mm-hmm.
person can help you out per turn, so that's where you can get another +1. These do stack, right? So you could get help and push yourself. That's a lot of folks taking stress. The other option available to get a +1 is what's called a devil's bargain. Uh, so as a player, you can always ask, like, if this is a desperate position, I need all the dice I want. You could be like, hey, could I take a devil's bargain? And you'd work with the storyteller to determine what that would be. So it might be like, okay, you can take +1d to this
Mm-hmm.
roll, but these guys are tight with one of your enemies. So if you succeed on this roll, your enemies are going to hear about that. That might come back and have complications in a future game, right?
Okay.
So as a player, you can always ask for a devil's bargain. As a storyteller, there may be times where I'm like, hey, I'll give you a devil's bargain for this if you want it. Likewise, any other player, if can can offer a devil's bargain, if they think the story warrants it, right? Like we're all creating the story together. So if like, oh
Mm-hmm.
hey, Charles, I know you have some contacts in the Blue Coats. We're doing something with them. How about I'll give you a devil's bargain if blah 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 blah, right? It's always on the player uh, to accept or deny, right? You don't need to take a devil's bargain. You can hear it and be like, no, too rich for my blood. I'm good. Then the other thing to kind of uh, to help that don't give +1s. There's two. One, you can set up a teammate where you take a role, and instead, like of doing anything as your result will be to up the position of a party member. So you could be like, all right, I'm going to lure this guy into an alley to set up our hound who's perched on a bell tower ready to take him out, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
you do your role, and a success on your role would give, maybe take a risky position up to a controlled position for your party member.
Okay.
The other thing is leading a group action. So in this, anyone can lead a group action. So this is like in D&D, there's always a classic we're stealthing into the dungeon, but only the rogue has stealth and the fighters clank clank clank. In this, let's say Charles is a stealthy guy, right? He could be like, "Hey, we need to sneak in here. I'll lead a stealth action." Um, so everyone who wants to benefit from Charles's stealth action gets to roll their prowl, whatever their dice is, right? And if they have 0 dice, they roll 2, take the lowest, right? Um, Charles gets to take the best result from anyone who rolled. However, for everyone who failed, he takes a stress.
Ooh.
Because he's looking after their dumbasses.
Yeah,
Exactly.
definitely.
Yeah.
I love it. That's great.
That's excellent.
Cool. So does that answer your question about the +1s and stuff, Pete?
Yeah,
Or
that's
there's still
exactly it.
more?
Okay.
Okay.
I love that. I love that
Mhm.
mechanic. It's this I'm surrounded by dumb fucks kind of thing. That's
Yeah,
great.
that's
Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah,
Um,
I'm digging on a lot of these mechanics. They seem very intuitive.
Yeah, I like the idea that
so
I can get you through this, but it's gonna pull my hair out, right?
exactly. Yeah. Now stress relief is one of the downtime activities, which I'll get into here momentarily. But there are ways to lower your stress. But like healing, it's something that's done after the game. So while you're playing, you gotta watch how much stress you're taking. Um, uh, the other thing that can cause stress, and like getting stress might be a consequence of a role, right? You might have a risky position, be like, hey, you succeed in doing this, but as a result, you take 2 stress, right? So always be wary. The
Mm-hmm.
other way you spend stress is during a score. You can use stress to call a flashback, and this is one of my favorite parts about the game. Um, and this is where Blades in the Dark becomes like an Edgar Wright, Guy Ritchie movie, right? Where you're in the middle of something, it's not going your way, and you can be like flashback 5 days ago when we were planning this heist. We're sitting around in our hideout, and I'm like, you know what? I know we're gonna go into heavy resistance. Uh, let's set up a raid to get some guns, or whatever the case, whatever your flashback is. Um, for a flashback that has kind of minimal impact, that's just one stress. For a big flashback, like something huge, it's 2 stress. And sometimes, like if it's big enough, it might require a roll too, right? Like
Oh wow.
maybe you got the guns, you did the flashback, but what quality were those guns, right?
Yeah.
Are they military grade, or are they stuff you stole from some hoodlums, right?
Something you stole
Um,
from a hunter or something, right? You got some. Yeah.
yeah. Um, yeah. So you know, when again, so in the best practice, use your stress. That's kind of what it means. Do push yourself, help others, do those flashbacks. With flashbacks too, it's important to note that um, it may seem like some of the feedback I've read online is it might seem almost like cheating. Um, but it's not. Like, this is the way the game's meant to be, because as I'll talk about and how the game is set up, there's going to be very little planning. We're just going to kind of jump in and be like, all right, let's go. And that will allow us to flash back and kind of plan as we encounter stuff, which makes the game a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more fast paced, and a little less, sitting around, debating how best to handle a situation.
Yeah, it's like active planning as opposed to passive planning. I like that.
Yeah, it is not, however, time sphere magic for those of us who
Yeah.
have played Mage. So, if the blue coats are chasing you, you can't be like, well, flashback, I set up a bomb in the precinct, all of them are dead. No, you
Mm-mm.
could, however, be like, I set up a bomb in the precinct that just went off. Now the blue coats need to decide, are they going to continue chasing after us or go look for survivors of their, friends and
Right.
coworkers, right?
Yeah.
Or it could be that you set up a hay bale or a hay trap around the corner that you know about, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you're leading them to a thing.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing acausal, just
Hmm.
exactly.
it lives in this is magic that lives where the audience hasn't seen yet.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And it gets
Uh,
revealed cinematically as
And
the guy is moving.
flashbacks they can run the gamut. Like, I've seen, I've watched some Let's Play. I've seen flashbacks that are like, hey, remember 5 seconds ago when I was in that room and you mentioned a thing and I just totally blew past it? Let's flashback to me picking that thing up, because I realize now it's probably going to make a difference in this next room, right? Or I've seen someone who goes, flashback 17 years ago when I was studying Eruvian sword arts at the academy. This is my please. I want to learn Eruvian sword arts for this encounter now. And he had to take a bunch of stress and make a roll, but he crit, got it, and he's like, sweet. So yeah, it have fun with it, right? Think
Yeah,
of your favorite heist movies and stuff like that, and go to town.
sounds
Um,
fun.
Last thing I want to talk about on the character sheet before we kind of move away, we will come back to fill them out, um, for those of us who need to. But I just want to talk about um, the uh, the different skill you have. Um, uh, Now, again, as I said, anything can be used for anything else. These are just kind of broad. This is generally what this would be used for. Like, this is
Hmm.
probably where you're going to have the best effect and the best position for using these things. So, hunt, you can kind of think as your shooting stat almost.
Hmm.
Um, but it also does things like stalking. The prowl might be better for that. Long range scouting. Though survey might be better for that, right? Um, but generally, hunt a target, gather information about its locations and movement, attack with precision, shooting from a distance. Next down, we have study. So this is study a person, document, or item with close scrutiny to gather information and apply knowledge, gain a deeper understanding, do research.
Hmm.
Survey, survey a location or situation to understand what's going on, sense trouble before it happens, gather information about opportunities or exploits. And then tinker, tinker with mechanisms to create, modify, disable, or repair, disable a trap, pick a lock, or crack a safe. Use the ubiquitous clockwork and electroplasmic devices around the city to your advantage. And with certain class improvements, which let Peter talk to when he gets to him, you can also tinker with human bodies.
Hmm.
Yay!
Yeah.
Surely that will help with healing and not result in abominations of science.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's six one way, half dozen another. Well,
Well, I posted one of the abilities in the chat if you want to see it on Roll20. We keep
uh,
going.
so finesse is you can finesse an item out of someone's pocket, employ subtle misdirection or sleight of hand, handle a vehicle, or mount. You can also use this in melee, which is generally probably better handled with skirmish, maybe even wreck. But you can finesse if you're doing like a formal duel or you're doing elegant
Hmm.
sword fighting and stuff like that. There's
Hmm.
ways to kind of think that out. Prowl, about unseen and traverse obstacles, climb, swim, run, jump, tumble, ambush with close violence, a backstab, throat cutting, blackjack, etc. Skirmish with an opponent in close combat, assault or hold position, brawl, and wrestle. Wreck is to wreck a place, object, or obstacle with savage force or carefully applied sabotage, breach defenses with force, create distractions and chaos. Attune to spirits and the ghost field, channel electroplasmic energy, perceive and communicate with ghosts, and understand spectrology. So this is kind of your magic stat. There's not magic as we would understand in D&D, but there's kind of that dark Victorian spiritual thing going on.
Yeah, demon
Uh,
blood and whatnot.
yeah. Command is command obedience with a force of personality, intimidate or threaten, lead an action with one of the crew's gangs. Consort with connections from your heritage, backgrounds, friends, or rivals, and gain access to resources, information, people, or places. And finally, sway, which is to sway someone with charm, logic, deception, disguise, or bluff, change attitudes or behavior with manipulation and seduction.
So
So uh, these are all divided into three, right? Incest, prowess, and resolve. And the reason that they are is because you do want to keep track of your vertical score. Because one of the things you can do, as I said, right, the majority of things you do will come with a consequence. And sometimes, this game is not GM versus player, and I'm not out to get you. But part of the fun of playing, right, is to not know what's going to happen and have that risk of something really bad that goes down. So I'm not going to pull punches when things go rough. But you do have ways to mitigate that as well. One of the things you can do is a resistance roll. When you take a resistance roll, you roll the dice in that vertical column based on what it is you're resisting. So if it's a physical attack, it'd be prowess. If it's a mental attack, it'd be uh, perhaps insight, maybe resolve. Or sorry, it would be insight. Resolve is going to be a social um, uh, resistance. Um, when you make a resistance roll, you take 6 stress and you reduce the amount of stress by the highest die you roll on your resistance roll. But you negate that effect. So if you're, desperate situation, you're making a jump, you fail the jump, you fall. Sorry, Charles, that's level 4 harm. You're dead, flatline. And you'd be like, you know what? I want to resist it. You have the stress, take 6 stress. Let's say you get a 1. All right, take 5 stress. It's a stressful thing falling from a building, but somehow maybe you catch on awnings or you land on a balcony somewhere, whatever the case. You don't take that level 4 harm. It might get reduced, so it might be like you still take level 2 harm, crushed bones, but you're still alive, right?
Yeah, I like to think it. The more and more you talk about this, the more it's just this game is just about not stressing yourself to death.
Yeah.
That's
well,
amazing.
not to death. You stress yourself to trauma, and you
Yeah.
Sure,
traumatize yourself. You traumatize yourself to retirement.
Yeah.
sure.
Which and the retirement may be ruin. So we'll be trading death for trauma, I'm fairly sure, pretty regularly. I mean,
Yeah.
unless you want your character to die, pretty much any time you can afford it, you'll be like, yeah, I'm going to try and resist that, and we'll see if we'll see if instead of dying, this person just is never the same and becomes a
Yeah.
hollow shell of a person living in
Exactly.
ruin.
Well, two of the two of the trauma effects are unstable and reckless. So I mean,
Yeah.
you can easily pull suicidal out of that. So
The other thing to talk about on the character sheet is how you level up, right? So we
Mhm.
already talked about it. When you take a desperate roll, you gain an experience. So as you can see under Insight, Prowess, and Resolve, there's these little flags, kind of like you have on your stress. When you take a desperate roll, you mark one of those flags for whatever roll you are. So if it's a desperate hunt roll, you'd put a flag in Insight. Um, when you fill up all those flags, you can assign 1 dot to Insight.
Oh, we
Uh,
like dots.
yeah. So leveling up it's not like Monster of the Week where you level up fast. It is kind of a chore to get those levels. There's other ways that you can help increase this though, which I'll talk about when we talk about more about the structure of the game. The other way to level up happens at the end of the game, and this is listed on your character sheet under Mark XP for playbook advancement. And these are all unique to your playbook, right? So as a cutter, it might be like do violence and physical harm. That's how you get experience, right? For me as a whisper, it might be do spooky shit. That's how I get
Hmm.
experience. These are capped though, unlike desperate rolls, so you can only get a max of 2 if you do something multiple times. Um, but with these, you're more free in how you assign them. So as you can see under playbook advancements, you have flags too, which you mark with experience just like you do your things. But you could also choose, you know what, I'm not looking to advance my playbook. I want to put something into one of my skills. And you like with those experience points at the end of the session, you have a little bit more freedom in where you want to put them. Cool. And then uh, under your character uh, name, right, where it says like on Pete's leech up at the top, you'll see a load. This will come into play when we actually go on the score. One of the cool things about Blade in the Dark, unlike something like D&D, is you don't need to decide what you're carrying until you pull it out of your pack, right? It is nebulous until the audience sees it. So when we go on a load, we'll all select what we're carrying, and this kind of matters depending on how you want to be perceived by people. If you're coming in with a 6 heavy load, people are going to know you're up to no good, right? You got backpacks with ropes and pulleys and burglar gear and stuff like that, right? Um, so you assign your load at the start of a thing, and that gives you the number next to it gives you the number of checks that you can apply to gear, right? So if you look at Peter's character, your own character, there's a blade or two. That's one check. So if I have a light load and I check that, I'm down to 2 more checks of things I can pull. You'll notice, like, if you want heavy armor, um, that's a total of 5, right? So if you have a normal load, that is your load, heavy armor. But armor gives you a free resistance pass, right? So you can see on your armor uses, you only have 3 armor plus heavy plus special. Some classes get a bonus type of armor, and that's just a all right, I'm going to do a resistance. I'll use my armor for it. You check off your armor, but you act as if you had just passed a resistance roll. Um, Anything on your character sheet, and these will be unique, that are in italics, um, they do not cost a load. You can always pull these out. These are something that don't take up space for you, as it were. So these are character unique. So like as a whisper, I have things like electroplasmic vials, ghost keys, and demon bane charms. But um, my eyesight's not so good. Pete, how about you tell me what are some of the italicized things on yours?
Currently only have one on this character sheet, and it's a blowgun and darts with syringes.
Sweet,
Mm.
nice,
Yeah, and
awesome.
what's
So,
cool is, and the actual sheet here itself, it says italics don't count for load.
oh,
So
awesome. Yeah,
yeah, it
cool,
does say that on the sheet. So hmm
cool. All right. So uh, that's all I want to talk about. Kind of the overview of the character sheet. We can
I have
go
one
more in
more
depth.
quick question. Can we
Oh yeah.
talk a little bit about vices? Do those come into play at all in the game?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They will, as part of downtime.
Oh, okay, so
So
just for downtime. Okay, because I noticed there's like an indulge vice button here. I don't know what it
yep,
does.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So let me talk about the way the game's set up because this will
Sure.
answer your question, I think.
All right, cool. I'm
Um,
gonna drop sharing the screen then, so we can go back
cool.
to normal. So yeah, I guess sorry. Continue.
No worries. So the way the game will be played is kind of broken down into 3 distinct parts, right? The game will open up with um, what we might call the planning phase, or sure, that works. Which is essentially kind of what you've come to expect in games like Vampire or Monster of the Week, kind of freeform RP, get to know your character, find out what's going on in the city, get the information about the score, maybe do some pre-work. There'll be little planning of the actual heist. It'll be more just role playing to find out what heists are available to you. Um, uh, and then the second piece of this, and the major part of the game, is the score. And this is where we kind of move into Edgar Wright editing, right? So we have this freeform RP. We decide, okay, we've heard some things that are going on. We think we want to take this score, and you guys decide how you want to do it. Um, there's different modes you could do. You'd be like, we're going to assault, we're going to do an occult thing, we're going to do a deception score, a social score, stealth, transport. These are all listed on your character sheet. And at that point, I will do a engagement roll as a storyteller. One of the only roles that I will ever make as a storyteller. Um, and there's different dice, and I'll go through it with each score. There's one always for sheer luck, and you might get some bonuses if you've done good prep work, if you have allies who are helping you out, but might get negatives if you're attacking enemy turf, if they know you're coming, etc. Right? Um, and whatever that roll, and everyone will get to see that roll, will determine how the heist is going to go for you, right? So you kind of know going in if it's going to be a good game or a bad game, right? Uh, so on a 1 to 3, whatever you thought you were walking into, it is worse. So whatever you thought the initial security was going to be like, or what the enemy force manpower was, it's going to be worse, right? Um, on a 4 to 5, essentially, I will start you out um, at the first hurdle you need to jump over to get into the heist, right? So if you're robbing a bank vault, it might be like, oh, you guys are on the roof uh, across the street overlooking the bank because this is an assault, and you said the point of attack was going to be roof access, right? So tell me how you guys get over onto the next roof, right? Um, on a 6, it is actually better than you anticipate, and you move past that first hurdle, right? So in that bank heist scenario, it might go from, all right, we're not even going to talk about the roof, you guys are in the vault loading up the cash, and we're going to talk about how you get out. Right? Like the hard work is done. uh, this is a whole kind of different score.
Mm.
um, and then that'll be kind of the majority of play. And so where the first bit, the kind of planning phase, or like the free role playing, is done in real time, in the score, that's when you can start calling flashbacks and when it plays out like a heist movie, right? And then we move into the final piece of the game, which is downtime. And this will mostly be montaged, though we might, if occasion calls, do some short scenes. But everyone at the end of the game gets 2 downtime activities, and these will have benefits in multiple different ways. Um, the other thing you do in downtime, of course, is you settle your score. So if you're going to get paid, you get paid. And one of the things I will say in Duskfall, in a criminal underworld, if someone says they're going to pay you, they're going to pay you, right? They're like, there's honor to a certain extent among thieves. That doesn't mean they're going to try to steal it from you later, but if you agree to a score, you'll get paid what you're owed. You don't need to worry about backstabs in that way. Um, the other thing you'll have to do is entanglements. So after a score, we'll look at your rep. Like if you just robbed the red sashes, chances are your reputation with the red sashes, if they knew it was you, right? You could have a stealthy operation, but chances are your reputation is gonna lower with them, and that's going to have consequences in future games. Um, but then you get your 2 downtime activities. So these are a couple things. One, you can heal, which we already talked about. You fill up a healing clock. The other thing is you can train. So as one of your downtime activities, you can assign 1 free point in one of your flags on an attribute or your playbook. Um, Not much, but if if you have time to do so, might as well. Um, the other thing, and this kind of will answer your question, Pete, is uh, indulge your vice. So this is where your vice comes in. So as blades, we all have selected vices for our characters, something that we're kind of addicted to or otherwise obligated towards, right?
Mhm.
Um, when you indulge your vice, you just say where you're going, what you're doing. Uh, Generally, these will be montages. This might be where, depending on how the vice roll goes, um, we might do small scenes. But um,
Mhm.
Charles, I know your character you said that, you like to go to the theater. So you might be like, hey, I'm going to indulge vice. And you describe, I'm heading up to Brightstone, going to the theater if they'll let me in, and, check out the newest play, reduce some stress that way. Um, so when you reduce stress, looking at your vertical stats again here of
Mhm.
insight, prowess, and resolve, you're going to take the lowest result. Um, so for instance, for me, I have 1 in prowess, so I just roll a dice when I reduce stress, and you reduce stress by whatever the highest dice result is. So if you have 4, you get to roll 4 dice and reduce stress by the highest result.
Mm.
So this is a downtime activity, but this is how you lower your stress to avoid the trauma, right? So again, you want to watch your stress in the game, but you can reduce it during downtime. Um, Now, if you roll over your vice, so let's say I have 3 stress and I roll a 4, right? I'm 1 over. I clear it to 0 plus 1, right? You have overindulged your vice, and there are consequences as a result of that. So, like, you might become more addicted if you have an addicted vice. You might get picked up by the cops. You might get so drunk you tell about your exploits and generate heat for the entire crew. You might get lost and be unavailable for a game. Um, or any number of things can happen if you abuse your vice. So something you gotta kind of watch out for. Um, the other thing you can do in downtime is um, do a long-term project. So I think this is a good time on Roll20 to show you another page. So I have this page. It's very simple for our downtime projects. So you can also track these on your character sheets, um, but this might be a good spot to place projects where other people might be able to help you out. So let's say um, I uh, wanted to um, make an electroplasmic coach, a new vehicle for our crew, like essentially a car, right? A ye old fashioned car.
Hmm.
Um, so I could put that here, and I would start a clock, um, which would be determined by the storyteller. So I might say an electroplasmic clock, or sorry, an electroplasmic coach. That's a pretty big project. We're going to set that off at a 12 clock, right? And I'd roll, let's say Tinker. And let's say I get a 4, which is 2 segments. So for that one downtime activity, I would fill up the clock by 2. However, other people might want to contribute to this because everyone could benefit from an electroplasmic coach. So, Charles might be like, well, I'm going to sway some guys down at in Coleridge to get the best engine that these guys are manufacturing, and let's say you roll a 6, that's 3 clocks, 3 ticks of a clock, so we could go up 3 more, bloop, um, etc., etc. Um, yeah, so the other thing you can do that's going to be a downtime project. So long-term projects will cover everything from like crafting, gathering information, uh, really your imagination, right? Like you can do a lot with long-term projects. It's just going to be a matter of how long it takes. Um, the other thing that you can do is gather information about the other factions. So take you here to the next page. We can see that some factions have clocks of their own. They're working towards their own ends. So this is the page that I'll ask people not to write on because I've hidden text, obviously hidden all about. But you could do a long-term project, which to gather information on these is just going to be a 4-segment clock that you have to fill out. But for instance, Charles, you might be like, hey, I really want to know what the Ministry of Preservation is up to. Um, I'm going to do a 4 o'clock research to find out what their clock means, right? Um, and when you fill that up, I will reveal to you the text hidden there, and you'll know what they're working towards, and you can decide how you want to handle that accordingly. Now, this is part of, as I said, along with your consequences of your actions and your character's backstory. This is the other thing that will kind of determine where the story goes. And because it's random, I'm kind of excited as a GM because I don't know where this. I'm witnessing this in real time along with you. Um, Now, some of these are as mundane as like learn an arcane secret, right? Like probably not a big deal. Some of these are as world ending as destroy all life in Duskfall, which if that comes into play, our game has drastically changed, right?
Yeah.
Uh, Now the nice thing though is that these factions, like we don't live in a society with monolithic evil. These factions aren't all working against us. They are working against each other too. So someone who might be trying to destroy Dustfall might have a faction who's like, I want to fuck over those guys in particular, right? Um, and so you might find through
Like you
these
do.
things, right, that like, oh man, the Ministry of Preservation is trying to create a famine. We can't have that. We need to eat. But oh man, the unseen are trying to fuck up the Ministry of Preservation. All right, well let's act against the ministry and help the unseen, and that will help dictate what scores you take. Which is another thing, I think that's important. Like I will have some ideas of rumors of things you might be interested in as criminals, right? Like you might hear uh, a bank's ripe for the robin, right? um but also feel empowered, and the reason that this is such a light prep game is at the start of a session, or like as you're ending a session, you're gonna be like, hey, next time we just found out you know the blue coats are going to kill one of our allies. We got to deal with that. That's going to be our next thing, right? Or like you might be like, hey guys, like personally my character's dealing with something that like I've been finding out is coming to impact me. I could use the crew's help to deal with it, right? Like we're all in this together, and if you have game ideas as a player of things like I really want to handle it, shout it out, and we'll roll with it, right? Like the game is designed that on the fly we're kind of creating this story. I don't have something written that I'm kind of reading from, which is the new way for me as a GM to do things. I'm a little hesitant about, but I'm also super pumped to give it a try and see how it goes.
Yeah,
Do
this
I
sounds
also
great. There's a lot of that aspect of this that reminds me of Burning Wheel, which I'd
Yeah,
also love to play more of whenever it comes up. But I love it.
yeah, the Burning Wheel was noted as an inspiration from this guy. I don't know if he worked on it or just loved to play it, but he had ties to those folks.
did I see, Kyle, that also some of these gangs or organizations or factions also have multiple projects going on?
Correct. Yeah. So um, if you look on in your journal to the side, um, for instance, let's take up the citizens of Barrowclef, right? You can see that their tier is 1. So the way that these clocks will fill up is after each game, when you're taking downtime activities, they will get one as well. They will roll dice equal to their tier. Um, Tier is something you can almost think of as level. Tier is how big these organizations are, and like what quality, or like if you're crafting, the tier of an item is what quality it is, right? Um, and so our gang will start at level 1, and you can see there's a lot of other things. The citizens of Barrowcleft are level 1 tier as well. Um, You'll notice when we get to your character sheet, your tier as a crew can only get to level 4. That's max for you. You'll see here that there are tiers going up to 5, which is the largest there are rules for in the book, and there are 2, in particular, the Imperial Military and the Lord Governor, who are tier 6, which, for all intents and purposes, on this scale, you can consider like antediluvian god tier. Not to say don't do it, but if you engage the Lord Governor, come prepared, right? That might be something where like we're going after him. We're gonna spend several scores prepping to up our position, right? Kind of like a long heist in Grand Theft Auto, right? Or a raid back in the day for like WoW.
We're gonna need
Um,
potions.
yeah. Cool. Then the final page I have here uh, is rep. This is going to be on your character sheets as well. Some of us are visual learners, though, and I thought this might be a good thing to pop up when we're talking about reputation and what's going up and down. And all of these, like if we look at the Dockers, for instance, if we zero in there, we can see that, as we gain reputation, we can change our thing. Or likewise, when we lose reputation, we can do our thing. Again, if you're more like, if spreadsheets are more your jam, there's a spreadsheet available for you on your character sheet. But this is, some of us prefer that visual. So options for everyone. And then finally, going back to the main page, this is where essentially we'll do the majority of our games, the Blades in the Dark. This will be kind of our home screen. This has the map of the city, so you can kind of have a general knowledge at any time of where things are happening. And then these are all working clocks. So one of the major things that will happen as a consequence is clocks will start, right? So let's say you fail your prowl roll. Rather than say, you're instantly caught, I might say alarm is raised, and I might say we'll set a 4 o'clock, and with that failure, maybe we fill in 2, let's say. And we'll have a bunch of these potentially going on, and then as a result of further consequences, we might raise that clock, right? So harm, stress won't be the only things that come as negative consequences to your actions. There could be things that give you enough time to react, right? And in general, I won't pull something that's that you don't have time to react to, right? Like if someone's gonna do fatal harm to you, you should have foreknowledge of that, right? Like you might, as a consequence of your actions, like hey, you see the guy next to you setting up an aimed shot, like next roll you fail, right? This guy might pop you, right? And you have time to react to that. Cool. So I think that's the final thing, money. So why do we become a criminal? So the monetary system in Duskfall is what is called coin. Coin can be broken down into silver pieces, which is kind of like your pocket change and spending money. Um, Coin is more big deal. So, like for instance, 1 coin is the equivalent of a full purse of silver pieces or a week's wages.
Mm.
So at 1 coin, it's already a pretty big deal. 2 coin could purchase a fine weapon. It's a weekly income for a small business, a fine piece of art, or a set of luxury clothes. 4 coin is a satchel full of silvers, a month's wages. Also, the maximum amount that any individual can carry at a time before they become encumbered. 6 coin is an exquisite jewel, a heavy burden of silver pieces. 8 coin is a good monthly take for a small business, a small safe full of coins and valuables, a very rare luxury commodity. And 10 coins is liquidating a significant asset, a carriage and goats, a horse, a deed to a small property,
Mm.
etc. So again, if you look on your character sheet, you'll see coin and you'll see 4 dots. And then you'll see stash. So you can put, when you have excess of 4 coin, you can put some into your stash, and your stash is essentially the end game of Blades in the Dark. It's kind of like Game of Life. So if you live long enough to retire, the amount of coin you have in your stash will determine your lifestyle and where you get to live and how your story plays out. Which will be kind of cool because if we decide like let's do new characters down the line, we could meet Old Man Cole. Perhaps living in destitution in Dunslow because he didn't save enough coin, right? Or whatever the case. If ever you need to pull coin out of your stash, there is a conversion rate. So if you, for every 2 coin you take out of your stash and into that kind of your 4 coin purse, you only get 1. So kind of be aware of that. You can also stash coin in the uh, in the cruise stash,
Mm.
and this could be a good place to put stuff for like bribes, business costs, right? And you can increase the cruise stash through upgrades and things of that nature. There are some things that you can spend coin uh, in order to do mechanically outside of kind of your normal role play. So you can spend 1 coin to get an additional downtime activity. Pretty cool. You can spend 1 coin to increase the result of a downtime activity. So let's say you're doing that tinker roll on the electroplasmic coach and you get a failure. 1 clock. You're like, oh man, I really wanted this car for the next score. Could we bump that up by 1, get 2 to finish the clock, or however you want. You can spend coin to avoid certain crew entanglements. This is like you're bribing the cops or bribing people to shut up about what you did. Um, and then you have to spend coin when you advance your crew's tier, and we can go over more rules of that when it comes up because we won't be advancing our crew for a while yet. But um,
Gotta
and
spend money to make money.
yep, that also reminds
Yep.
me one other downtime activity that you can do, which I didn't mention, was you can reduce heat. So, depending on the engagement roll, depending on things that happen, you generate heat. Uh, so this might be a good time on your character sheet where it says character mode. If you click that once, it'll go to your crew mode.
Oh, on character mode. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Crew mode. There we go.
And so here you can see your heat level. And depending on how things go, you might get heat. So if you read some of the districts, they'll tell you like in some districts, even doing crime there is going to generate heat.
Did,
But things like killing generates a lot of heat.
did
Uh,
did y'all pick a crew type?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay.
Um, and so one of the downtime activities you can do is reduce heat, and this affects the
Yeah.
entire crew. Um, the way to do that, you get to choose how, right? You get and you will roll one of your stats. So that could be I'm going to consort and be like, hey guys, that wasn't us. It was some other guys. It might be skirmish, like I find out who's talking, I beat their face in, right? It might be wreck, like I'm going around town ripping down wanted posters and notices, whatever you want. You do your roll, and the result of the roll is how much heat you lower by. If you fill up your heat, you gain a wanted level. So wanted levels are kind of like trauma in that these can't really go away. There's no easy way to get rid of them. Um, and it's tough. So you can think of wanted kind of like in Grand Theft Auto, right? Like the stars. Like if you get up to 4 wanted, there's going to be the Victorian equivalent of helicopters chasing you on your score, right? Um, but it's a double-edged sword because if you want to make a name for yourself, there's a level that you do kind of want that notoriety. There is a thing for rep, but that wanted level, for some gangs, you can kind of merge the two and use wanted as rep. The way to reduce your wanted level is someone needs to go to prison. Now that can be one of
Wait,
you
is that the
guys.
only way to reduce the wanted level?
Yep. Someone needs to take the fall for the crime. Now that could be one of you guys, in which case you'll miss some games, or you'll do some games or like some downtime stuff one-on-one with me. So this could be a good thing of like, I'm going on vacation, I'm gonna miss a few months of games. Hey Kyle, send me to prison. Like I'll take one for the team. Um, you could do some fun things in prison. As I said, there's a crew layout, kind of like what you're seeing on your screen. Um, for prison, so you can get turf, you can start smuggling things into prison, you can create your own prison gangs. Like you can create your own prison criminal organize in Iron Hook prison. Um,
It'd almost be fun to do like mini sessions with like players that have characters in prison where you do like like prison
exactly,
games.
yeah, yeah, and I'd be up for something like that, or it
Right.
might
This
come
week
down
it's
to
not The Wire. This week we're playing Oz.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. Um, the other thing, it
Follow up.
doesn't need to be one of you who goes to prison, right?
Right.
I think we've all seen those criminal movies where it's not the gang leaders who get busted, it's the guys down the totem pole. So these will generally be members of your crew, your contacts. But that will have consequences as well because either you pay off your contact good, right? Or you make some arrangement that they're happy to do this for you, or they're going to come out of prison very pissed, and you might either lose that contact or gain a new enemy, right? Um,
Yay!
or
Yeah.
get thrown in prison yourself because they snitched.
Yeah. Um, cool. So that's coin. All right, going through my notes here. Cool. So at this point, that's kind of a wide-eyed view of everything. Does anyone have any questions I can answer at this point? Because I think what's next, for those that need to, we can dive into the character sheets and fill out the dots, then kind of touch base and introduce our characters to one another.
So I haven't picked a character type yet because I just wanted to wait to make sure no one had changed.
Hmm.
Do we not have a hound still?
Correct.
I'll take hound.
Cool.
Um, with that, I just want to make sure I have a proper understanding of. Does that work? It does work. Great. Proper understanding of how advancement happens. So I start out with some dots in already. When I max out the flags, which I only do by making desperate rolls, desperate tests,
Mm-hmm.
desperate checks. What are they called?
Desperate rolls. Yeah.
Desperate rolls. Then I add
Yeah.
a flag. When I max out those flags, I can add a dot somewhere under that heading.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alternately, when I max out, let's see, as a uh oh, okay. Well, where's the special one for? Well, there'll be some sort of special for hound.
Yeah. So yeah, so on your character sheet, under character mode, if you type in hound under your character class, it'll generate the hound character sheet for you. Yeah.
Cool. All right, that's just the sheet changed. I had to find
Yeah.
the place. So
Gotcha.
if I address a challenge with tracking or violence,
Yeah.
which okay, that's going to
Yeah.
be this kind. So that's how this guy's going to roll. Fine. Okay. Then I put a mark on there, and when I max that one out, I get another hound ability.
So with those, that's where at the end of at the end of each session, you can decide where you place those flags. So if you addressed a a problem with tracking and violence, right? You could choose to put a flag in your playbook advancement, where if you fill that up correct, you would get a new hound move. Or likewise, you could be like, I'm going to put an extra flag into one thing that would usually require me to make a desperate roll in there.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
But yeah, to get extra moves, you have to fill up that playbook advancement, and the only way you can do those things is the end of game XP. But you don't need to. It's flexible where you put the end of game stuff.
Yeah. So when you max out your playbook advancement, you can select other special abilities, right? Or no?
Well, at any time, there's this veteran ability that all of us should have, which is
Mm-hmm.
choose a special ability from another source, can be taken more than once. You could take that as an advancement anytime you max out your playbook advancement, right? So like
Okay.
you could take, if you're a physiker, which is your starting
Mm-hmm.
upgrade for leech,
Yeah.
but you're like, hey, I really want all the cutter stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could veteran upgrade all you want, right?
Oh, okay, cool.
You
So
can
when you max out all
your
the
character
flags in that playbook advancement, then you can either decide to update one of your dots and one of your three core abilities, or you can do a special ability using the veteran ability,
No,
right?
no, no. So the playbook advancement is when you fill that up, you can only get an extra move by filling up those flags. It's just the
Mm-hmm.
XP you get at the game. You can choose if you're going to put that in your playbook flag
Mm-hmm.
or if you're going to put that in your roll flag.
Oh,
Does
okay,
that make
cool. So
sense?
when you fill
Yeah.
out your playbook advancement, you only ever get other special abilities. You can't upgrade your you have
Correct.
to specifically fill out the flags and your core abilities to update those. Okay, cool. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
So
Yeah.
essentially, there's four things leveling up at once.
Right. There's
Right.
there's
Perfect.
essentially 4 different tracks of XP.
Right.
And
But the way you feed those tracks is for the first three, insight, prowess, and resolve. You only feed those by making desperate checks under those headings.
Yeah.
Correct.
But then your other way of feeding things could feed any of the 4 tracks.
Yeah.
correct. And then there's actually a third way, which is training,
Yeah.
um,
Which
which
only trains. Yeah. Which will train any of the four.
yep,
Perfect.
which is a downtime action.
Yeah.
Cool. That's awesome.
And it looks like there is a way to you could upgrade the crew to include a training facility that would let you gain 2 XP for each time you use that downtime action as well, which is kind of cool.
Wait. Oh, oh, cool. All right.
Yeah.
So is that specific to a particular playbook?
No, that's particular to the crew. So if you're in crew mode, uh,
Right. Thank you.
you can see that under it's one of the layer upgrades that you basically have a training facility. You have to choose what type of facility it is though. So it'll either train insight, prowess, resolve, or personal, which is your playbook.
Mhm.
Okay. Neat. Um. Well, that sounds like what we'd want to go for if we were gamey, which I'm okay with being and okay with not being. I have one called Survivor, and it says you get +1 stress box.
Mhm.
Does that mean I have an additional box of that I'm putting a tick, or I
Yep.
have another box?
Another box you can put a tick. So instead of 9, I believe you'd have 10.
Right.
I don't see.
So right above harm on your character sheet, it should say stress and trauma.
Right, I
Um,
didn't see another box
Yeah,
show
I'm
up
not
when I
sure
put them.
it'll pop up. I think like how I would handle that is like your first stress don't take or something
yeah.
like that.
All right, cool.
Um, which yeah, it's a little thing, but can make a world of difference.
Yeah.
I mean, in a scenario where if you're doing something that you have to take 6 stress to not die, uh, you
Oh,
could do that.
it's cool. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that that's nothing. I mean, and it's also not the only thing you get for Survivor. Survivor lets you hang out in the frickin' Deathlands, which,
Oh,
like,
Mhm.
um, yeah,
yeah,
that's something.
that's a thing.
That's a
Yeah.
thing.
Cool. So yeah, with your characters when filling out the sheet, yeah, when you select your class, which again, if under character mode, if you just type in what class you are, um, it should populate a character sheet for you. Um, and then you can uh, choose a playbook, which I think everyone has already done. For PAL, you want to choose your heritage. These are all in the document I set, but I
Yeah.
can give you a rundown if you need. Background, same deal in the document. Vice in the document. Um, and then for your skills, whatever class that you started with will have a starting set of skills, but then you will assign 4 extra dots to your character sheet, and these should think about what your character's been doing, where they came from, right? This is your time to kind of put them, kind of flesh them out RP wise. Um, at character creation, you can't have an ability over 2. After character creation, you can't have an ability over 3 until you level up your crew enough to get an advancement that allows you to go up to 4, which is called like mastery training or something like that. Then the other thing to do is you pick one special ability according to your class. So again, thinking of your story and what you think would be cool. And then under strange friends, um, you'll pick 2 here. So you're going to pick one with the up arrow, who's going to be your ally. And when we get into
I
questions,
think
I
it
will.
might just be strange friends for you as the Whisperer.
Oh yeah, it might be like yeah, tough friends or uh, alchemical
Adjective
friends.
friends.
Mine
Yeah,
says clever friends.
yeah.
I got the
Uh,
Dangerous.
shady friend.
yeah, there you go. So you'll pick one, and as we talk about characters, think about how you know them, what they meant to you, and try to flesh them out too, because these these people will have a should have a big deal to do in our story, right? Like these are your named NPCs essentially that we're creating together. And then you'll do one down arrow who is a rival of you. And you can talk about how serious that rivalry is. Do they want you dead? Do they just not like you? Um, you know,
Boy, one of my options for Deadly Friends is a bounty hunter, and mark that one in as a rival, and man, that just writes itself.
yeah, right? Hell
I know
yeah.
exactly what's going on there.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
So random question. Are you allowed to change the names of your friends, or is that just a set?
I I'm not
Looks like you
from
can edit the field.
cool. Yeah, and I'm fine with
Oh,
that if you want. Yeah.
nice. Okay.
My bounty hunter is now named Boba Fett. I kid.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be
Little baby boba.
How many class abilities do you start with?
Just one. Yeah, it's tough.
It's a
Tough to
tough
choose.
choice. I have some cool stuff in mind too, but I like the idea of being a physiker.
Yeah, so with the healing clock, I'll just say, as people are filling out their character sheet stuff, normally you get a die to roll your healing clock, right?
Hmm.
Because Pete is a physiker, so long as he's there with you, you can add an extra dice. Now, Charles, I looked at your character sheet and I saw you also have a Sawbones. So if you can somehow get your Sawbones and Pete in the same room with you while you're healing, maybe your Sawbones is acting as Pete's medical assistant or something, right? You could have a total of 3 dice to roll healing, which the max you can heal is only 3. So you're not, but that gives you a better chance to keep up those healing clocks.
Hmm.
Yeah, all right, that's cool. Ooh, an additional XP trigger for Vengeful.
That's nice.
I like the idea of being able to walk around in the Deathlands. And all of these are great. Just all of these are wonderful. This is a good system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason this game has been it's been kind of hailed as kind of a new sort of a new experience for RP because it definitely like adds some interesting systems.
I'll find out about it.
Um, I watched the actual play that I linked. They're a video gaming channel, and they normally do like a live actual play D&D game. And they're like, hey, one of them was like, hey, could I run a game of Blades in the Dark? And I saw it, and I'm like, I love everything about this. I want to play this. Um,
Yeah, it's super fun from what I'm seeing. So I'm
Really
really
like
jazzed
how
to try it.
intentional it is. Because, like,
Yeah.
if I take Vengeful for gamey reasons, because I'm a power gamer, and it allows me to acquire more XP and more crew XP, I'm also going to be causing trouble
yeah,
because now I've got a fucking, in addition to my vice, I've got an agenda.
yeah.
It- by the way, the fifth person in here I haven't heard much from. Um, are you comfortable with foul language? I just note I
Oh, oh yeah, absolutely. You don't have to worry.
fantastic.
Tiffany, this is Powell. Powell, this is Tiffany. Tiffany's been doing D&D with us.
Hmm.
Cool.
I
Pleased to meet you.
think,
Um,
yeah, please meet you. I think we've met once during like a mage game where I was just like just watching, like I wasn't
Yeah, and
participating.
Tiffany did some NPCs for vampire games. Played a Tremere,
That
who
was
I ended
fun.
up killing.
Yep. See, that's why it was fun.
cool, cool. Well, then I won't hold back on the blasphemy and profanity.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Mm.
You know,
Almost all of my employment has been customer service, so I can do different registers, but
you've been
Go
I
steeped in
that.
mean, just press delete.
you've been steeped in human vileness before.
Oh no, I just mean like I've put a lot of points into duplicity.
Hmm.
There you go.
And then, yeah, as you're filling stuff out, I'll say, again, talking about this game. I mean, some of you, like Charles, Peter, because we've done Monster of the Week, you kind of know, uh, kind of how loose, I guess that is. Like, there's a lot of opportunity, I guess, is what I'm trying to say for people to like. You can tell me as the player and feel empowered to be like, this is what it looks like. Here's my surroundings. Here's what I'm doing. There might even be times where rather than be like, you open the door and here's what you see, I might put it on you and be like, you open the door, what are you hoping to find? Or you open the door, how about you describe me what room you walk into, right? Um, and feel empowered to be like things like, okay, it seems like this type of house would be the type that has like a dumbwaiter system that maybe we could use. Like, uh, we're all writing the story together. It's not kind of autocratic GM. Like here's what you see. Like there's levels that I adjudicate, but I'm not the only one in charge. We're all here to tell a badass crime story.
What? Where do I find heritages?
So Heritages is a document uh, that I sent.
So there was a
Uh,
specific document for heritage.
Yeah,
yeah,
there's it's
go
called
ahead, Pete.
yeah, it's called Basic Rules, Blades in the Dark Basic Rules. If you go to the drive that or Kyle showed for everybody, there's
Basic
one called
rules
Blades in
open.
the Dark Basic Rules.
I have basic rules open,
There
and
should
I was on the
be,
character creation page. Step 2 says choose a heritage.
yeah, so if you go down to, oh, I guess they're not in basic.
Yeah, I
All
don't
right.
think that they're.
No, I guess they're not in there.
So if you open my
Mhm.
pitch doc, I
Yeah,
have a
they're in the
list of
pitch doc, yeah.
heritages.
Ah, okay. I have not looked in the pitch doc yet. Yeah, I went through the basic rules and uh the another one that was much more thorough already, but
So I did put the whole rule book in the drive as well,
that
so
yes.
if you need access to the rule book itself, it's in
That one
there.
I did a scan of.
Yeah. I like because the rules are nuanced and there's a lot of granularity of things that you kind of add on to things like with the faction games and things like that, but at its core the engine is very simple, which I really like because I love a game that you can just kind of run in and have some fun, and rolling d6s picking the highest is my type of system.
Yeah, I like that. Well, it reminds me kind of it's very similar to Monster of the Week style, right?
Hmm.
Except there's a little bit more dynamics around the statistics, which I like. Because Monster of the Week was very you know, it gets kind of a bit formulaic with the rolls because you're whereas this one's a bit more dynamic as you get to choose based on what the values are there, and then you get to be a little bit more freeform with how you describe what you're doing. So it's not always just a kick some ass roll.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. They have uh tieflings.
Hmm.
I've
Though
never
they're
played never
for the
played a tief
Tekarosi,
before.
you your imagination can be utilized to describe what you look like. Like there's one who's mentioned in the lore stuff, who apparently, though no one's seen him, has a snake body instead of legs. There's one who may or may not just be a being of pure energy wrapped around ropes. Like you can, this is your like if you want to be something weird, Taikarosi's the way to go.
Yeah.
Hey Kyle, by any
Mhm.
chance could you double check my sheet to make sure I filled it out right?
Yeah.
Why does that show up in red?
Also, I'm assuming it auto saves, right?
It
Okay,
does. Yep.
cool.
Yeah, what's nice about Roll20 is it definitely helps you keep track of all your stuff. Because your character sheet's just in the exact same way it was last time you left it at the end of the game.
Yeah. Everything looks to be in order.
Is there anything you
Awesome.
need the premium account for on this, Kyle? Is there anything that's any of the features missing that you would need? So I've
No.
been considering getting a premium account for Roll20. I just don't know if we really need it.
Like I was concerned at first, and like one of the reasons invites to the game came out kind of to different people at different times and very granularly is I was concerned. I was under a false impression that without a premium account, you were limited to the number of players that could access your game.
Oh yeah,
Um,
makes
it
sense.
turns out, for instance, if I were to buy the Curse of Strahd and I had the official Curse of Strahd Roll20 layout, um, the premium account, that restriction comes to how many people can access that, right? So there is
Oh, I
a
see.
premium Blades in the Dark layout that I could have purchased for 20 bucks, but I need premium to get all of your players, so and I didn't want to spend 20 bucks, so I just made my own.
Oh, okay, cool. Makes sense.
But yeah, Tiffany looks great.
Thank you, thank you.
I will have some questions for you, as I will for everyone. Um, Specifically, I'm curious about your vice, uh, but we can talk about that. And then I have some very personal questions about your character, which I'll send you privately.
There you
Okay,
go.
sounds good.
Vice / purveyor. What's the purveyor part of that mean?
So in the basic rules, I believe, maybe not.
Well, it's basically the vice, which is your type of vice, and then purveyor is how do you achieve that vice. So mine is for my character is pleasure, and then the purveyor is theater, drugs, and lovers.
Well, and there are specific NPC purveyors as
Mm.
well that you might choose to name, to create a closer tie with them, and those are listed in the districts. You can find out um, who's purveying certain vices there. But this would, could help give you a better of idea of like where your character spends their free time when they're trying to de-stress. It could also, having a person that's kind of tied to your vice doesn't mean that, especially like for you, Charles. Like I doubt with lovers, you're probably. I shouldn't assume, but chances are you're not going to the same person over and over again.
Right.
Though maybe, or especially like plays, right? Like if if a play you want to see is at a different theater than the one you normally go to, you're going to go see the play you want to go see, right?
Yeah.
But having at least some ties will help, because one of the things that could happen if you overindulge is you could get cut off, in which case that vice purveyor will no longer offer you that vice. Um, Enemy factions, if you start pissing them off, might come after your vice purveyors as well to try to get to you. Um,
That's
so
not
like I know
cool.
for me, I'll take my vice where I can get it, but like my go-to, like on a good day, I'm going to the Vale in Night Market, the social club, and smoking my opium.
Oh, you're an opium person, huh?
Or Dream Smoke, the Duskfall equivalent.
Mm. See, my Reese Mulligan is more of a Quicksilver addict.
Mm. Yeah,
Just out of
so
curiosity,
oh,
oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
No, no, please.
I was just going to ask, is it possible to have like more than one player, like the same friend?
Sorry, you cut out there. What was that?
Oh, sure. Is it possible for like more than one PC to share like a common rival or a common friend?
So based on what everyone starts with, what's pre-generated by the character sheet, everyone has unique friends and allies. And I think this is
Gotcha.
done to help kind of generate a larger cast of players and really make it seem like a large city. However, that being said, when before we end the session, as we talk about how our characters are tied into one another, I'm perfectly fine if someone wants to be like, oh, that city clerk Petra, totally my sister, or something, right? Or if you want to create ties, because I think on some level there probably are some connections between the characters, and some that, like, perhaps you're more guarded of your close friends and allies, right?
It's funny you mentioned Petra because she is actually.
Oh, is
Um,
it?
uh, yeah, I was just curious because my rival is a blue coat, and I feel like there might be like a general consensus that
Blue
we
coats are
hate
bad.
blue coat, so that would be
Yeah,
kind of to play off of that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I like, although like she might be your personal rival, and this might be for a lot of us, right? We all have someone who's out to get us in particular, but as we're all part of the same crew, those entanglements end up becoming everyone's problem, right? And as the game progresses, this is kind of also how the game sort of writes itself, right? Is like that character who was just out to get you, if they start messing up with our scores, now it's a crew problem. They become a major threat that we have to deal with. Maybe we go on a score to handle that. Um, or maybe they find out about the crew, want to bring your friends down to stick it to you,
Oh, sure.
but yeah,
Sons of bitches.
I definitely think for some, like, blue coats in particular, or like certain other institutions, uh, I think several characters might have problems with them. Though some players might be like, blue coats are all right. Or at least maybe they have some friends working in the blue coats.
Right.
Maybe.
Because much like real life, the blue coats are kind of just another gang.
Oh man, that's so true. It's like corporate crime. Is it really anything other than regular crime?
Often it's much, much worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, once you're done filling out your character sheet, pal, no rush. Um, I
Oh,
figure
you can
we
take a look at where I'm at on it if I'm far enough. I think I'm up. I need to. I wanted to think a little more about friends,
gotcha.
uh, but I don't have to. What the hell is a sentinel? Something in particular? What is a
Not
sentinel?
not that I have found. Um, uh, so I'd let you determine what that means, right? Like, are they
So that
like
part of the field is editable too. Can I just make up a different kind of dead? Well, no, it needs to be a deadly friend
yeah,
because there's a theme here.
yeah,
So I can't just make the mate. All right, we'll take the spy. The spy is my friend.
the bounty
Actually,
hunter's after you.
the bounty hunter. Yeah,
Oh, so
Nice,
do you have to pick an enemy as well?
you do.
Oh,
well, a
okay, cool.
rival. They don't have to necessarily be an enemy.
So the
Some rivals
uptick
can
is
work
the is
together
your
with
is
you.
your buddy, and the downtick is your rival. Okay.
Yep,
Right.
cool. Yeah, so that sounds good. So I
All
think
right.
what the for the next bit, I'd like to have everyone go around, introduce their characters. Um, then we can talk about creating our crew, and after we create our crew, that's when we can start talking about character relationships because we'll have a bigger understanding of what we do as a group and how we're all related to this criminal world together. Um, so just briefly, I'll start because I gotta do some folks who aren't here, so just give you a brief overview. So I'll start with Nate's character. Nate is playing Silas Eventide. He is our group's spider, who is a criminal mastermind. He is a Scovlander noble. So Scovlanders are kind of a marginalized group over here, but they have their own kingdom, and he was a noble over in that kingdom when the Empire invaded. The Empire invaded, and his family, who is called the Turncoat House, among those who know him back home, were like, no, we're totally cool with the Imperium. You want to pollute our city? We'll run your factories. Just pay us money, please. Um, and things were going good for them until the Empire decided uh, they didn't like any Scotlander, and they saw this tides turning, and they turned to human trafficking, getting Scotlander refugees over into Duskfall for a hefty price. And as Nate lists on his character bio, uh, this was not out of the goodness of their heart. It was very predatory. Uh, and when he came of age, he took to the family business, and he is not a nice dude. Um, however, uh, there's a lot of Scotlander refugees in the city, and he is kind of in hiding. He's using his mother's maiden name, Eventide, as his last name to kind of disassociate himself from his human trafficking background, because he doesn't want people to know all the horrible things he did. Since coming to Duskfall, he's tried to give back to the community and set himself up as a legitimate businessman. But again, these are all fronts. At his core, he is a horrible human being who is out to make his life as great as possible. Um, for reference, Nathan's inspiration was Gus Fring from Breaking Bad, if you've seen the series. So kind of that level of you wouldn't expect it, but this guy will mess you up. He doesn't have his character sheet filled out yet. That's something him and I will do together, so I can't go into his dots, but that's kind of his background. Then for Cameron, um, from what we talked about, uh, his inspiration was Batman, and he's going to play a noble whose parents were murdered, and he thinks like, it makes it seem like it was probably the criminal underworld to get it, but the conspiracy runs high, right? Like someone high up in the institutions wanted his parents killed, and when that happened, he made a bargain for with a forgotten god, which the forgotten gods have names, and some seem good, like the Golden Stag. Some have creepy names, like the Blood that is shed in glory and stuff like that. No matter how they sound or how they may visualize, all of them are eldritch, Lovecraftian monstrosities. If you played a game like Bloodborne and know of their gods, that kind of the forgotten gods. These are the old pantheon that were worshipped by the people before the cataclysm and before kind of the restructuring of the world. So he pledged his service to a god of vengeance and is out to get vengeance for the murder of his parents. Uh, Much like Batman, he is a noble. He is an Akarosi, so he's from Duskfall, and his vice is faith. Specifically, he is still involved to that cult of the Forgotten God, and needs to offer him vengeance. Um, then just going to me real quick, playing Emmeline Farros. You can read her backstory up on there, but basic gist of it is kind of Cinderella crossed with the Sixth Sense. So kind of a neglected child who started seeing ghosts. Her family was not fond of that and made her watch as the spirit wardens destroyed her friends. um, and she's definitely like she is a noble too of Akarosi birth, coming from Six Towers. Um, but she's kind of a black sheep noble. Like her family was in decline. They had no money. They didn't have enough money to marry her off, so she kind of had to go off on her own. And she's now living in Night Market, doing whatever she can to not have to go home, um, doing whisper things. Uh, Her vice is stupor. So she likes to abuse narcotics specifically to the point of oblivion. And her chosen drug is dream smoke, which I kind of view as like smoked opium. Maybe
Mhm.
to a little bit less potent. It's kind of a mellow high. And in her mind, she's definitely kind of self medicating. Um, because it's the only thing that kind of dampens her attunement to the ghost field. Because her ability, Ghost Mind, means that she can always detect supernatural presence. So in my mind, she sees ghosts wherever they appear, everywhere, right? And sometimes, much like the dude in the Sixth Sense, she just needs them to stop, right? And to do that, um, she smokes out. But on at least one occasion, she's turned to the more deadly Black Lotus from which Dream Smoke is derived. And in my mind, this is more like heroin. And I could see like if her vice gets worse, right? That's kind of the trajectory she might go down. Um, as far as yeah, a slender woman in her mid to late 20s with long, dark brown hair. She's kind of, from a role play standpoint, kind of probably on the more selfish side. Um, Probably something that she views as kind of a necessity as a child of neglect. Like she had to look out for herself, and that's something she continues to do to this night. And on some level, is
This
probably the
night.
yeah, uh,
Well, it's perpetually dark, right?
yeah, yeah. Sorry, that's vampire sneaking in. Um,
There's no sun.
um, it's probably someone like people would probably assume she'd turn on you if ever it behooved her, but like on some level, this crew's probably the family she's always wanted, so she probably never would. Like, there's that dichotomy of like, I don't want to let you know that I care about you all, but I really do. Don't ever leave me. Love me. Um, yeah. So, Ghost Mind is her special ability. As far as dots on the page, she has one study. In her backstory, she was very bookish growing up because she had no friends. She turned to her Manor's library. She has survey, one dot, because um, she would explore. I have a vision of her family home as like an Adams family crossed with Clue Mansion, like all these secret passageways and underground caverns that she'd like to explore. Because of that, I have two dots in prowl as well. Um, and then two dots in attune, obviously because she deals with ghost stuff, and one dot in consort. Um, I think this is something, when she was a child, she viewed these ghosts as her friends, and she probably had conversations like them with, like she would have wanted to with human friends. But um, this is what she had at hand. As far as her strange friends, um, her ally is Lord Skurlock, who is one of the factions under the underworld. He's kind of a major deal. He is a vampire and an occultist, and he is someone who, when her parents were like, "No, you can't talk to spirits. That's not what our family did," because um, they were parishioners of the Church of Ecstasy who view the spirit world as anathema. He was like, "Hey, I'm gonna mentor you, and I'm gonna teach you your gifts," which really meant something to her. Um, because of some unique stuff about him, spirits can't see, hear, hurt, or otherwise harm or interact with him. And for whatever reason, he was like, because of that, I want to whisper with me under my thumb. Um, she views that relationship as like, this is the only one who ever believed in me. This is my mentor. But it's definitely a lot more predatory than that, I think. Like, this ally is definitely using her as his pawn. My enemy or rival is Satara, the demon that Lord Skurlock has bound, who gives him his power. So I think as Skurlock was training her, this demon um, started to view this Whisper as a potential rival, especially a Whisper who always has this knowledge of supernatural activity around her. And I don't think my character knows the the extent of Skurlock's relationship with that demon, but I think this demon, if ever she's free, um, will will have some stuff to say to my character at the very least. Um, as far as Alias, I think my character goes among friends. I think Emmeline is fine. I think in the criminal world, she just goes by M, and I think like when people need a whisper job, they like pass a business card or something like that with a very gothic just M on it, and that's how um oh, go talk to this person, right? And that kind of gives her a bit of anonymity, and it just came from like M, short for Emmeline. But like if the blue coats were to look at M, they'd probably look for people with a first name starting with M, right? So in her mind, she's super stealthy. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much my character. Um, again, hopefully, uh, I will run some games, but again, this is a light prep game. It really just needs a storyteller to adjudicate roles, and listen to what the players want to do. So if other people want to pick up and be like, uh, hey, I'll run a game. Feel free, because I'd love to play as well. You will spoil yourself to some stuff, but I'm very trusting of people keeping character knowledge and God knowledge separate. I've played with all of you before, so should be no problem. But yeah, that's me and our absentees.
Cool.
I can go next.
Go ahead.
Um, so my character is Lysander Colburn, known by most as Cole. Lysander is a Skovelander. So, as Kyle mentioned, he's kind of the oppressed people. They're essentially, in this universe, they're essentially Irish. Um, and he's also a veteran of the recent Unity War, which was the Argosi imperialists invading the independent Skovland Kingdom. When I say he's a veteran, though, I mean it on the wrong side. He was a Duskval native, as this is actually an ancient Skovelander settlement, like 1,000 years ago. And so there are still kind of impoverished Skovlanders that had lived here prior to the war. Um, and he is one of those people. Uh, him and a lot of the other Skovlanders that lived within Duskval um, were conscripted to serve within the Imperial Army in the Unity War. The Unity War lasted for like 30 years, but it ended like 2 years prior to our game time. He did not serve for those 30 years. He only served for 10 years. He was conscripted at like age 16 and returned at age 26 and is now 29. Um, Lysander and a lot like many of the Skovelander conscripts and just Skovlanders in general grew to further hate the Empire and the Imperial Army and the Bluecoats and basically anyone in power now within Duskval. Um, through this, as you can imagine, the regiment, as it was called, uh, had a very short lifespan or life expectancy as they just used up Skovlanders, kind of the Imperial Skovlanders. Cole, however, for whatever reason, managed to survive for 10 years of service. He did eventually become like a first sergeant underneath, and of course, all of the officers were Imperials. Um, and so he ended up being a first sergeant. And so upon returning home, basically he found that they mustered out once the war was over. They returned home. They couldn't leave a bunch of combat trained Skovlanders in the Skovland kind of ruins because they might try to foment a rebellion or something. So they brought them all back to the city, and they were mustered out here. Those that remained, and they were basically left in the city, whereas other regiments were given pensions or things. They returned to the city. They were all conscripts, and they said, okay, great, congratulations, you've returned to the city, your service is over. And that was it. And they all found that they were too old to take up trade work. They couldn't become apprentices, or they couldn't go back and be apprentices that they had been when they had been conscripted, so they could either become like dock workers or unskilled laborers. Some of them decided to become imperial bootlickers and join up with the bluecoats, or even the brigade, which is the local imperial army unit that is kind of housed within Duskwall. Or most just died on the streets, became like I said, unskilled laborers, or quite a few of them turned to a life of crime, which is what Lysander did. Cole decided that he wouldn't be a slave again to the Empire, and that if you're going to sell your body, you might as well enjoy your life as much as possible. And so he became a muscle for hire kind of thug, uses his military training and skills and contacts in the underworld of Duskfall. Lysander is a very large and broadly built man, short cropped red hair. It's shaved down on the sides. My inspiration for him is Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders. So he's very much a kind of military leader, disgruntled with the authorities. Um, his background is military and infantry. He is of Scovelin heritage, and his vice is pleasure, specifically theater, drugs, and lovers.
Cool.
His special ability is not to be trifled with, in which he can push himself to do one of the following, which is actually just one thing, which is he can perform a feat of physical force that verges on the superhuman.
Ooh, very
Um,
cool.
so he could engage a small gang on equal footing in close combat, without it being a desperate role, basically.
Very cool.
Yeah, for his dots, he has 1 insight, which is he has 1 dot in hunt. For prowess, he has 2 insight, but he has 3 dots total, which is 1 in prowl and 2 in skirmish. For resolve, he again also has 2 dots for resolve, but 3 dots total in that, which is he has 1 in consort and 2 in command. As far as dangerous friends, I actually filled out all 5 because Kyle and I talked about it, and I wanted to keep adding just NPCs to things. And so what I ended up doing is I ended up taking 2 friends and 3 rivals/enemies.
Hmm.
So starting with his friends, he has Sawtooth, who's a physiker, and actually his name is Dr. Sauter, who was an imperial doctor during the war that treated the Scovelander regiment. He was a legit surgeon, or he was before his gambling, um, and he gambled his military commission and fortune away. And then he went on to do the dirty work that other medical professionals maybe don't. And so Lysander and Dr. Sauter were good friends. Additionally, I have a friend of a guy named Logan, who's a vicious thug. These are my dangerous friends, by the way. Logan Brocken, who's a former corporal within the Scoveland Regiment. He's currently a dock worker, um, though he is still a friend of Lysander's, and also is aware of, or like is a friend with Dr. Sauter. Probably kind of walks around with him at times. Uh, Logan is very active, if very junior, within the Scovelander refugees and the Scoveland consulate. Kind of 2 factions that exist out there for Scovelans. As far as on the negative side of friends, of dangerous friends, 1 is Grace, who's an extortionist. What I've written for her is such a lovely name and lovely face and such a ruthless bitch. Grace buys debts and then squeezes those debts until rocks start bleeding. And maybe you can't pay, but you always have your body, so she'll find a way for you to sell that one way or another. Grace always has a use for you. So I don't know if Cole owes her money or what that looks like. She might be a purveyor of vice. We'll see. But that's an interesting thing. Also, I have a blue coat officer as one of my negative connections. Marcellus Greyvein was the most junior and newest officer above the Scovelin regiment at the end of the war. Marcellus, or Marcy to the disgruntled Scovelins, is a truly sadistic fuck. He's the worst of the Imperials and an absolute terrible person. He spent less than a year as the junior officer of the regiment before the war was over, but even in that small time, everyone was aware of his particular fetish around whipping the soldiers under his command, and frequently making up infractions to have the opportunity to punish them. After the war and the mustering out of the regiment, Marcellus was handed a commission to be an officer amongst the Bluecoats. Marcellus and Lysander hate each other, and as Lysander was the first sergeant under Marcellus's quote-unquote leadership. And then finally, I have Marlene, who is a pugilist. And all I say for this is, this fucking Severosi. Seriously, fuck Marlene, this piece of shit cavalry lancer bitch. What a wannabe Silver Nails piece of shit. He's a prize fighter and a prospect / bouncer at the Mustang, which is the Silver Nails holding. He's a bold and brash and defiant fuck who completely got fucking trounced by Lysander in the fighting pits. So go pick up your teeth, you little bitch.
But tell us how Cole really feels.
Yep, exactly.
All right, is that it?
That's it for me. Yeah.
All right, cool. I guess I'll jump into my character. My character is Reese Mulligan. Reese Mulligan is also a Scotlander. He did fight for the Scotlanders during the war. He fought for 5 years. He was in particular he was a medic. He was good with tools. His father was a laborer when he was younger, and so he's had a he doesn't come from proud stock or anything like that. He's his family are commoners, but his father was a bit of a tinker, and in the spare time he would kind of pick that up from his father. Um, Reese was married. Um, I say was because she died during the war. Um, because of that, once he found out his wife had died, he sort of kind of gave up on things and kind of he went AWOL and left the war, and ended up as a refugee in Disc Fall. And to this day, he uses his medical training, his pseudo medical training as a combat medic, to be a quote unquote licensed physician. Um, in town here. So he kind of mostly does under the table medical acts for folks, but he has a front as a a doctor for hire. Um, in terms of some more of the character details from the sheet itself, I'll just kind of start with the his abilities. So he's got one in hunt under insight. I like to think he has one in hunt because growing up sort of a commoner, that's just like kind of what you have to do to get food, And I don't know how prevalent hunting is in this world, but I like to think that could be like searching the sewers for rats, for meat or things like that. So I like to think that part of his survival has been being able to find food when he needs to. He's got two in Tinker, and that's just part of being a leech. For prowess, I went with Skirmish and Wreck. I think both of those would come from his past military training. Um, and I also picked Attune and Consort. I picked Attune because I think that after the war, I'll go into this a little bit when I jump into the indulgence stuff, but he's a drug addict, and I think that part of that, part of his wife dying and all that kind of led to him moving towards more of a tune, it's where he's kind of trying to look into the spirit world. And so I guess I'll jump into his vices. He picked Stupor. In particular, he's addicted to Quicksilver, which is if you read about Quicksilver, it's pretty fucked up. Um, I like to think that he originally started taking Quicksilver because he was trying to find his wife's ghost. Um, but at this point, he's just addicted. Um, and so it's more he just uses it for oblivion. Um, in terms of my special abilities, I picked Physicker, so that that sort of medic training transferred over to this, like his day-to-day work plus what he does for the for the crews is essentially like as crew doctor, making sure that nobody bleeds out and dies if he can help it. Um, And then in terms of his the folks he knows, his positive clever friend is Statsia, is an apothecary. That's where he gets many of the supplies for his business, as well as under the table Quicksilver, or at least they have a source for him to get Quicksilver. And then his rival is a corpse thief named Eckerd, who is somebody who is constantly trying to pilfer his business, and it is just a general nuisance to him as a whole as a doctor. Um, yeah, so that is Reese Mulligan. His alias is Stitches.
Nice, man.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyone else want to go? Powell, I know you kind of just started working on your character. It might be a little too much to jump into it now.
Yeah,
I'm
I was gonna
never
say I can
afraid
go
of
before
talking,
you.
but go ahead. Thank you, Tiffany.
Yeah, no worries. So my character, her name is Nebra Cedaman. Um, Not cinnamon, Cedaman, sorry. She is Arubian, which I believe is like sort of Middle Eastern themed. Um, so if you see her, she is always wearing a traditional head covering or hijab, and you'll rarely ever see her without. It's just not for religious reasons. She just wears it because she's just used to it. It's a cultural thing, and she finds it comfortable. So she originally grew up in Aruvia, but her immediate family recently moved to Duskfall for her father's job at the Aruvian consulate. He currently works there as an accountant. Um, and his name is Rahul Siaman. Any Skolvinder refugees might know his name because he is known to be very sympathetic to the refugees and tries his hardest to, help get them jobs that aren't like manual labor. I'll just jump to my friends. That's kind of related. So her friend is Petra, who is a city clerk. And as mentioned in the character bio, she was recently hired by her father as one of the city clerks. Um, so there's that. Her rival is basically a blue coat. I named him Aiden because that was the first white boy generic name that I could come up with. Um, and basically, he didn't do anything specific to her. It's just more a general thing to where blue coats just can't really tell us brown people apart, and they like to kind of stick their nose into our business and you know try to cause us some trouble there. Um, let's see what else. She's currently a student at Duskfall Academy. She's currently studying economics. She's hoping to, do something similar to what her father is doing. Oh, I almost forgot. He's an accountant that specifically works with the Arubian Leviathan hunters um, in Duskfall because that's very active. She currently lives with her father and her mother, who is a stay-at-home mom. Her name is Farah. She also has a younger brother that is back in Aruvia with some extended family. Let's see. Sorry, just looking at the character sheet. So her background, obviously academic. Um, though she only has one dot in study, because even though she's a student, she's not the best student. Um, she's more in the college life to, socialize and, you know, get herself out there. Um, and I guess to go along with all the dots. So in addition to her dot in study, she has two dots in finesse, two dots in prowl, and then two dots in consort. Um, because again, she wants to be more social and try to get in everyone's good graces. And it's kind of similar to what her father does as an accountant. He regularly interacts with like business people, so she kind of just wants to do that. Oh, she is a lurk, so sneaky, sneaky, hence the finesse and prowl. So her vice is basically obligation, specifically to her family. So what she does is she just basically checks in with the parents, see how they're doing. Um, Checks in with the mom mostly because she hates being in Duskfall for some reason and just is all depressed and stuff. So she just tries to, you know, keep tabs on the mom, make sure you know, she's not suffering too badly. She'll and also visit her dad at work, maybe help out with some menial tasks here and there. But yeah, just basically just being there for the family. I think the only other thing to note is one, her special ability is the Devil's Footsteps. So when she pushes herself, you choose either to perform a feat of athletics that verges on superhuman, or you maneuver to confuse your enemy. They mistakenly attack each other. So that's pretty useful. Um, And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I probably forgot stuff, so I apologize. But yeah, that's my character.
So, all right, pal. I think you're up if you're good to go.
I am always ready to run my mouth. All right. The messenger is a Taikarosi. They're short, androgynous, and unmistakably not a child once you get up close. But also, there's something wrong. Kind of have that uh, grown-up, eerie child sort of a vibe. Um, I'm not so. As some kind of background, well, all right. Their vice is weird, and I made up an institution or perhaps a facility called the Occult Stacks, a place you have to pay to get in to read. It's basically a library where you'll need to you'll get access to things based on patronage or bribery, but and it's not always useful. Of course, it's not all just practical occult knowledge. There's going to be information in there. At some point, the messenger got a taste for secrets, and now it's what gets them off. Um, they have a background in academia where they basically imagine if you were an undergrad with Indiana Jones as your advisor. um Only, this Indiana Jones is perhaps more like, can't think of a good twisted mentor from fiction, but yeah, a you're out treasure hunting, you're out hunting for secrets, and like it's going to be more of a violent and excursive and transgressive experience than it is strictly a academic or adventure experience. So this is what leads to two dots in hunt. Two dots in hunt and one in survey just came with hound. I put a dot in study for academia and also for the vice. I'm not clear on what the difference between finesse and skirmish are as far as combat goes, but I think finesse is more the messenger's style. They are into the weird shit, so attune is definitely important because you know what, dead people have secrets too. And sway because that seems more like their style for getting out of a social situation than the others do. Uh, the messenger has a friendly acquaintance, a deadly friend by the name of Velarus, who is just straight up a spy. Um, Velarus will go by a number of different names, perhaps a different name each time the messenger encounters them. Um, but the messenger knows how to get in touch with them, and they trade in secrets because sometimes the secrets that the uh, the messenger digs up actually have practical use to other state powers. And the messenger gives fuck all about borders. That doesn't matter. In the end, there are no boundaries except you between you and knowledge. Um, I'm thinking an institution or a gang. I need to learn more about the setting. Uh, Seriously screwed over the messenger. Maybe it's their former advisor before they, dropped out of their master's program. Uh, but this person is powerful, not someone they're just going to be able to take down. And the messenger wants them absolutely fucked. Doesn't just want them dead. Wants them destitute. If they die, they have to die in prison. Uh, and the messenger has definitely stepped out of line in the past, and someone put a bounty on their head. And so there is a bounty hunter trying to bring the messenger in. Um, their pet. So this is fucked up fantasy world. If you don't mind me making one up, we'll call them a slick dog, kind of like uh, they're built for running, but with skin like or fur like an otter and a face like a leopard seal. Um, It's a pack
Oh yeah.
hunting persistence hunter, but it also happens to be terrestrial and aquatic. It's not going to be as good in the water as an otter or a certainly not as good as a pinniped, because like it's also built for running on land, but it has that best of both worlds kind of thing, like cats do, where they're also good on land but are also good arboreal. And that's a a pet he's picked up in his academic days for tracking, because that was part of the program, and has maintained since. Um, More than that, I think I'd need to know more about the setting.
Cool. That's a good start. What special ability did you take?
Uh, oh yeah, vengeful. We went with vengeful.
Got cool.
Nice.
Awesome.
Very
And
cool.
the one question I have for you, just straight out the gate, is have you thought about what heritage Valeris is, your spy? Is he an Akarosi spy? Is he working for a foreign power in Duskfall?
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking a foreign power. I don't know if their heritage, if Valeris's heritage is even might not even be the people they're working for. Like
Oh, okay.
they in fact, it might not even be clear who they're working for. We can make
Hmm.
that up if it comes relevant later on. Maybe
Yep.
maybe the messenger's impression is that they sell secrets to a number of different people at different times. Oh yeah, at one point I thought they were working for so and so, but then they did this, and I'm like, you wouldn't do that if you were working for so and so. Who's maybe you're working for the other, but then that doesn't make sense.
Cool. Love it. Cool.
Nice.
Um, cool. So next we'll move into crew before we form up character relationships. Since again, it'll probably be best to understand how we all work before we talk about how we all work together. But before we move on, anyone have questions about other people's characters? Anything they need cleared up or um, anything like that?
Mm-mm.
So
No?
the pet, is that, would you say that it's kind of like a mutt of sorts or a hybrid, or would you, what would you consider that to be?
I don't think the particular species is differentiated into breeds, but yeah, I do mean the whole species. Slick dogs are a species, and they're maybe they're not, maybe they're domesticated, maybe they're not. Like this could just be a kind of like keeping a tame wolf. Um,
Oh, okay.
or it
I was
could
going
be
to
a
ask.
domesticated thing that the Leviathan hunters use. Um, because like you don't always go out in boats, right? There's two kinds of whaling. There's
Hmm.
whaling where you go
Yeah.
out on the ship and you drag the thing somewhere and you cut it up, and there's whaling where you set up on the island, which is actually what the Wellerman song is about, where you get dumped on an island somewhere with longboats, and then supply ships come by to pick up the oil, the resource you've been attracting, but you're on that island just watching for whales to go by. And then you go out when you're longboats and you hit them and you drag them back and you process them. So depending on how we want the Leviathan thing to work, they could have the island thing going as well. And that might be where slick dogs come from. These people use them for hunting in the coral reefs around the islands.
Yeah, or it could be because the Leviathan hunters are definitely more the big steam ship vessel type thing, but the slick
Hmm.
dogs could be like a native population Leviathan hunting, like the old school, uh, an old tradition, right?
All right, sure, like the Faroe Islanders
Hmm.
who did that jump out of the boat onto the fucking whale and impale it, and then like try to get back in before shit gets real, kind of thing. They may have had a different technique. And like, would you be all right with there being like multiple methods being employed for the Leviathan hunting? Like that they do the ship thing, and there are still populations out there recovering them and getting by as market hunters?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So basically, the average resident is not going to go to like the local pet store to find some dogs. You have to go find them through other means.
Well, I think it would be okay if slip dogs were more. I mean, it's okay with me as far as my character concept goes. If slip dogs are more widely available, I was just talking about where they came from.
Mhm.
That
I see. Okay.
they would be more if they are something that's well domesticated, like long term. It wouldn't be like uh Eurasian dogs where you've got a number of different breeds. It'd be
Yeah.
more like the
Yeah, not
Papua New
yippy.
Guinean yelling dog, where like
Oh,
every dog on Papua New Guinea is a yelling, or from there is a
gotcha.
yelling dog. It's
Okay.
all one big land race.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, gotcha.
Whoa.
Hey, Cameron.
Hey,
Yo,
Cameron.
Cameron.
Oh,
How's it going?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Can you hear
Yes.
us?
Yeah.
So Cameron, we were just doing character introductions. I gave a brief overview of your character, but you can probably do a better job than me from what I remembered of our one conversation we had. So if
I'd
you
Okay.
love to
want
hear
to
a
kind of,
review of Cameron's character, but I need to step away for a minute.
yep, no worries. We'll give you a little bit of time while Cameron gets settled.
Yeah, just give me a sec here. My laptop is still being really slow for some reason.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Also, I misspoke earlier when I said the brigade was the Imperial military. It's actually the fire brigade. The Imperial military is the Imperial military. So
Yeah, no worries, man.
yeah. Though I imagine the brigade, and Kyle can correct me if I'm wrong, but the brigade to me seems more in line, even though their PR says they're like they're the firefighters and that they're beloved for life-saving heroism. They strike me more like Tammany Hall firefighters.
Yeah,
Uh,
100%. I think it even
where
says in there like they're loved for putting out the fires. They're hated for starting them and extorting people for.
yeah, like they only show up if you've paid your monthly fire tax kind
Your
of thing.
fire
Yeah,
protection tax.
Uh-huh.
yeah. This whole city's fucked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh
That's
yeah.
why we do lovely
Mhm.
crimes here.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you want me to just talk about my character concept?
That'd be great. Yeah.
All right. So, we're talking about different character concepts in this world. A few like a week or two ago, and I went with I was thinking what would be kind of cool in this kind of world, and I went with kind of the idea over my character is more or less kind of like a Batman character type thing, only with some variations on that theme. Basically, uh, I'm mm, I am a like noble born from like the richest part of the city. Probably a very important prominent family. Parents family were killed, massacred somehow, and when I was like younger, and maybe I've been taken care of by someone like the family butler or a someone who's been assisting the family, or maybe some kind of apprentice or something. And but by night, I go and I am by night I work with a crew and right wrongs and try to suss out the criminal underworld, the like find the people who murdered my family and bring them to justice. Of course, I think personally, like given their relevance, importance, and given the corruption in the city, that corruption probably goes all the way like to the top, right? It was probably like maybe some gang or thugs actually like killed my parents, but they were set in motion by someone else, right? It was a big conspiracy, and I have not even unraveled any bit of it. I'm just here I'm here to sort of find that right now. And I think one of the things I chose for a vice is faith. I think unlike Batman, I think this character may have made some pledge or some deal with one of the old gods, and to get vengeance, uh, and that is like sort of something that he has dedicated as part of his cause. It's not just it's deeper than personal. It's like it's religious now, right? It's like I will get vengeance. That is like I have made a deal with the gods to get vengeance. Does that sound good? I don't know.
That sounds great, man.
Nice. Yeah. And now, we had talked a little bit about this personally, but like you are a noble, you said. To what extent do you think others know of your nobility? Like you are a slide. Do you hide the fact that you're a noble from your crew, or are you open about that?
I think I hide that.
Okay.
I think, and I think similarly to Batman, like my noble life is not actually what is prominent to me to my crew. To my crew, I am the knight. I am vengeance, right? Whereas, like, because like in the end of the day, Bruce Wayne sees himself more as Batman than he sees himself as Bruce Wayne, right?
Yeah. Cool.
Do you have a butler named Alfred by chance?
Maybe. I think there is someone who has kind of helped raise me and has sort of is somewhat assisting me on this path. Basically managing the day to day of my family's, noble enterprises or whatever, and something like that. Maybe. I haven't quite decided on that aspect yet, but yes, there is someone else involved. But yeah.
The other thing, and I know, like, you'll still need to think of a name. I won't put you on the spot for that because names are important. I get
Yeah.
that. But we also went through like what our character special abilities were and what dots we placed. I know you haven't filled out your character sheet yet, but did you want to do that in real time and kind of look at it and talk through your thought process?
I can look at it. Let me see here. So there's uh, prowess, resolve, and insight.
Yeah, and you have four dots that you can spend in any of the abilities listed in those
So
things.
4 per each or 4 total?
Four total.
Okay. So I could put 1 dot in one of these 12 things.
Or two dots in something and two dots in something else. Anything that equals four. You just can't go
Right.
above a maximum of two dots in
I
something.
could put 4 dots in hunt and have nothing else.
No,
No.
you can't go above two dots. in
Oh,
character.
can't go above 2 dots. Okay.
Yeah. So you could put
So
two in hunt, two in study, and nothing else if you so choose, for instance.
gotcha. Are there some that already come populated with
I
my
do.
character?
Yeah. Yeah. Don't
Okay.
don't
Okay.
change those. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Did you
Nice.
did you put in your character class at the top?
I did.
Yeah. And so that's four in addition to what you start with.
Okay.
So a total of 7 dots should be at the end.
Gotcha.
Which
I mean,
class
I
were
think
you?
slide.
Missed that one.
They're the subtle manipulators and spies.
But my character concept is I am basically Batman. I run with a crew, but I'm actually like an orphan child of a noble family. My parents were slaughtered,
So he's
and I'm
kind of
trying to find
sliding us.
yes, and I'm trying to
Gaslighting is
bring
correct.
those who killed them to justice. In the meantime, I'm working with a crew in the underworld. Yeah.
Right.
The I need to look at what these things mean. What does
Uh,
hunt mean?
So if you hover over each one, it'll give you a little pop-up that says. So
Ah,
hunt a target, gather information.
okay, gotcha.
So
Let me look at.
Batman-y. Skirmish sounds very Batman-y because he punches people a lot.
Yep.
Prowl
But
sounds
so
very Batman-y because
yep,
he sneaks around.
finesse could also be good. Being able to
Tinker also
sleight of
sounds
hand,
good.
Rex sounds good because Batman is very intimidating, but like,
right?
Yeah,
oh,
it's like
Tinker, yeah, because he's a gadget hero.
Right.
right. Yeah, like prowess and like some of the insight ones look right. Like
I think
yeah,
consort might also be something you end up having, or
Well,
maybe
he gets
sway.
one
He's
base
got
starting
points in consort.
yeah.
as a slide. Yeah.
I start with summon consort and sway.
Okay.
Let me look at my special abilities. Rook's Gambit. Take 2 stressful. Your best action rating while performing a different action. Wait.
So this is
So
the one exception to don't be a weasel, right? This is where you can be like, I want to sway, but I have my highest dots in tinker, so I'm going to tinker instead of sway.
Okay.
You're the only class that kind of can do that. Like anything could be rolled for anything, but you're the only one who can make an outlandish claim and be like, "I'm just Rook's Gambiting it." You still have to explain how,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And the consequences, of course, could be different based on that role too, right?
And you're
yeah,
eating
you will
stress
take it.
about it.
Yeah, you'll take it as at you
As
will
stress.
have
Okay.
it better than someone who is trying to be like, I tinker in something that ought not be tinkered, right?
Gotcha.
Because of Rook's Gambit, like you can feasibly do it. Um,
Gotcha.
that's what, yeah, that's why it's a special ability for you, because you're the only class that can kind of fudge that core rule.
Nice. Okay.
I could also see you take like a dot and survey, since it's also understanding what's going on, sensing trouble before it happens, gathering information.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. So for special abilities, how many special abilities do you get? 2?
Just one.
Just one. Rook's Gambit's pretty good. Cloak and Dagger's pretty good, and like looking into a mirror is pretty good.
What
You
are
could-
those?
So Cloak and Dagger, when you use a disguise or other form of covert misdirection, you get plus 1d 1 dice on rolls to confuse or deflect suspicion.
Oh, so this is how Bruce Wayne does the matches Malone shtick, where he's
Right.
basically just being Columbo
Yes.
as a dock worker, and it works.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
that might be a good one based on what you talked about in your background of like really kind of gaslighting us, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
Like,
I like
hey,
that one a lot.
I know it's like, hey, like I know how to break into this warehouse because I might own it, but how did you get a key? I know a guy.
Yeah.
The
I
guy
am
is
that, but I am that guy,
Yeah.
right?
Well, you could say, well, I know the manager.
Yeah, or I
I know the night manager. What you don't say is that you hired the night manager.
right. Exactly. And the other one was like looking into a mirror. You could always tell when someone is lying to you.
that one's good. I think personally I like Cloak and Dagger the
Same.
best.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger's pretty much yeah. Rook's Gambit's also just solid. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with that one, but I think
Well,
Cloak
as
and
you
Dagger's
level up, you can take more abilities.
okay.
This is just what you start with.
Yeah, I
And
think
like
I'll start.
based on your
Yeah,
backstory, it sounded like that was probably the best fit of where
yeah.
you're coming from.
I think that fits where I'm coming from. So I think that's a good one to do. Yeah, I like that. And let's see here.
Is Batman? Yeah, is he a punching type person? Is he a shooting type person in your mind? Does
I
he get
mean,
into
this
combat
is
at
where
all?
like if I were to have got like basically I think there's like the other one of the other classes like the Hound or something like that.
Mhm.
I got the Hound. So you can be punchy Batman. Just put a dot in skirmish.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. And so basically I think the slide works with the concept I'm going with better than the Hound, and that's why I went with slide versus Hound. But I
Yeah,
did look at
'cause
both.
the Hound isn't built for the double identity, and the slide
No. This
totally is.
the slide is way more built for that. Yeah. Whereas the Hound is just pure punchy Batman.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mostly ask because because skirmish is like skirmish. It's like like facing against an opponent.
Mhm.
Prowl literally is ambushing,
I am the knight. Yeah.
backstabbing, jumping from a rooftop to tackle somebody.
I
Like
think Prowl makes more
could
sense
be
actually.
that.
I
You
am the
think one or
knight.
two dots?
I think one I'm going to start with. I have 4. I'll play around a little bit. Let me see here. Look at the other ones.
Yeah, I think if I was building this character in a in like an RPG, I think or like a you know video game, he'd have a lot of prowl just because it's also traversing obstacles. So I see this character
Yep.
doing the like running across the rooftop, doing a little parkour,
Yep.
chasing down a guy, and then jumping off a building, Assassin's Creed style.
Yeah. I see that too. I think Prowl is definitely one. Um I'm looking at survey.
Now that being said, taking a dot in skirmish, because as Pal said, once you've blown your
Your
Yeah.
cover.
your
Yeah.
cover, you're gonna have to fight the
Ti-
guy. So
It's
Time to
beat
get
down
punchy.
time at that point.
Or
and,
go
like,
find
yeah.
S, and that's where everyone that's where you betray your noble heritage.
Right.
or quite literally, you're the character that you jump off a roof, stab him once, and if you miss, you climb back up the roof and leave, and then
Right.
try to meet him someplace else. Like,
Yeah. Because I think survey and tinker are pretty good.
I mean, if you want to be a gadget Batman, that even sounds like Tinker and Skirmish sound like ones, if you wanted to put more than one dot in them, would be good candidates for that. But like,
Yeah.
I think Prowl sounds pretty essential too. Also consider that the more first dots you have under the same heading, the better your character will be at resisting, which will be a mechanic we'll be engaging with a lot.
yeah, so one of the things you missed, Cameron, is that while there's 4 dots horizontally, which is
Mhm.
your rank in that specific I don't know,
Attribute.
attribute type thing.
Attribute.
Yeah, you have 3 categories: insight, prowess, resolve, and the vertical line there, the very first vertical column, is your ranking in that.
So the
When
first time you get a second
bad-
dot.
And the
No,
when
yeah.
So when bad stuff happens, you don't roll sway to keep it from happening. You roll sway to get a thing done. And then like bad thing happen and you're going to resist it. You're going to say, no, that didn't happen like that, or it happened a little less, or it didn't happen at all. Then what you'll be rolling is the number of first row dots you have under that heading.
Oh, okay.
So if you had 1 dot in hunt, 1 in study, 1 in survey, and 1 in tinker, then when you used insight, you would roll 4 dice.
Gotcha.
But if you had right now, the way resolve is just with the points you get, you roll 2 dice because you have consort and sway. The fact that you have 2 dots in sway doesn't matter for that.
Okay, so I'm thinking just initially survey, tinker, prowl, and skirmish. I put 1 dot in each of those. I'm not sure if I want to switch them around. I mean, I could switch some around, but that's what I'm kind of aiming at the moment. I think those are the 4
I think
skills.
that's perfectly valid.
That's very good. Yeah, that makes you very well rounded.
Yeah. And then I come with 2 already in resolve for
Yeah.
being a slide.
Exactly.
So.
Cool. And then the final thing, you have sly friends right under that. So if you mark an up arrow, that'll make one your friend, and if you mark a down arrow, that'll make one a rival or an enemy. And so just choose the ones that you like, and
Cool.
and talk about why why you think they're your friend or rival. I will say, as a slide, one of your sly friends is Bezo Baz. This is an important name to know. He's a major NPC. He is the leader of the Lamp Blacks, one of the
Okay.
criminal factions of the city.
Gotcha.
Having him as a friend is very powerful. Having him as an enemy, well, there's your
Also very powerful. Different direction.
right. That's the Joker then at that point, or
Yeah,
well,
because
let's do
I'm
another
thinking
one of the
like,
gangster bad guys.
do I have to pick one? Do I have to pick friend or ally enemy for each one?
You just need at least one. So one friend, one
friend, one enemy.
If you
Okay.
want more, you can, but you need at least.
Also, I really like the Lamp Blacks backstory. They're the former Lamplighter Guild that once everything was replaced with electricity, they all turned to crime.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I am probably the enemy of that guy. I think he might be the gang I'm after. Like it was their
Ooh.
gang that like killed my parents, maybe.
They are known as a fearsome gang of leg breakers.
Right. And like maybe, and the truth is maybe it wasn't even them, but that's who I think did it for now.
Okay.
Right. And then a
Yeah.
jail.
Batman
that
doesn't really have an ally who's a gang leader. I mean, there's Catwoman, but she's very much a solo operator.
He's more likely to have a tavern owner or a prostitute or a jailbird, actually.
Yeah, you could have someone like Harker, a jailbird, who like a mentor, right? Who like taught you
Yeah.
a lot of like the criminal stuff you end up having to do, right?
And what's Harker's background?
A jailbird.
That's it. Okay, so he's not.
You make up whatever else you want.
Okay.
Bazo Baz is just special in the thing. Are these other people actually identified in the text, or is Bazo
Some
Baz the
are,
only one?
some are. Like I know as a whisper, I have one who's a known entity in Six Towers, but or for instance, Lord Skurlock, who I chose, is a faction as well.
Okay. Okay.
Mm.
Some of the smaller ones, like the random constables and stuff like that, I don't think are.
So I think Harker's not a bad one. If he doesn't have a backstory, I think that he's a jailbird because he he's the one who taught me you can make deals with the old gods.
Okay.
And he also helped maybe train me a little bit. And he's like, no, that and maybe that's why he was in jail, actually, right?
hmm
That
For
makes
like profane religious
Yeah,
practices.
profane religious practices, exactly. Yeah,
Oh,
like
can't have that. 20
yeah,
years, 20 years, can't have that.
he went to jail, but he knows a few things about the is it are they called the old gods or the what are they
The
called?
Forgotten Gods.
The forgotten gods, yes. So maybe he was the person who I know who's like, I know some forgotten ways
hmm
that we haven't, that ways that we that most, that like Palpatine, like, not, you can't learn these ways from the rest
Yeah,
of the nobles.
and I mentioned this to the others when I was talking about your character, but just so you're aware as well, with these Forgotten Gods, like they may appear in pleasant forms, perhaps, but no, all of them are like Lovecraftian eldritch horrors, right? Like these are all things like man
Yeah,
was not meant to know, right?
yeah.
Cool.
And
Awesome.
no, and that is, I think, an interesting twisted part of my character that will be fun to explore at some point.
Yeah.
where in his like hero's revenge journey is he? Like is he just setting out on this? Has he been doing it for a while? Does he is are the Lampblacks like the gang that supposedly like went up the river for the murder of your parents and now you're out to seek vengeance? Like what does that look like?
Yeah, I think it was some thugs who killed the parents, and the rumor, and they probably went to jail or something already, but like rumor is they worked for
Okay.
Bazo Baz,
Okay.
and
He's
I think,
Bezos. God
Yeah.
yeah,
damn it.
literally Jeff Bezos, the
Yep.
gang leader.
Gotcha.
Um,
But your
It's
character
got nothing
basically
like him if you know.
so it sounds like maybe your character tried to get justice, through
Right.
legal channels, was
Yeah.
rebuffed, and is now taking matters into his own
Well, and
hands.
I like to think that the investigation considered over. People are in jail. That's it. It's done. But there's
Yeah.
more to it, and I know there's more
100%.
to it. And like that's what I'm doing. I'm like, I
Yeah.
know there's more to it, and I know that I can't rest until the city is safe from these bastards.
I
But
definitely think like the Lamp Blacks were scapegoats. Like I like
Yep.
that. Like I think I like the idea that your
yeah.
parents' death came from a higher power. Perhaps
Oh yeah.
the
I
highest of institutions,
Yeah,
right?
I do not think I know that at this point, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I think he's somewhat early in that hero's journey, in that
Yeah.
he whatever the case is, he probably was in seclusion. As far as the other nobles are concerned, he's just that messed up orphan rich kid who sometimes shows up at events but is generally a recluse,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Was not raised by his parents, but his family comes from a lot of money that he still inherited, so whatever.
Yeah.
Um, and that's about it. As far as anyone's concerned, it's similarly like no one expects billionaire playboy Bruce Wayne to actually be working with in the criminal underworld at all, or would even touch that part of the city.
Well, I think your identity, your double identity, will still work well, considering we have two other nobles. Being that Nate was a Scovlander noble and
Mhm.
only has relatively recently came to Nightfall, so might not know the established nobility of the city. And my
Right.
character was kind of a shut-in for a noble family that didn't have enough money to do the society thing, right? So
Right.
I might not know that many people anyway. So
Yeah. And like, yeah, cool.
awesome.
Yeah, like Kyle's, your character, your family maybe received, annual invitations to things, but it was very much a courtesy invitation because
Yeah.
clearly it had like $1,000 per plate, uh, you know, expected donation that you weren't gonna do.
Yeah, I definitely think like they talk about like all the noble families are somehow involved with Leviathan hunting, right? And like all the head noble families are the owners and operators of Leviathan hunter crews. And I think like my family is old Duskfall money who like invested heavily in coal, and now that we're like moving into electricity, are like, well, shit, we fucked up.
Right. That's good.
Cool.
I like it.
Um, all right. So yeah, think of a name on your on in your own time, Cameron, and just let us know when you have one, and I'll change your character sheet to reflect that. Cool. So now we'll talk about crew. So for this,
Yeah.
I'll go into reputation because rep is going to be a thing we do. So if everyone goes into their character sheet and Cameron, where you see character mode over your playbook name, if you click that, that'll move you into crew mode. All right. So the first thing we need to decide as a group is our crew type. Assassins, Bravos, Cult, Hawkers, Shadows, or Smugglers. Now, based on the survey I sent out, the only one that everyone was on some level interested in was Smugglers. So we can go full speed ahead Smugglers and get started with that. Or if someone wants to make an argument for another type real quick, we can do that.
We just lose Cameron.
Yeah, he'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's probably just
Hey.
dealing with
I'm
laptop
back.
stuff. There you are.
Yeah, my laptop just rebooted randomly. It was an auto update.
Weird. I hate it when that happens.
Love it when
Spelling
Windows decides it. No, this is over when I say it's over.
right. Well, apparently I turned my laptop off for like 3 days, and suddenly Windows is like, "Hang on, you didn't let me update."
Yeah.
So yeah, no.
Well, we were
I
talking
like
about crew, so like,
Okay.
and
So,
I think
Cameron, do you see? Are you on your crew sheet now?
No, but I can. I'm on my character sheet.
Yeah. So where it says character mode, if you click that once, it'll
it's
take you to crew
top
mode.
right.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Cool. And this is where we need to decide who we're going to be. So one thing I'll say about the crew. So any type of crew can take any type of score. So if, for instance, we're assassins, we could still go on a score which involves thievery or spying, something that people would think are more in line for shadows. All that our crew type will do is our group will be known for that primarily. So if we are smugglers, for instance, we will be known as smugglers. And if someone has a smuggling job, they will come to us with that before other things. And it'll also determine how our crew levels up and special abilities we get. So obviously, smugglers become better at smuggling things, assassins become better at killing things, shadows become better at
Shadowing.
using things. Yeah.
All
So
right.
as said, according to the poll I sent out, it seemed like everyone had at least a passing interest in smugglers. That's the only one that had full green.
Mhm.
Uh, but if someone wants to make an argument for another type, I'm cool to hear it. Um, but this is the only thing we do need to decide together because we all share the same crew.
I like smugglers.
Yeah, smuggler seems to make sense.
Are there any
Who
like
didn't
you
like
said
Shadows?
Okay.
I didn't see the poll. Who didn't like Shadows?
I think I just selected one.
Cameron, Nathan, Peter.
I think
But
I just
so I sent
yeah,
out
but
a
I think I just
poll and I
selected
said
one.
pick 3.
Oh, okay, my bad. I think I only picked one.
No, you picked 3. I
Oh,
have your
okay,
3.
good.
You picked Bravos, Cults, and Smugglers.
Oh, okay, cool. Ooh, cult sounds fun.
Colt does sound
I
fun, but it's very
also
much
picked.
good.
I was the only other one who picked Colts, Peter, because of my character's like background. But yeah,
Colt sounds fun, but it's gonna very much like determine
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying.
the flavor of the thing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess they all do, really.
yeah.
yeah.
I think my 2 cents on it. I think smugglers is cool because I think in Duskfall the things you smuggle aren't necessarily the same things that you smuggle in the real life. So like smuggling ghosts, smuggling esoteric essences, smuggling old tomes, right? And I think all of our character classes could in some way serve that. That being said, I personally, my number one was Shadows. I think like the that leads best to like the heist.
Hmm.
Um, Bravos, I could see us doing. I think we have a lot of people thinking like Charles, Peter, Nate, me to a certain extent, with a lot of anti-imperial or at least anti-institutional grudges,
Hmm.
and so being kind of firebrands, anarchists. Uh, yeah, I could see something in that nature, right? Perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
Cool. Smugglers works.
I like smugglers as well. I think it works. Yeah.
I could see Shadow as well. Like, doing. I like the idea of heists. I'm just trying to see how. I guess it doesn't really matter if all of our characters fit exactly into that, right? Like you said, we could do any type of job.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
I think also because I pitched Smuggler pretty hard to people at different times, and I think part of that pitch is that if you've seen Peaky Blinders, they're a criminal organization, but they are known to be smugglers. They still rob people, they still kill people, they still do a lot of organized crime type things. Uh, but what they're like day in and day out trade, what their like underlings are doing, like the smallest jobs, are going to be bringing in and taking things out of the city.
Makes sense. They also work the betting house too, right?
Well, they take that over in a gang war. So they take
Okay.
basically equivalent. They take over turf, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Right. So the kind of crew we are determines the kind of the kind of thing we're going to get into. So what does a turf square do if you take a turf square?
So turf um, it's kind of like on this board, like RP wise, you'll actually get more street, and I'm planning on making a map of our territory so we can kind of see as our gang grows. Um, but mechanically, you need you need enough turf as you are in tier. So if we want to raise in tier, we need at least one turf.
Mm,
Okay.
But other than that, it doesn't give a mechanical benefit. It's kind of like a pact almost.
Right. And of course we can only get to tier 4.
Hmm.
Tier 5 is for something and tier 6 is NPC. Is tier 5 and 6 are NPC only.
Correct.
Correct. Yep.
the tier 5 and 6
Okay.
would be like government level, right? Or
Well,
like
tier 5 is the highest you can be as an NPC, and then tier 6 is the essentially Methuselah level kind of.
Yeah. There are only two tier 6, and it's the Lord Governor and the Imperial Military, and that's like it. You can understand what going against the Imperial Military would be like, but
yeah. So I mean that would be like
I
a
think of
Pablo
Lord
Escobar
Governor.
type situation, right? Where like you
Yeah.
eventually get to the point where you're so you're so fucking your criminal organization is so pervasive that it just takes over the government. But that's
Yeah,
that's a
Or
serious amount of
you've become a
info.
nuisance to the government enough that they finally send in the military.
well,
Yeah.
that's
Exactly.
Yeah.
the idea is that they're essentially tier 6 is essentially limitless resources, right? They can
Yeah.
always keep calling up more soldiers.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's like
Yeah.
GTA. The cops never die.
I
Yeah.
mean they do, but they never stop coming.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah,
So
no, I like this. I like these things that we can upgrade to as well. Plus, looks like the smugglers are really good at ditching heat.
mhm.
Like
Yeah.
there's 2 different special abilities for lowering heat. The all hands and just passing through, and then the cover operation -2 heat per score.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
is
I didn't even notice
everyone?
that. That's kind of cool.
What was that?
Sorry. I was just saying, that actually sounds pretty cool. Honestly, I didn't realize that was a thing. That's specific.
Yeah. So is everyone okay with smugglers? Does anyone have? Speak now if you're like I'd really prefer not. Okay, sweet. Smugglers it is. So you can type that in your
Yay.
crew thing, and it will generate. So we start at tier 0. And again, Cameron, I mentioned tier. You can essentially think of as level, as Charles and Powell were kind of talking about. So at tier 0, going up against a level 1 is going to be hard. Tier 0 going up against like uh, the city council, which I think is like tier 4, would be like walking out of Tearsfall Glades into Western Plaguelands and getting a plague bear to the face. Like
Hmm.
it's a tough road. Um, we start with 0 rep. That's something we'll need to. Oh wait, no, I'll come back to that. Sorry. So first thing after that, we have to choose our initial reputation with other underworlds. So as smugglers, this is what the other criminal elements of the city will think of us, and we can choose from a couple here. We can choose from ambitious, brutal, daring, honorable, professional, savvy, subtle, or strange.
Where is that on the sheet?
Uh, this would be where it says name and then next to it reputation. If you're reading the basic rules, this is under
Oh, I see. So
control.
those. Okay, I see.
This has no mechanical benefit. This is solely an RP decision.
Okay.
What were the options again?
Ambitious, brutal, daring, honorable, professional, savvy, subtle, or strange. And perhaps the other thing, would it be better maybe to talk about what we're known for smuggling before we consider our reputation?
Sure.
Okay,
Do we have to
so
pick one particular item, or can it just be like a mix?
so again, we will be able to smuggle anything, just like we could take any job, but we will pick a favored cargo type. So, like,
Hmm.
this is what we are known for smuggling, right?
Yeah.
And
Gotcha.
these are the options that we can choose from. We could choose arcane/weird. So these are things like spirit essences, goats, or cult materials. We could
I
pick
think that's the
arms.
one.
What? Let him go.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the others are, but I also do feel like that's the one.
We could
I'd
pick
like to hear
arms,
the others.
restricted military weapons, heavy ordnance, and explosives. Contraband, high tax luxuries, drugs, banned art, etc. This is kind of more, think, real world smuggling stuff. Or passengers, people or livestock traveling in secret.
I like the first one.
I like them all.
Yeah, I like
I'm
them
I'm
all.
I'm pretty ambivalent. They're all pretty good.
I do like them all. I think specifically having Kyle's character with kind of being a ghost mind could be cool to have arcane and weird.
Hmm.
Um,
With my
and
character's vice being a
cult related.
cult-like thing, yeah,
Mhm.
there's that would actually fit with his character as well. Probably why
Yeah.
this crew over others he picked, right?
And
Was that is your
with my
vice weird?
character's
I didn't see that.
My vice is
Vice is
faith,
faith.
but
Oh, okay.
faith in the forgotten gods.
My vice is weird, so that definitely would give,
Yeah.
we're shitting where we eat here.
Yeah,
uh
we have 3 people I think who could work for weird. I could also see actually Pete's character being interested in that based on his quest for
I agree.
his wife.
yeah,
I
exactly.
will
Just because of
speaking for
yeah.
Nate. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Pete.
No, I was just gonna I was gonna make the same point you were. I was just gonna say that based on the fact that he uses Quicksilver and he has this past where he's looking for the ghost of his wife or some answers. I think that's perfect. Yeah, I like that.
I will say for Nate's purpose, since he couldn't be here, he was known for smuggling people. Uh, but I could see him branching out too, right? But I think because I could see perhaps Nate being one of the founders of the crew, right? Like
Mhm.
because he had the infrastructure in place.
That's true.
But
He could If I was to make it, if I had to like try to come up with a connection point, he could still be he could be smuggling arcane / weird things out of like the
Mhm.
Skovland
Oh,
area.
like stolen relics and stuff like that.
hmm
That could be the
But
same for Arubia specifically, yeah.
How do you feel about arcane / weird, Tiffany? You feel comfortable stealing those things?
Yeah, I
Being
think my
our lurk.
character benefits the least from it, but at the same time, like she is still fair. It might be more useful for her in the future.
And this is just the thing we're known for, not necessarily like all the jobs we'll take, right?
Yeah. Like
Correct.
this is probably how we made a name for ourselves initially, right? Like we came together as a crew, did an arcane weird / smuggling job, and people were like, "Oh, damn, there's a new outfit on the streets," right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's probably okay with it because we occasionally come across Ruby and stuff. So
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
All right. So under cargo types, you can. Uh, I guess you can't click it, but under notes or something, you can put arcane / weird. So knowing that we're smugglers of arcane artifacts.
You can delete the others actually.
Oh yeah,
Oh, you can?
you can just click it. Yeah. So we're arcane weird.
Oh, okay, cool. Um, how do you think other gangs on the street think of us? What's our reputation? So again, they're ambitious, brutal, daring, honorable, professional, savvy, subtle, or strange.
See, I like professional and savvy.
if we're gonna double down on flavor, going with strange would fit.
Yeah, that works too.
There's something to be said for specializing, but we didn't choose cult, so
But what about honorable?
no.
Okay.
No, I don't think that fits most of us.
I could see professional probably over honorable.
I could see ambitious too. I mean, cult like weird items probably considered somewhat ambitious compared to other things.
Well, and ambitious, we're starting from zero and we're trying to go somewhere. Ambitious is definitely going to fit the track of the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if we need to pick that as our reputation though.
I'd be okay with professional. Professional, like you remember Meet the Sniper?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That kind of professional.
I'm okay with professional, but like, I guess what level of professional are we talking about? Like, are we gonna be wearing matching outfits or what?
Well, I think
What are we going to do?
when I think professional, my mind kind of goes to we probably did a job for someone and like a professional and like we did it by the books, like we didn't try to screw them over, like
Right.
what was agreed upon was delivered for the price, like
Yeah. And
we
that's
ran it like a business, which I
that's
could
what
also see again if Nate was initially the founder of the infrastructure, I could see that being part of his hand in it, right? Since he
right.
is a very noble, uh, professional type
Yeah,
dude.
it's
He
like the
could,
Golden Company out of Game of Thrones, right? They're like considered like the only army that, or the only sellswords that never retreat, and they always come through on their whatever they're promised, right? So that the idea that
But that yeah.
yeah
and there
that
could be a time where like we had stolen something that maybe it would have been beneficial, or we were smuggling something that maybe it was beneficial that we kept, right? Like we could have maybe used it to our benefit, but we're like, no, we.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So someone approached us about something we were selling, and they're like, "Yeah, I'll pay you 3 times as much." And we were like, "Well, we're kind of under contract about this. You want to talk to so and so? We can talk to our other customer and see if they're interested in your contact information. In which case, we'll like provide your contact information to them." And they're like, "No, we're going to buy it from you for 3 times as much. Of course, you're going to pay us this. How about 3.5?" We're like, "Not how it works." And they're like, "Okay, shooting time," and
Mhm.
we stuck with it. And
I
maybe
do like
maybe
the idea of being somewhat of a business. Like that does appeal to me.
Sweet.
yeah
Sorry
I
to cut.
like that.
It
Yeah.
could be that we're not very professional at all. It's just that's what people think of when they come to us.
Well, I don't
No,
know
they're
if I want to
totally
play the I don't know if I want to play the red herring card on our reputation, but
well. No, I mean
Well,
like yeah,
I mean,
like kind of
Cameron has a little bit of a point, right? This is how we are known.
yeah.
It's not how we
This might
are.
change as we play, right?
Right.
Like it's up to you to maintain that reputation
Sure,
in your
and we may
actions.
sure.
become more professional because we're known that way and it's working. There's that whole trick from uh How to Win Friends and Influence People. Compliment people on attributes they don't have in order to encourage them to acquire those attributes.
Yeah.
Oh, that book.
Okay.
which
There's a
which
reason it's still in print, dude.
I also
Uh,
say, like, having a professional reputation is good. I agree. Having an ambitious reputation is also very interesting to me from a story element. Um, so I think that's really
I
kind
mean,
of
that definitely
cool.
like follows that Peaky Blinders feel too, though. Is the
Well,
ambitious, right? Like you're
well, it's
definitely
also what Powell said, right? It's definitely
yeah,
it's the story arc, right?
Mhm.
Regardless,
yeah,
it's the as we level up.
And
Sure, but
ambitious in my mind
Like,
could almost run counter to the idea of professional if we wanted to go that rate, right? Like an ambitious gang probably would have been like 3 times as much. Sounds good to me.
yeah,
yeah,
but also an ambitious game might
well,
be like, no one will take this job, but we'll take it.
ambitious would
yeah,
also be like not just 3 times as much sounds good to me, but like 3 times as much and a favor
Hmm.
deal.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I think could be really fun. Like, as much as I'm very in favor, and if we go professional, I'm super happy with it. I just think that professional has that certain, like, uh, almost stodgy kind of, this crew gets it done, they're done, kind of thing. Whereas ambitious is, to me, reads a lot more like, well, all these new kids on the block are coming in here and, like, they're just doing stuff, and we're seeing what happens, right?
We got something to
yeah.
prove, but we're willing to do things others aren't, you know,
Right.
which
Well,
I
we're
think fits the arc, right?
we're tier 0, right? So we have to
Yeah.
take jobs that no one
Yeah.
else wants to do.
Yeah. But
Yeah, I can get on board with that idea as well. 'Cause I could see that leading to like uh let's say like mechanically bad but fun story elements, right?
Right.
Of screwing people over and making enemies and perhaps even making friends, who
right.
or strange bedfellows who want to help in our ambitions, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Tiffany?
I'm honestly good with either ambitious or professional. Kind of different.
What about savvy? What do you guys think of savvy?
Uh, I don't know.
So
I'm not
savvy to
I'm
me
not
reads
finding it
as
as I'm not finding it as strong flavor. Like
mhm,
Savvy is competent, right? And
yeah,
that's cool. I like me some competence porn. The Martian was a fun movie. I liked MacGyver back in the day, but the flavor isn't as strong as again professional, which is actually going to have, instead of reflecting in the mechanics, reflecting in how we act.
sure, that makes sense. Okay, I mean, I can get on board with that.
I'm just saying I don't feel like I know what to do with savvy as an adjective in this case.
Yeah, I mean, the idea would be that our team is. I think it almost, to me, it almost feels like the same as professional. It's like the group that just gets the job done. But savvy, I guess, is just more like. I think if we wanted to mix professional and ambitious, savvy could be there. So that savvy would be a good combo, right? So because not a company that is professional and gets the job done is considered professional, but they could also be considered savvy as well, right? They got the job done, but it's because they're talented, or because they've they've worked hard at it, you know,
Not
and then
suckers.
and then at
Because
the
like
same
the
time,
opposite of
like
the
like
opposite of savvy isn't incompetent, it's a sucker.
that's true, yeah. I guess that's true, but I guess I think there could be a good combo of the two, of both the professional and the and somebody who's a so the sorry, what was the other one? Savvy, and it was professional and
Ambitious.
ambitious. Yeah, yeah. So I think that could be a good combo of the two, where we could potentially go and both kind of glean both from that. If you guys if you guys follow my reasoning on that.
don't see savvy as a
Yeah.
combination of ambitious and professional, but
Okay.
I kind of interpret savvy as being sort of like financially savvy. So like we take jobs and we're very efficient in terms of like like what tools that we use, what purchase and stuff like that. I don't know.
Now,
Yeah.
I could, if you're looking for a middle ground, I could open up a potential for daring. It plays into that we do jobs that are interesting and cool kind of narrative, but also which is kind of the ambitious side, but also well done, and also plays into that we're willing to take the jobs that are uh, that others won't, right? Because for whatever reason that is, professional organizations probably care about their reputation a lot. They, uh, if something's too difficult, they'll actually say no to it, or they'll make the price so outlandish that no one can afford it. Ambitious will take any job, right? Because they want their reputation to be really important. Daring is also a potential for like uh,
Yeah. I like daring better, I think, than savvy.
mm,
I think
mm,
my two favorite still are professional or ambitious.
I
I
think
Yeah.
I'm
agree.
still on with professional ambitious.
Yeah.
Um,
I think really that these last two conversations have just been how do we try to get the best of both, you know?
Well, I think either or are fine. Like I guess like I lean more towards ambitious than professional, but I don't have a problem with professional either if that's where
I mean,
everyone
I
else
could I
wants to
could
go
be
too.
persuaded towards uh ambitious if folks are interested in it. I mean, it makes sense too. Like we're, not necessarily a young crew, but we're a crew of folks who are, trying to get
But we
something
are a young
going.
crew actually.
Well, we're a new crew at the
We are
very least.
new,
Yeah.
very new. Yeah.
Yeah, what I meant by young is not we're not all young
age. Yeah.
individuals. Yeah.
So Charles, between professional and ambitious, what was your favored?
I think I lean slightly towards ambitious, but much like Cameron said, I am perfectly fine if we go for professional. I
Yeah.
think it, to me, I think it just reads a little bit too establishment to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Ambitious is like exactly the kind of thing I feel like fits the new crew, but we'll take jobs others won't. We do weird jobs to begin with, which is another like thing. Um, Professional, just I feel like it just doesn't quite, for me at least, have the same ring. But I mean, you can certainly have a professional crew that does weird jobs, and maybe that's what you prefer for weird jobs. Like I could see
Yeah.
that too. I just lean more towards ambitious.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Tiffany
works for
Powell,
me.
what about you two between professional and ambitious? What's your favorite?
I really slightly favor professional, but I can see the argument for ambitious since we're ambitious enough to deal with weird, strange things.
I'm very cool with ambitious and now a little less intent on professional because that was
I'm
a
the same
good
way.
nail
Yeah,
to put in it.
that was a good
Yeah, as
pitch.
soon as you said the professional is more establishment, it was like, motherfucker has a point.
Yeah,
All right,
that is true.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
all right. So it is
Or
decided. Our reputation is as ambitious smugglers.
I
Sweet.
was going to say at the very end there that if we wanted to go professional, I am okay with it because of Nate's like character, right? I
But
think
I could
that
also see Nate being an ambitious individual based on his backstory, right?
true.
Like he's the type of person who did horrible things for his own benefit, not caring. Like I, don't- I think he puts on a guise of professionality. I think he is ambitious, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, you
yeah,
may want to get rid of the professionals and
Yeah.
see that.
Cool. So, moving on, we start with 2 coin. So everyone note that because we might not keep it. Um, all
Oh,
right.
from creation.
Yeah.
okay,
So
so
Not characters. The
yeah, our
crew
crew
starts
starts with
with
Okay.
I
crew has
see.
2 coin.
so mark it, and we will determine if how we want to spend it at character creation. So first, we establish our hunting ground. So we need to pick a district, and we place our hunting ground somewhere in that district. Um, and so this is something we can talk about. We probably here. I'm gonna go. bring us back real quick to the main map, just so we can.
Okay.
Luckily, all the districts are connected by water, which is important. Obviously, the docks are great for shipping, but also highly regulated, right, and patrolled. Night Market has Gaddock Rail Station if we want to smuggle things on rail.
Is the map that you linked, or you included in the Google Drive, right?
Yep. Dustfall. So we need to pick one of the districts. I know Nate and my character are already said to be doing stuff in Night Market. So let that have that in consideration, but doesn't necessarily mean we need to be there. But
I
um,
like Night Market. I like the docks. Those are my two.
The
Docks are
docks
so
being heavily
regulated.
regulated is a bit of
Yeah.
a
yeah.
so I don't see district names on the big map. I guess I could just pull up Night Market and see which one that is.
If you're in roll 20, we have the map up there as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Roll 20. I've got Discord and all
Yeah.
them PDFs, and
Yeah.
I forgot about Roll 20.
No worries. That's why I mentioned it.
Good call.
Was it?
Why does it look different?
If I recall correctly, another reason to pick the docks too. It is near where my character's home is, I think.
And Brightstone, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I mean
So
it
you
is.
just want like a short commute to your heists, or is that what I'm hearing?
Well, yeah. It's just easier to, if I have to go back and to an event or something and make an appearance as.
You'll be fine. We've got a rail station and water in the Night Market. Like
Yeah.
that seems absolutely docks, or not docks. That seems absolutely
Market?
smugglers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do really like Night Market because Dusk River, like, because it looks like it's the main river that goes off of here.
Yeah.
I don't know the rest of the
Station as
world,
well.
but like that's
Upriver's called the Mist. Like you have
Ooh.
access to that as well.
Well, and so what I love, because going off of this, like getting the Gaddock rail station, which looks like it goes inland, and things bypassing like the docks, maybe coming up Barrow Cleft or coming up whatever the north branch of the Dusk River is, or not north, whatever direction is the topmost.
Yeah.
Being able to smuggle, like get it deep within the city, is really interesting to me.
Yeah, and that Gaddock rail station, that's an electro rail station that runs throughout the Imperium. And so that's where essentially all imports come into the city through there. Very few are brought in through the docks, except Leviathan blood.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking Night Market.
Yeah, Night Market works for me. It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. I got no problems with that. It sounds good to me.
Sweet.
And this map in roll 20 is rotated 90 degrees, right? I'm not crazy. Okay.
Yeah. North is to the left hand side.
Yeah.
There is
North
there
is
is
to
a
the west
compass
side of
rose
the
down there.
screen.
Oh, there is. You're correct. Yeah.
All
But
right.
there is no compass rose on the PDF, so still
PDF is situated north
up.
is top. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So now we'll need to determine the faction. And I guess I should talk about our hunting ground. So our hunting ground is probably where our lair is, which we'll discuss in a second. But this is where, like, this is our home turf. So to use the reference of Peaky Blinders, this would be our Birmingham, right? Like, this is where we can safely
Do
do
business.
crime. Yeah. Cool. So unfortunately, none of the city is free. Everything has been claimed by other factions. So there are some factions in this area that we will need to choose to deal with. So
Yay.
in Night Market, the Silver Nails are there. The big one that I think is going to be a big deal for us. So I'll let people say their piece. I think the big one for us is going to be the Hive, which is the Legitimate Merchants Guild. that secretly trade in contraband. They're a level
Ooh.
4 faction. Essentially, they're all over the city, kind of headquarters and night market, since that's where stuff is coming in from. But I could see them being the faction that we're kind of infringing upon by doing smuggling stuff.
Oh yeah, that seems pretty obvious. We are definitely up in their shit and like biting their style.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. Um, cool. They are also like the interesting thing with the Hive, however, though, is they tend to avoid doing business with occult or arcane groups, and they're very popular with the Church of Ecstasy, and reject superstition and weird practice of the past. So I could see a level of they probably don't like us for what we do, but we've kind of carved a niche that
Right.
they weren't covering, right?
Right, we're not
Yeah.
actually hitting their bottom line
Yeah.
because they don't deal with arcane, and that's what we're known for. We're totally hitting their bottom line because we trade in other shit, and they probably break their own rules sometimes too.
Mhm.
But like,
But
I'm
it's
gonna move us.
yeah, it's not their main thing, and yeah.
I'm going to move us back to reps. So we talked about the Hive. So here's what we can do. We have 2 coin as a crew. We can pay them 1 coin, in which case they're going to be kind of cool with us. We're going to remain neutral standing with them, right? They are comfortable with us having our niche, right? We could pay them our 2 coin, and we could get +1 status, so they could actually become friendly with us. Or we could pay them nothing, in which case we'll take -1 status. Um, and just so folks are aware, a +1, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. A +1 status would be helpful, which means they're not going to like come into a gang war on our behalf. They're not allies. But if something doesn't inconvenience them, they'll offer aid, right? And at the very least, they'll try to stay out of our way. At -1, they are interfering, which means that they are actively either trying to stop us or trying to interfere with our business.
right, cool.
And if we choose
But
that, we get to keep 2 coin.
but there are other factions in the area that we're going to be at -1 with, right?
No. So for crew creation, we're just picking the one. There are other things that might impact our reputation rating coming up, but for this, you've infringed upon the Hive's territory or their racket, and you guys need to determine how to handle
I
it.
mean, I'm also happy to infringe upon the Silver Nails territory and take over part of their territory.
Well, we can do that when we start going out for turf. And
Also true.
that's specifically what where I was going to go with this is if the Hive is the big dog in this district and we get in good with them, that's going to make it a lot of easier for us to eat up little dogs and get big before we take on the big dog. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, we're going to fuck up the Hive one day. Like that's definitely on the list, and they know that too. Cause like, yeah, but also they're like, they're pipsqueaks, and they paid us money. It's cool. They'll never get big. We're gonna get big. Um, so I think I'm in favor of paying 2 coin to the Hive
Wow. Okay.
straight
Oh,
up,
interesting.
I
so
was
that we have the big dog sated and useful to us, and then we need to go to war as soon as possible with someone else. This is like in a 4X game where you're playing from behind, where you are not the top dog on the map, and you kiss up to somebody, and then you immediately go start shit because you need to get territory and you need to get back what you're giving up.
Makes sense to me.
Also, it's very
interesting.
ambitious.
It
It
is.
is very
I like
ambitious.
the I like the idea of even of just I was thinking just 1 coin where we're neutral. They don't like us, but they don't hate us, right? We've
I was
made a
thinking
case
more
for we're
like
carving our niche out, right?
No, I like the
And
idea
that's
of
it.
giving them the 2 coins. I like that
But then the 2 coin,
we've bought our
uh,
way to advantage, and then now we need to use our ambition to drive the rest of it.
I love
does
that
the
idea.
crew ticket. Sorry.
No, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Tiffany.
Okay, I was just going to ask Kyle, does the crew take like an initial disadvantage of some sort by emptying our point purse from the
Nope.
beginning? Or does that matter?
But
Okay,
if you spend it all now, you won't have it if it's needed for other things coming up.
Well,
right.
I was going to say actually that there's a crew upgrades thing, and we can get an upgrade which could include a cohort or something like along those lines, and we could gain, instead of gaining one status, we could gain two status with a different group, kind of thing. Um,
I'm not following.
So that there'll be this whole thing we're doing now is going to increase our status with other factions or decrease our status. And what Charles is talking about is there's another one where if you spend a coin, you can get two status um, with a certain standing
Okay.
with a certain faction.
Are there a whole bunch of other things we could be spending coin on right now, or is it
There
just those two
are
things?
there are three things in particular.
Well, let's talk about what we'd be missing out on then before we.
Yeah.
unless we're supposed to do it in order, Kyle. I don't know.
Yeah. Generally, you're supposed to do it in order, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
So what? Because like I feel okay with I feel at least at the bare minimum. I feel like it makes sense story wise that the hive is chill with us because we're carving out that niche. And I think even if one coin gets us that uh, I think that seems reasonable. Otherwise, they don't like us because we're carving out that niche. And I think both work. Unless we want to go with we made good friends right off the bat with them.
Still
But
like that, but
Yeah.
like that it has my greatest preference is for 2 coin, but 1 coin is just fine. I
I
definitely prefer 1 coin over not buying these people's indifference.
Yeah, I like, from a story perspective, I like Powell's idea of giving them two coin, and that at that point, in their mind, right, we probably work for them, like we pay up to them on some level, right? That's how
We're a
they would view.
tributary at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
right,
However, like it is stated, right? They don't like dealing with arcane groups or the supernatural things like that, and that's our bread and butter.
but
So I
they
can
pass those
also
jobs
see
off to us. Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
maybe it could be, or it could be they don't take it and they don't like that we're taking them, right?
Yeah.
And
mm.
so I could see not paying them anything, taking that negative hit and having them be like, we don't like that you're trading in these things. We wish this portion of the contraband market were gone.
Well, because we're definitely not stepping on their toes if we're
Or if they don't want any arcane trading done,
yeah.
then
So
we're very much stepping on their toes.
yeah, I suppose.
And it doesn't necessarily need to be that way. The only thing in canon is that they don't like working with arcane or weird groups, whether that extends to whether they care if other people do or not. That can be something we discuss. In my mind, I I would think they'd probably dislike it, right? The Church of because they're tight with the Church of Ecstasy,
Right,
they're
and
not the most inclusive organization.
that's where I think the
Yeah, but they're
neutrality.
merchants and it's money, you
Yeah,
know?
that's the part where
Yep.
I think the neutrality is something that makes sense, or even just bribing them off, where it's like, we get it, it's the underworld, but stay out of our way. You stay out. We're cool. You know, I, I it's a tough one. I all three are good. I don't have a. I don't know. Honestly, I'm fine with all three options at this
So
point.
yeah, I guess I will say the other two just so you guys have some forewarning, but we won't go into what factions they may impact. But the next one that we'll do is we'll assign an upgrade to the crew, and one of the factions will have helped you get an upgrade. We can spend a coin to get +2 status with them. So obviously they're tighter knit with us. Or one faction was harmed when we got an update, and we get -2 status with them, or we could spend a coin to get -1 status instead. Um, and then
But
we'll
neither of
do.
those factions are tier 4.
Uh, we don't know yet. We don't know.
It's also not an or, Kyle. It's both of those things happen.
Oh, yes, correct.
So we gain a friend faction and a foe faction
Yeah.
immediately,
Mm.
And
and we
then
can spend
finally
coins to affect that.
we'll
Yeah.
pick a contact for our crew, much like we did individually for our characters. And one faction is friendly with them, we'll get +1, and one faction is unfriendly, we'll take -1.
Well,
And you can, uh, at your option, can increase that to +2 or -2, but you don't need to spend coin for that. So I guess it is really only this next thing that we need.
Gotcha. So if we didn't spend any coin on the hive, we could spend the coin and we would just end up with one faction with +1, and we'd be -1 for two factions.
Yes.
well, another thing we could think about is so our biggest competition in the area would be that group we were talking about.
Yeah,
Um,
so just as an overview of smugglers, right? So the hive is like the legitimate smuggler merchant guild, right?
sure.
Um, something that may be considered smugglers. This is a tier 5 organization. Is the Ministry of Preservation? They're responsible for all transportation between cities, specifically food, but also other goods. Um, I could see them being potentially, if not a rival, like a thorn in our side, like someone we need to manipulate or move around if we're moving things in and out of Duskfall through legitimate means. Um, then the two underworld smugglers are the Foghounds, and there could be some interesting story that we discuss with them. Their whole thing is they're trying to eliminate other smugglers
Oh,
to
I see.
become like the top dog in town. Um, and we could determine how that looks like with us. Like maybe we've allied with them, trying to absorb them, or we're letting them think they're absorbing us, or maybe they're out to get us, etc. And then the vultures are the other criminal smugglers. Um, they're the primary rivals to the foghounds. And they're another interesting one because they, in my mind, have some of their members have been responsible for the bigoted vandalism in Char Hollow. Like the Scovs go home, like they're an Akarosi gang who, for lack of, they're racist essentially.
Yep. Fuck those guys.
And one of their member has actually left and is hanging out in
I think
undercover in one
I
of the.
think I think those guys would be more our enemy, and the guys who are trying to eliminate smuggling are cool with us because we're just smuggling esoterica, not like people and stuff
Well,
at the moment.
I
Well, that's yeah.
We're lowest concern for them, basically.
I would like. So I want to make another argument for spending 2 coin, and that's like the vultures and the foghounds. Let's take them both.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
the question I have is the Hive are like our biggest competition in terms of smuggling in the district, right?
I don't think they're competition.
No.
No,
I
they're
think
just like
it's
like Powell said it best. Like we'd have to pay up to them. We'd be a tributary of
Mhm.
them because they own the
They own everything that
mercantile.
happens
Well,
here.
that's why I'm asking. So they're the biggest names, and they're the legit smuggling name in the city, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So the one
No,
path
legit.
well, they
Well,
are
kind of like they are viewed as a merchant guild. Their illicit activities
yeah.
are known and
So yeah,
ignored.
that means they probably also have a decent reputation with the authority in town. So my question would be like, okay, well, who are their biggest rivals, and would it be apropos to link up with their biggest rivals, so we can so potentially, like, if we ever have to deal with them, we have somewhat of a backing of some folks who have
Yeah.
a purpose for fighting them.
I don't think that's part of character creation.
Oh, okay.
Like that sounds like a job, right? That sounds like
Well,
a
I mean,
project.
there's an
Yeah.
established state of the city, right?
Yeah. I mean, for your reference, the enemies of the hive are the Circle of Flame, the Unseen, the Crows, and the Race. The Race are thieves. The Crows are a street gang that essentially are ward bosses in Crowsfoot. The Unseen are essentially like the Illuminati of the criminal world. Like whether you think you work for the unseen or you don't, you pay up to the unseen. And the Circle of Flame is an occult society, and we all already know the Hive does not like occultists. Their
Mhm.
allies are the Ministry of Preservation, which is the tier 5 transportation ministry, essentially, and the
Yeah, so you
Dagger
don't really.
Isles consulate, uh,
Mm.
because their leaders and a lot of their member are from the Dagger Isles, because a lot of the things they bring in um, legitimately are things like spices and other exotic goods from the Dagger Isles.
Okay.
How are people growing spices and food if there's no sun?
So there are radiant energy plants. So essentially, what these are plants that have been genetically engineered or occultized or magicked or whatever to produce sunlight. So you'd have a tree that beams like it's the sun, and you can grow crops under these trees. You don't ever eat those trees, though. They're entirely toxic. But the Ministry of Preservation oversees all the quote radiant energy farms, and like to get like a grown vegetable is like something a noble would do. Commoners are eating eels and mushrooms and the things that don't need sunlight. It's very expensive to get your hand on a radiant energy grown food product.
Oh, sorry. So I still advocate for spending 2 coin. If failing that, spending 1.
I think one or two. I think one or two for the Hive is good. Do
I,
we
I
want to?
won't. I won't be crying about it if I get
Do we want to
voted
go after
down.
both of those guys? Is really the question.
Well, I think that's a different answer, right? Like we don't actually know. So those are the two. Those are going to be two factions that are affected by us or whatever. They
What
may not
happens
be the
comes out in the
factions.
game.
Well, they may not be the factions that are actually affected in our next decisions. We actually don't know that yet.
Go
Right.
with I'm good with 2 with the Hive. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm good with the Hive.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I mean,
I'm also
I'm actually fine with Powell's idea of doing the 2 coins, and then basically using our ambitious tilt to move us towards breaking out of that as quickly as possible.
I do think there's some cool stories that could be told there, right?
I agree.
Yeah,
Of
we
like the
paid up.
city state who rises up against the empire, right?
Yeah,
Right.
we paid off the Hive. Okay. Yeah, they're
I also do really like the idea of paying 1 coin, and then what that leaves us in the next step, or one of the steps after that, is then we end up with a very close ally in a smaller faction, and a very hardened, hostile enemy in another faction. So then we have the big guy who's ignoring us, that we're kind of growing within, kind of like a cancer.
and then we have
Um,
somebody who is immediate threat and
we
somebody
have
who's like immediately going to help us.
yes, which is kind of nice, but
How's that work with you, pal?
I'm absolutely. If 1 coin is the thing, that's cool. We can go with 1 coin if that brings the group to consensus.
Kyle,
Like,
can we have a devil's bargain to get a 3rd coin?
No,
What?
Okay, dang.
can't do it now. I'm
You
afraid.
gotta
Worth a shot.
respect the hustle though, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
enough
ambitious of you.
for a
I
coin.
think
Yeah.
we chose our reputation wisely.
Yeah, yeah.
Tiffany, what are your thoughts? You've been kind of quiet.
Yeah, I definitely think we should give at least. So
At least one.
I don't know, but at least one. Yeah.
everyone on board with spending 1?
Yeah, 1 gives us
Yep.
room to breathe and still gives us options in
Mhm.
case we run into money problems.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
we should just spend 2. I'm gonna go with 2.
Oh wow, all right.
For just making the argument for what?
Yeah, you just argued for 1.
I know,
Yeah.
and I made a good argument, but I'm voting for 2.
I like it. I like it.
He's in character. He's in character already. That's what's going on.
I do like. I think Powell's. Powell
I
kind
like
of
Powell's
swayed me
idea.
on. I like the idea of kind of being a tributary, right? Like I think that's fun, right? A cool place to start.
I think mechanically, power gamery, my idea is better, but I think I like Pal's story idea is better.
Well, if you think it's a better story, that's convincing me more.
Though there is something to said about. I'll shut up. It's gonna make it worse.
Oh, okay. I already said I'm comfortable with at least one coin.
All right, let's do the 2. I'm down for the 2. That was what it
Okay,
originally was
let's
at
do.
anyways. Let's do
I'm
it.
okay with that.
Are we now going to?
All right, it's
2.
bad idea time. Let's do this.
Yes.
All right. So we spend 2 coin and we go up to helpful with the hive. Now, where it says crew mode, if you click that one more time,
Hmm?
that opens your faction character sheet.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. So on the underworld, the hive, we got 2 points with
1 point.
1 point.
1.
Oh, because
We
we're
had to
doing
buy
the
our
1
way
coin.
up from -1.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then unfortunately you can't go back, so you have to then go back to character mode and then crew mode. But
That's fun.
cool.
Goodbye,
Next,
coins.
Where do we
Okay.
select our how do we set our turf? That's under. Or have we selected that yet?
Turf.
Okay.
we
don't
haven't
have
gotten there yet.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay,
my
cool.
cat was about to knock over some Legos. I had to.
All good, man.
Okay, so uh, one faction helped you get an upgrade. So
Well-
as smugglers, we start with a vehicle, which is super cool. So we could have a boat or a carriage, or in this one, I'll allow if you have some other cool idea for a vehicle. I'm willing to listen to it, but
I mean,
um,
absolutely, I have a cool airship. Yeah.
that's great. It will be very hard to travel in the lightning barrier.
Yeah.
What?
And will be very noticeable by everyone. As
No,
we-
wait,
Ghost
Oh, are
train.
airships not common?
No, are
No.
ghosts like
Because
like
all these
helium?
cities are in bubbles, essentially.
Sure, but like you got to go through the bubble to get through the at the water level too.
So I think I like your idea, and if I could change it slightly, I think that maybe there's an airship network outside of the city that we can utilize. This is actually more talking about like the common people don't have carriages; they walk everywhere. They don't have horses, they don't have goats, they don't have animals, etc. It's very expensive to have those things. Even like slightly more common is having like small boats because this is clearly a like water town, right? There's canals everywhere,
hmm
and so we're more talking about like the very mundane. How do we get around town? How do we move things?
Well, and I will say, as smugglers, our vehicle can level up to a certain extent, right? Like we can spend points to give it armor. We can take the perk one in a family where we actually give it edges and flaws to make it like super cool. So in a way, our vehicle is almost like another character, being smuggler.
But boat's cool.
Does the-
Like I don't regret throwing out the idea of airship, but like boats, I would prefer boat to carriage. I think.
So wait, where is this
Yeah,
at?
same.
This isn't on the character sheet. I'm
Oh.
reading from the
Yeah, but
book.
if you look at the character sheet, Karen, it says we get one vehicle there. It's marked. I don't think
Ah.
we have to mark it down anywhere on the sheet if we don't want to. But
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then you choose the. I think you can delete.
Can we get a hovercraft?
you can click it. You can click the little
Doesn't sound
drop down arrow, and
inconspicuous.
you can write what the vehicle is in there.
Uh,
So yeah, it says you have a carriage, 2 goats to pull it, and a stable.
Why is it always goats? What the fuck is that about?
Don't ask me, man.
I
Horses
just-
are very rare in Duskval. Most carriages in the city
late.
use the
Correct.
large
Wrong file. There's no horses in Duxfall.
Acarosian
There are
goat
some
as
horses.
their
They're
draft
just
animal.
rare. They're
Yeah.
just rare.
So most of them
Like
use the large
silver
Acarosian
nails
goats.
ride horses. All right, so we're thinking boat.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
ghost boat. We're gonna have a ghost boat at some point,
Someday we'll get there, Batman. Ghost Man.
or a boat. Well, I mean, at least at some point, a boat full of ghosts, most likely.
Definitely do that.
Cool.
That doesn't sound like it'll blow up in our faces at all.
And I do like.
Now,
I think
here's the thing
there's
about your
something-
dirigible: are ghosts like lighter than air? Can they be used to lift an object like a balloon?
They're not
No.
physical.
Oh well, I mean, kind of when they're refined into electroplasmic energy.
right?
Um, cool. So I do like the idea of the airship, and I kind of like what Charles was saying, and maybe we have something set up outside the city, of like uh
The
like
bat.
a drop point or something, right?
Mhm.
Um, or maybe that's something we work towards. So our boat probably like a medium size steamship,
Yeah, I'm cool
Sure.
with that.
something that can fit through the the
Canals.
larger rivers, but maybe has trouble on the smaller canals.
Or if we're gonna have a boat, she's gonna have to have a name.
Well,
Does it come with a driver, or do we still have to acquire something that can?
Well, we have a
uh,
gang, kind of, right?
well, yes. You need to pick cohorts, I believe. Um,
Well, we also have one more, or so we still haven't picked our 2 upgrades. We
Yeah.
figured out what our 1 auto upgrade is. We also get a training and prowess facility. We have 2 other things we could get.
Cool.
yeah. So what this training in prowess means, um,
Good stuff.
is um, you earn 2 XP instead of 1 when you train during downtime,
Ooh.
As long as it,
specifically in our prowess abilities.
Nice.
Uh, cool. Yeah. So okay. Yes. Moving right along. So now we get to choose 2 more upgrades.
Okay. Oh, for
Uh,
under layer training, special quality and cohorts, or
mhm.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
I mean,
imagine
if we are smugglers, does it make sense that we have like a vault?
I think the first thing we need to talk about is having a crew for that ship,
yeah.
and I think that's a cohort. Or do we start with any cohort?
As smugglers, we do not.
We don't start with a cohort.
I don't actually see a place to check off cohorts. What is this? Training cohorts and then there's something underneath it? I don't understand what these are. New cohort :2? What does that mean?
Yeah, so vehicle essentially is what we get instead of a cohort. Like Bravos get a certain type of cohort. If you hit the plus sign, it'll make a new cohort for you, and it
Oh, I
costs 2
see.
points to get a cohort.
Okay, so we don't start with the cohort as smugglers then.
No, essentially as I said, our vehicle is what counts as a cohort.
That works for me.
Oh, it would take both of those additional points that we have. Because
Mhm.
we have 2 more points to spend, right?
Yep.
We could just upgrade the vehicle.
We
Right.
could, but I think we probably need if we're smugglers, we need a place to store the shit we've smuggled. So we at least need a quarters.
What's
Now cohorts, much like our
that's living quarters, not places to store stuff.
And we
Is that what it
don't
says?
actually need a place to store stuff because we've got a boat.
Yeah,
We
Oh,
keep it
yes,
on the
yeah, we
boat.
could probably keep it on the boat,
and
right?
that's what I'm
And
saying. We
also,
could upgrade the boat.
we can also sleep on the boat.
Okay, without this upgrade, each PC sleeps elsewhere and is vulnerable when they do so. Ooh.
Okay. I guess the boat isn't the place we sleep.
Now we could.
we
So I
could.
mean, so I have a one pitch there is that we could do hidden for a lair being a secret location. That basically there's this boat that we use that no one actually knows that we use the boat, which is
Mhm.
kind of cool. You could also do barge because technically we have a boat. It's our vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Our lair is not automatically the boat.
Okay.
Correct. We'll
However,
choose a separate layer coming up. Yeah.
well, or there is a crew upgrade for specific to us, which is barge, which adds mobility to the lair.
You can move it to
Oh.
a new location as a downtime activity.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
But
That
Maybe
makes sense.
later. Maybe later.
That's fair.
Because we need to establish turf, and if we move around, we're just running.
Yeah.
and I'll say with the cruise, now granted it's expensive, right? It's our or with cohorts rather, it's expensive. It's all of our 2 coin, but they get some special rules. So we'll choose what type of gang our cohorts is from
Mm-hmm.
adepts, scholars, tinkers, occultists, chemists, rooks, con artists, spies, and socialites, rovers, sailors, carriage drivers, and deathland scavengers, skulks, scouts, infiltrators, and thieves, thugs, killers, brawlers, and roundabouts. They have a scale and quality equal to our current tier, and will increase in scale and quality as we increase in tier. So there'll be a tier 0 to start, but they will raise up with us. Um, uh, when we create a cohort, we get to give them 2 edges, or 1 or 2 edges, and an equal number of flaws. The edges are fearsome. The cohort is terrifying in aspect and reputation. Independent, the cohort can be trusted to make good decisions and act on their own initiative in the absence of direct orders. Loyal, the cohort can't be bribed or turned against you. Tenacious, the cohort won't be deterred from a task. And the flaws are principled. The cohort has ethics or values that it won't betray. Savage, the cohort is excessively violent and cruel. Unreliable, the cohort isn't always available due to other obligations, stupefaction from their vices, or etc. And wild, the cohort is drunken, debauched, and loudmouthed.
Okay.
And to Pal's point, without a cohort, one of us would need to pilot the boat. Like if we want something to like we're pulling a thing, we need someone to bring the boat there. Having a cohort to pilot the boat might not be such a bad idea.
Is that associated with a specific attribute if we decide to drive on the boat?
You would choose how you want to roll it, depending on how you do. My guess would probably be something along the lines of finesse, maybe a tinker.
Mm-hmm. I do have 2 notes in stuff.
Okay, so we're going. So if we did what we got
I
one
like a
point.
cohort. I think we
Yeah.
should pick a cohort. Yeah.
I don't know. That's 2 points. I didn't realize that when I recommended it, and if we could go hidden and quarters, which I think is also good.
Yeah.
You could also go secure in quarters because you can. There are 2 dots next to secure, but it's actually 2 separate upgrades.
Oh yeah, hidden. Yeah, hidden, secure, and you'd have to have quarters first, right?
No, no, the layer doesn't have to be a place we can sleep.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Not at first.
Quarters means it's basically a hotel.
Oh,
Like
okay. So that means
it's not
we can
just like
stay
you're
there.
crashing on a cot. It's like this is a regular place you can stay.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So I mean, technically, you could still crash at the lair, but you don't stay there full time.
So hidden and secure is also an interesting idea.
Yeah.
But the quarters makes us less vulnerable individually, which is
I will also mention there's a couple other things that we could get. Steady adds 1 stress box to each person, which is pretty amazing.
Steady. Where's that
Oh,
at?
sorry, it costs 3 though, so never mind. Ignore that.
Oh, okay.
That's a later time type thing.
Now, what about tools, supplies, gear?
it's all mechanical stuff. I don't understand the game well enough to like know that that's cool. Like what the hell does documents do?
It gives you an extra dice for basically when you're using it. It makes all of your documents 1 level higher in quality.
Right. What does documents do though?
It might be required for jobs. It's a category of a thing, right?
Yeah. So what about
I
a
believe it's like
workshop?
maps and like just like records.
Well, what if we had a workshop? Because then we could definitely work towards. 'Cause we have like what 2 tankers in this group. We could definitely work towards doing upgrades and things like that as well with the workshop. Um, so I think what Cameron and I are both tinkers, right? You're a Batman tinker and I'm a medical tinker.
Hmm.
So that could definitely be useful for the team as well.
But
It do-
its benefit seems to be something in downtime.
It is.
Like almost all these are for
But,
downtime, aren't they?
so you missed this though. Downtime in the parlance of this game is a part of play.
Okay.
It's not something that happens between games.
Ah.
It's the final step of play,
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and it's
workshops lets
actually
you
quite important.
it lets you
Yeah.
build things for long-term projects.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're part of the game. It's not like something you write as a story in between games.
Though specifically saying it lets you build things without leaving. Like
Yeah.
you can still do long-term projects. You just have to leave to go to a workshop,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm okay with. I just
Yeah, I
it
was just
doesn't.
wondering.
Yeah. I do really like hidden. I also really like camouflage.
Where's that at?
Vehicles. It's in the crew upgrades at the very top.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Those are smuggler specific.
Oh, okay.
Vehicles are
Elite
perfectly concealed
rovers?
at rest. That's only useful if we get cohorts.
Oh, okay. Smugglers rigging 2 items.
If we get
carried are
cohorts, we're
perfectly
not getting
concealed.
anything else.
I like the idea of smugglers rigging.
Smugglers rigging is also really good.
It's only 1 point. And so 2 items we carry so 2 items we carry are perfectly concealed. So that means that if we're doing a job and we have a bunch of items on our boat, 2 of those items can be our 2 most valuable items can be perfectly concealed.
It's actually on your person.
Oh, I see.
So the way it says is that 2 of your carried items are perfectly concealed. You can carry 1 load of contraband,
Mhm.
1 load, right, of contraband,
Okay.
and a pistol perfectly concealed, even if someone pats you down.
Oh, I see.
Which is still really good. Like if
Yeah.
we're like smuggling in, I don't know, rage flasks or something, right? And we manage to like still stick them in our shoes along with our holdout pistol, and we each kind of split them all up, and
Mhm.
then we're patted down. Like it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be, especially like if we're trying to escape a thing by the skin of our teeth, right? So if each of us grabs a piece of contraband and fucking scatter, we have a better chance of keeping all of it.
Mhm.
I do like the idea of taking layer upgrades.
Me too.
Some of the things you're saying about quarters or secure or
Mhm.
hidden or something.
I think quarters and secure are going to be my pitch.
Yeah, they're
Uh,
quarters and secure makes sense too, just because it's we're gonna need places to hide out as well. So
Well, this will be our one place to hide out. This is our
I mean, I like hidden
hideout.
because it's like the Batcave. So, but I don't know what mechanically that gets it versus secure.
Well, I'll tell you. So hidden. Your lair has a secret location and is disguised to hide it from view. If your lair is discovered, use 2 downtime activities and pay coin equal to your tier to relocate it and hide it once again. And a secure lair has your lair has locks, alarms, and traps to thwart intruders. A second upgrade improves the defenses to include arcane measures that work against spirits, which could be nice considering our line of work.
yeah.
To eventually get.
But like, what? I guess the question is, how is secure and hidden different? Like, 'cause if it's hidden, no one can find it unless they find it, right?
Well, so
Or
the idea is if it's hidden, they can't find it. But if they do find it, if it's secure, they can't get in.
well, so mechanically, hidden, it's not obvious. However, if there's a hound following one of us or something along those lines, and they see us go into it, they now know it's there. They can tell other people it's there. They can show them where it is, and then those people can go into it. We would then have to use downtime actions and coin to relocate it and re-hide it.
and if
Uh,
it's not hidden, people just know where we are to begin with.
Yeah.
but essentially, yeah. Like
Well, it's
anyone
not
who's watching.
necessarily that. Yeah, it's not necessarily like, oh, I know that a gang is operating in that building, but people would walk by your building every day. Anyone who were to investigate would be like, oh, there is criminal activity going on here.
Yeah, it's
But
it's
if it
like
were
the
secure, if they tried to do anything about it, they'd set off alarms,
Yeah,
tripwires.
it's the
it's like a
difference between
speakeasy.
it's the difference between like requiring a hound to actively like dress up as a bum and sit on a street for several days to like find out where you're going, versus paying a street kid to tell you where you went.
Yeah, I'll be
Right.
right back while you guys discuss
Yeah,
this.
no worries.
And then secure mechanically is, yeah, you have locks and alarms and everything. And if ever someone tries to breach that, you roll your tier
Mhm.
level to see what happens. Which was I don't know because Kyle is the only one that actually knows all the rules of this game, but I believe if we're tier 0, it just doesn't do anything, or we roll 1 dice, or we probably roll 2 dice and take the lowest, because
Yeah.
that's what everything else is. If we're tier 1, we roll 1 die. On a 1 to 3, they break in and they get access to our stuff. We still get notified, like alarms still go off and everything. On a 4 or 5, they probably fail, and on a 6, we catch them in the act, and they fail. Something along those lines.
Cool.
But I'm also okay not doing secure. Like,
See,
if
I mean,
instead,
so I think Cameron's point is if we're doing hidden, secure is kind of a waste temporarily,
I
because if they
agree.
can't find it, like then securing it is kind of a waste of an upgrade.
And vice versa. If we
temporarily.
want to go secure, we go secure instead of hidden. Right? I think.
So
Yeah.
I don't think it's a waste. The return, we get diminishing returns.
Agreed.
Well, I mean,
It's
isn't
still
that
it's
technically
still an
a
improvement. It's still an improvement to go with both hidden and
yeah, but
secure.
it's still technically a definition of some waste, right? It's not a total waste, but there's still some waste there, right? So I think if we went with hidden, that still leaves us with another point we can spend elsewhere
Sure.
that would
I
have
get the
more.
argument to not
Yeah.
spend both of them on that.
How about this? My pitch is that we spend on quarters. Spend 1 point on quarters. We agree to that.
I like that idea.
Okay.
But my person doesn't want to go home.
Right.
Person has. Well, my person does go home, but it's fine.
It's not all about you, Noble.
Mainly because we're talking a lot about, like, the reason I say this is because we're
Yeah.
talking about like the combination of hidden in quarters or secure in quarters. It sounds like
Yeah.
quarters to me. Sounds like
Right.
It sounds like the
quarters.
baseline. We should have quarters.
Tiffany,
Are you cool with that, Tiffany?
how do you feel? Oh,
I was just going. Yeah, I'm good with.
Tiffany's like, I want to
I'm good.
workshop.
So mark in quarters.
Not really.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
my second idea is that, being the up and coming ambitious gang we are, we could get in a second vehicle, which is pretty cool, for 1 point, or we can get a vault, which, one of the things that you missed, Cameron, is that any person can only ever hold 4 coin. Right? The gang can only hold 4 coin actively. So, but there are things that could cost more than 4 coin.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right.
and we'd be essentially limited at that if yeah.
yeah, but we're not going to be. Are we going to be? How long is it going to be until we even have 4 coin again? Like, I think we can get that one later.
Yeah.
I agree. The one nice thing about Vault is that it also can be used as a holding cell. And so we could store our valuables there, like if we had contraband, theoretically. If we're not going to go for secure, we could go for
Well, I
Vault.
think we can get the best of both worlds if we did smuggler's rigging, right? So-
I think smuggler's rigging is a lot more of a because that's again on our person.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's
It doesn't
something
let
that'll
us-
happen in a score rather than
Yeah, I suppose.
overarching.
Right.
Because you're not going to be carrying around that piece of whatever you're trying to
Probably
fence
not,
for a
yeah.
while, right? So I mean, we could well, I guess cohorts cost 2, right? I was going to say, like, as
longer
a
on the
smuggler
cohort
crew,
thing.
who's our fence, right? So
Well-
who do we sell
Well,
shit
our
to?
fence will we probably work for multiple people, and that'll come up in game, right? Of people
Okay.
coming to you for
So that's
jobs,
not something
right?
that's not something our crew needs a contact for then, like as a cohort.
So
Well, we will
do
pick
we
a
wa-
contact coming up, but
Oh, okay.
do we
sure.
want hidden or secure?
I like hidden personally.
I mean,
I like insight training personally, but
Inside training is pretty good. I'm gonna go back and say, like, and I hate to do that, but what if we just spend 2 points on a cohort?
no, we went with quarters. Damn it!
We
I
went
know
with
we did,
quarters.
but what
the
if
fuck
we,
is wrong
what if
with
we,
you?
What if we back up and say,
What
I
if
have
we
pretty good
undid all that
issues.
work we just got done?
but so I like quarters just fine. But
Sure.
also I do like Tiffany's idea originally, and then I know Powell said it as well, of who drives the boat.
At this point, it'll
Yeah.
have to be one of us.
Yeah.
Who's got the most finesse? I have one.
I also
have 2.
I have 0.
It sounds
Tiffany, are
like
you okay? Do you feel like your character can drive a boat?
I have 0.
She'll have to learn, but yeah.
No, I mean, do you feel like that fits as something your character does, like as a character, not as a
Also,
person
we
with
don't have
skills?
Nate here. He might be able to drive the boat, right?
That's true.
Being
yeah.
that
He's a cutter,
being
right?
that he was himself a smuggler from the get-go, essentially, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess theoretically my character could read like a book or like an instruction manual.
But
Yeah.
does being tied down to boat driving as an occupation feel like something that would be part of your character's life?
I don't know. It's a good question.
There's also
I'm not
an element that you could
We can also put it
pay
on Nate.
one of your contacts, right, to drive the boat, right?
Right.
Or bring in, like, you've seen it in heist movies where they bring in like the rookie guy as a getaway driver or something like that, right?
Absolutely. We'll have Matt Damon drive the boat.
Yeah.
It just like
I-
they don't have that same, like, if you want badass boat crew, like, you want to get elite rovers, right?
Yeah.
That's something we can work towards.
Yeah. We're not there
Personally,
yet.
my 2 cents, I will say, I like secure.
You like secure over hidden?
I do.
Okay. 'Cause, I mean, hidden is something.
Maybe. Here, let's put a pin in this. Let's choose our lair. Let me give you the lair rundowns,
Sure.
because this might help with how we want to build it out.
Good call.
Where is
good
that on the
call.
sheet? Oh, I see. It's a thing we
You
type
type in, yeah.
So here are our options. We can have a half-sunken grotto in the city's maze-like underground canals, an abandoned watchtower atop an ancient crumbling wall, the unassuming back rooms of a merchant shop, a small abandoned house at the end of a dark lane, a rickety tin-roofed shack perched on a rooftop, a junked rail car placed in place on its old, overgrown tracks.
Wait, what was the first 2?
The first
Uh,
one is the grotto, and that's got my vote.
It's got
Yes.
my vote too.
'Cause it's like
And
it's like the Ninja Turtles lair, right?
Yeah, into the
Or
canals.
the
We have a boat.
Batcave. Yeah.
Well, this in my mind, this would be something like if you've seen the cisterns in like Rome,
Yeah.
very built out.
Nah, I the grotto's got my vote too.
And that goes with hidden then. If
So
it's
yeah,
the
that goes
grotto,
with
then it's
hidden.
hidden.
Yeah.
I like the grotto. I kind of also like the merchant front, but yeah, definitely grotto.
I like the merchant front
feel like
too, but I think the
it's
grotto
thematically-
fits really well with us having a boat.
Yeah.
Thematically, yeah, definitely.
It makes
Yeah.
us a little weird. I like it.
Cool. So everyone cool with half sunken grotto plus hidden?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We sink it all the way now.
Cool. All right. So now that is done, one faction helped us get these upgrades, or an upgrade. We'll take +1 status with them, and we have spent our coin, so it'll
that
just
coin
be a
is gone,
+1
right?
status with them. And one faction was harmed when you got an upgrade. Take -2 status with them, or spend one. We don't need to worry about the spending of coin. So we need to choose status or factions for a
Okay.
+1 and a -2.
All right. So I based on what you said about smugglers earlier, I want to make the argument for the guys who are trying to get rid of smuggling in the city. Because we smuggle weird things. Currently, for them, we are of least concern because there aren't many that do that. Most avoid that. The larger smuggling, they're trying to be the big smuggler for everything. We're not on their radar, and so we have
to be, because they helped us
they help,
establish.
but they helped us. Yeah, they want to absorb us later. Not many people do esoteric stuff, so they're planning on absorbing us later, right?
And
Who's
specifically,
they? Who the hell are you talking about?
you're talking about the Foghounds.
The Foghounds. Yeah.
Okay.
And specifically, right, they either helped us hide our lair, or they helped or get a hidden lair, right? Or they helped us acquire quarters or build quarters, right? So they have some knowledge of what our lair is like, right?
I think they helped us steal the boat from the vultures.
Okay,
Ooh, I
I could
like
be cool with
that.
that too.
Yeah, we stole a boat for the vultures, and we're in with them. And cause screw the vultures.
What if it were a submarine?
I mean, I am all about it being a submarine and a dirigible and a hovercraft, but
Because then it can get into the grotto.
I can't drive all that. Come on.
I mean, it
What
could
was
be
that,
like
Tiffany? Oh, you can't drive all that?
it could be like an ironclad where it's like mostly sunk, right?
Well, that's if you look at the steamships from like Peaky Blinders, these are low craft. You know, they're not submersible, but they sit close to the water.
Question, Kyle. Is this required to be a different faction?
No, this could still be the Hive.
Okay, so hear me out.
You're gonna
We
be
get
sabotaging that we spent coin to raise it, and you're gonna lower it now.
No,
incorrect.
well,
I'm
you
going
could.
to propose that the Hive established our quarters for us, which gives us a +1 with them, raising us to like whatever the next level is, because they see us as a tributary directly.
That would be friendly.
Okay.
So now we're +2 with the Hive.
And -1 with the vultures.
Sure.
No,
That'd be
minus
-2.
It'd be
with the
-2.
vultures.
It's -2 with the vultures.
So we have a really good friend who's a big guy, and we have a little guy that we need to that really hates us.
How are we with the foghounds then?
Neutral.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So with the how do we get to -2 with the vultures?
That's just what happens.
Yeah,
Whoever
have
you
to spend a
harm, you get
coin to
-2.
get to -1.
By default, if you have to befriend a faction and hurt a faction. When you hurt the
So,
faction, you
yeah.
get -2.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I like that. So the Hive totally thinks we're their bitch.
And so they even help us, so we get another +1. So now we're at +2 with them. And then
We're their subsidiary.
yeah.
Cool. So in this canon, did we steal the boat ourselves with no help from the Foghounds then? Because they're neutral to us, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No one helped us steal the boat. We stole the boat. That was kind of how we proved ourselves to the Hive that like we got our shit together enough to do stuff.
We're
We stole the
ambitious.
boat.
We stole
We
the
aren't.
boat from the vultures.
We are
I got
ambitious.
impromptu driving lessons, and
Yeah. They're like,
All right.
damn, that's ambitious. All right.
That would make us unfriendly with the vulture or hostile, sorry, with the vulture.
Hostile. Yep.
Let me look up the faction.
Also plays really well in our canon of we're tier 0, we're nobodies, but we have a tier 4 patron. And we're basically picking a fight with a tier 1 who's technically bigger and more powerful than us, but they are nothing compared to the Hive.
Right.
We have their boat.
Yeah, so we can kind of rest on our laurels a bit.
Yeah.
Well, we're riding
But
their
we won't
tails,
because we're ambitious.
Right.
Exactly.
This is can't stop, won't stop. There are no brakes on this train.
At
Or this
friendly
boat.
with the Hive. That gives us this faction will help you if it doesn't create serious problems for them. They expect you to do the same, which I think kind of fits the ideas we already had with them. At hostile, this faction will look for opportunities to hurt you as long as it doesn't create serious problems for them. They expect you to do the same and take precautions against you, which I think if we stole their boat, yeah, they're like, not again, right?
Yeah. Like, we drive by, hey, isn't that our boat? Motherfucker, get back here. We're just driving around town with it.
Do we want to theme the name off of the theft? Name it after a feature of the vulture, like the bare head or the cruel beak, because they've got a beak for tearing, with the little hook at the end.
Could be the vulture's roost.
No, because it's not theirs. Definitely don't want possessive on that.
like maybe like a broken beak to imply the vultures being weak.
Broken wing.
The broken
Yeah,
wing.
something like that.
Do we want to do that when there are other bird themed gangs that might
the
take
dull,
Ooh,
offense?
actually,
the
hang on.
dull talon.
Snakes are and hawks are predators of vultures.
Snakes are predators of vultures.
Yeah,
Uh,
snakes and hawks.
What?
Predators of vultures include
Snakes and hawks eat
snakes, and
vultures?
wild cats.
I mean, snakes eat anything if it's an egg, but
But hawks, we could call like the boat could be called the hawk, which is a predator of a vulture, apparently.
But
Oh,
real quick,
Snakes eat their
for
eggs. That's how they're
for
predators.
my edification, what do you guys? I'm sorry. So everyone's cool with the +2 hive, -2 vultures, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean,
What?
actually, I don't know. Tiffany, are you okay with that?
Yep. Nope, I'm
Okay.
totally good with that.
At this point, so as it said, the foghounds want to eliminate rival smugglers. This includes the vultures, right? So we could potentially form alliance with them. They could also see us as a potential threat, or maybe they don't. Maybe they think like we're kind of part of the hive, which is kind of a legit business and kind of nebulous.
they're
And-
like, yeah, we don't understand these guys. They're kind of want to get rid of them, but they're kind of part of the hive. So like, tread
Yeah.
lightly.
and we don't want to go up against the hive. Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify what your guys' thoughts are for initial standing with them, since they could potentially be a threat, right? To start
Yeah.
out. Is that kind of what you guys are thinking? That like they're neutral and a little bit confused about who we are and what they ought to do about
Yeah.
it.
And we're
Yeah.
like, we will get to them after we eat the vultures.
Yeah.
Right.
They can be
It
number
could be a
2
lo-
on our list.
Well, and I
I was gonna
think,
say it could be a long-term project to, bolster
yep.
reputation.
Yeah.
And I think honestly, if we're going up against the vultures, that there
Mhm.
might be potential for allyship with them, right? Because
Yes.
they're going after them too, and uh, like they might have the same thing of like, yeah, we'll kill the vultures, but then we're coming after you. They might think the same thing we're thinking, right? They're
Yep.
thinking the same. Cool.
We're uneasy allies.
Cool. Um,
So, yeah. So, do we want to call the boat after something that is a predator of a vulture?
I mean,
Uh,
we stole it from the vultures. Doesn't mean we have to like shame them for it.
Yeah. I mean,
think
I feel
should
like
be
we should
shaming
make them remind them
I do
who's the
feel
new
like we
boss in
should be
town.
shaming
I'm above such things.
real quick before we start thinking about names, because we also have to name our crew, right?
So funny.
There's 2 more things
Yeah,
we
go
need
ahead.
to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
The next thing is we need to choose a favored contact. So on our smuggler sheet, we have
Mhm.
contacts. We mark one who is a close friend, longtime ally, or partner in crime. Record the faction changes related to your contact. So one faction will be friendly with our contact and we'll take a +1 status with them, and one will be unfriendly with them and we'll take a -1 status with them. And at our option, we could increase that by +2 and -2 if we want to go.
I mean, I think we probably might be friends with at least a spirit trafficker.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I
I
mean,
was
but
actually
I
gonna go the
also like
opposite way, yeah.
Decker the anarchist. I don't even know why I like him, but I
I
just like
like
him.
I know
I
why
like
you like him.
I
His
like
name-
Sarah. I like Sarah the arms dealer being good in with the hive. Like somebody got us on speaking terms with someone in the hive.
Yeah.
Like we had an introduction through someone.
Yeah.
And like so Roland or Sarah, which are both, people who are also merchants. Like they're not smugglers. They're just straight up merchants, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Illicit
Well,
merchants, but still
sure.
merchants.
Do we not care about dock worker at this point? Is that not?
I like
Kind of
Dock
the other
Worker
end of
actually.
the docks are the other end of the city. Well,
Well, I
we
mean,
haven't
what
gotten
do,
a
what
lot
do we
of
We
get
have a
from having
boat.
a
Where do
dock?
we park the boat?
Well, in our
in the
grotto.
In our
grotto.
grotto, dude.
Oh, right. Okay.
But
I mean,
like,
that
it
was the
could be
whole
nice
point
to
of
have.
picking the grotto.
Jesus Christ, Ben! Did you forget about the grotto?
Did you
It
forget
could
about
be
the
nice to have a
grotto?
dock worker
How did you forget the grotto?
to
So I
like
was
warn us of when
Mm,
the interesting ships are coming. If we want
Yeah.
to engage in some piracy, or like
that's true.
there is a naval destroyer parked in the harbor. So
Right.
having someone to be like, hey, its guns are facing the other way. Now's your chance to go. Could be an opportunity.
Right.
That being said, I really do like Powell's idea of there probably was someone who made an introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
between
I
us
was
and the
actually
hive.
I was
I think
actually gonna go say that the Nile, the spirit trafficker, is actually probably doesn't like us
Yeah.
because we're horning in on there. That actually might be like our direct competitor.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
like that idea too. I was thinking the similar vein. I like Powell's idea of Sarah, the arms dealer, as being our connection that got us hooked up with the hive. But because of our business dealings, Niall, the spirit trafficker, is not so cool with us.
Ooh,
well, so all we're choosing at this juncture is an ally, but
Okay.
it impacts a faction positively and negatively.
Oh, okay, I
We
see.
choose one, and then two factions are impacted.
personally, I
okay.
like Sarah as the arms dealer
Me too.
because it goes back to the Skovlin kind of independence movement
Mhm.
and the refugees, and that's it gives me a really nice in of that's how maybe I got involved in this.
Mhm.
Sounds good.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay. So
So it's
Sarah, an
Sarah,
arms
arms
dealer, it
dealer.
is. So now we have to talk about what factions are friendly with her and what factions dislike her.
Well, so I think we already came up with the idea that she's friendly with the hive, right?
See, she's how we got to talk to them.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go +1 with the hive.
Wow.
We're just going
It was
all in on the
+2.
hive. I mean, we
Wait.
can.
This
Everyone.
raises our faction with the hive.
Yep.
Wait, what do we get at 3?
Oh Jesus
So we're
Christ!
allies at that point.
Oh,
Which might be a little more than we want,
Right.
perhaps. Like the
Uh,
other option, as Charles was saying, is if she's an arms dealer, we could get some rep with someone like the Skovlander refugees or the Grinders, which are a Skovlander gang. We could also, if they're a legitimate merchant, take a +1 with the Imperial military.
Shit, I like
Dang.
that. That's just hilarious.
I like that too, actually.
Let's just look the other way around us.
Well, I was actually going to go the opposite and say that we get a -1 with the Imperial military because she's an
right.
arms dealer.
Hey,
Uh,
Charles, I don't know if you know this, but when people talk about stirring the pot,
Hmm.
the pot they're talking about isn't a stew pot,
I
it's a
mean,
chamber pot. That's
listen,
where the expression comes from.
I
You're
know.
a shit stirrer.
Nah, I'm just writing a good story over here.
Yeah,
I've never
yeah.
heard that before. That's
We could
hilarious.
also look at other random factions, right? Like perhaps like Sarah's tight with the citizens of Night Market, or
Yeah.
another criminal gang that she supplies weapons to, right?
I mean, we're ambitious. I think we made friends with someone who like got us a connection with the military because that's just like that is off the fucking charts.
That's fine.
I like that,
Yeah,
but like
that would be hilarious.
connecting elsewhere for less spicy stuff. If
I'm
yeah,
all
I
for
don't
the
know.
spice. I just will warn you that if we're in good with the military, I might betray us. So
Fine.
Wait, I'm
and
sorry.
then stop playing this game.
You had beef
Right.
with the military.
Yeah.
Just to let you know,
forgot
I am
that
gonna have
about
to
your
feed
character.
Well, we're
cats and
planning on betraying the hive at some point.
Yeah.
It's not like
Yeah.
we didn't take honoring
Just
of
because we're in
alliance,
good with them doesn't mean we're
I
cool
guess
with them.
I guess we're not honorable. That's true.
right?
Yeah. So I
We're
like
just
I
using-
like the idea of 1 point with the Imperial military.
No. I think that might actually, yeah, that might accelerate things. Let's go with the Skovlanders, right? Because we've got 2, don't we?
3
3.
Skovlanders: Pete, Charles, and Nate.
Forgot Pete's was.
Yep.
So there are 4 Skovlander factions we can choose from: the Consulate, the Refugees, Ulf Ironborn, who I wouldn't recommend because he's just one guy trying to essentially do what we're doing now,
Right.
and then the Grinders, which are a Skovlander anarchist movement. Who let's see what I typed about them here. The Grinders. They're former factory workers, and they, yeah, trying to secure rights for Skovlanders in the city. Hutton is their leader. He's one of the NPCs that's in Char Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
cool.
Like the
Personally,
refugees, but
I think either the refugees or the consulate are going to
Yeah.
be.
I would say refugees.
Okay.
Refugees is fine.
People want a +1 with Skovlanders, who do we want the -1 with? Imperial military?
Yeah, I like that.
Personally, bluecoats, but
Ooh, blue
Me
coats.
too. I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm down with the blue coats.
Blue coast -1?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea. Good call. Good call.
Police.
Cool. Cool. So that's that. Now, the last thing we need to do is choose our one special ability.
Ghost passage. Wow. I mean, we
Cool.
can...
I mean, Renegades
The
gives
ghost
you
teach
straight
me
up
how to
point.
drive.
The boat is like part of the family.
Yeah.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah, we could. I think we should wait on that one.
All hands doesn't make sense because we don't have a cohort.
Right.
Ghost Passage does make sense because of what we do. Just passing through is really neat, and we need to take that someday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Leverage is really good for rep.
Yeah.
Reavers
leverage
is
really
good if we wanted to fight on the boat. I like Renegades straight out of the gate just because of it's a actual
Yeah. Renegades is
action
great.
rating.
Anyone
Yeah.
have 2 points in either finesse, prowl, or skirmish?
I have 2 in skirmish.
I have 2 in prowl.
And
I
I
have
believe
2 in
Tiffany has 2 in
finesse and
finesse.
pearl.
Oh well, there you go. Damn.
Finesse and pearl. Yeah.
Okay, so that can get 3 of us to a rating of 3.
Right. Which
And
also would explain why we're so ambitious, because that's pretty impressive.
and
Mhm.
those can be different for each character. You don't need to pick one to go to the entire crew. So if you want that +1 to be prowl for you, that's cool. And if another person wants finesse, that's cool.
I'm gonna make a motion. We go with Renegades.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Okay.
That sounds good for me.
Renegades works.
Sounds like I'm driving.
Yep.
So what
Finesse.
from a story perspective, what makes us renegades?
Well, I mean, a good number of
All
us
been
are.
fighting for the wrong side.
Yeah.
There's already 3 people who have that in their story, right?
Mhm.
That they fought for the wrong side. So the rest of us just need to incorporate that as well.
I mean, I'm literally working with the opposite end
You're
of
kind of going
society.
against the law.
Yeah, I'm going against I'm going against society itself, basically seeking vengeance. So I'm already a renegade.
My
I'm already
character, while
anti-blue coat.
Yeah.
anti-blue, my character, while not anti-imperial as the Skovlanders, I'm definitely anti some of their institutions, specifically Spirit Wardens, Church of Ecstasy.
I'm opposed to
Works.
academia in some way that I need to understand the setting more to specify.
Cool.
So, all right.
So relationships with characters.
Yeah. Cool. So Cameron, I'll start with you.
So how does this
So
part work?
I'm going to ask you some questions
Okay.
that you'll answer. So the first question I have for you, some of this you've touched on in your uh, your background, but why did you become a scoundrel?
Why did I become a scoundrel?
Mhm.
For revenge.
Cool. All right. And then, have you ever been locked up? If so, why? And are any of your friends still behind bars?
No.
Cool. How did you join this crew? Did another member vouch for you? Were you one of the founding members?
I like to think I might have been a founding member. Based on Nathan's character's background, if he's like, I think he's also a founding member, and that like this guy needed a job done. And I got some information. Basically, someone was like, "Hey, I can get you this information if you do a job for me," and that got me in.
Okay. So this maybe wasn't your gang per se, but you were one of the early members to join
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay. Um, then you and I have the same heritage. Um, do we want to be relatives and do we know each other's family? I think we already touched on this. Both, I think, are no's.
Yeah,
Uh, what is your vice? What is it specifically? We've already talked about, but why does that thing consume you? Why does your faith consume you?
because I have sworn an oath to a dark god for vengeance and made a deal. Basically, it consumes me because I cannot rest until I find and right this wrong.
Cool. So you, me, and Nate all have the same background. Did you come up together? Were you partners before this crew was founded?
I don't think so, unless I don't think so.
Okay. When was the last time you used your blade and why?
That's a great question. Uh, probably. I probably used my blade on a member of the gang. What's his name? The reason why Bezo Baz
Vultures?
is not. Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no, the lamp
Yeah.
wolves.
Yeah. The reason they don't like me is I was basically going around and trying to get information through the use of my blade,
Okay.
interrogating people and or maybe offing them if they knew something or whatever. Right.
Yeah. Uh, who do you trust most on the crew? Who do you trust the least? What's that about? Or will we find out in play?
Um. So my first thought is your character, mostly because you have an affinity for the Forgotten Gods, right? You have some relationship there. That would be my first thought. And so, who do I trust the most, and who do I trust the least?
Mhm.
Um, I probably trust the actual legitimate hardened criminals the least. Let's see, based on story. What is actually? I don't. Since I wasn't here for that earlier part, I didn't get everybody's backstory. Uh, who's
Everyone want to give like an elevator pitch of their character real quick?
Messenger is a little weirdo who washed out of a master's program and is kind of shooty about it.
okay?
Lysander is a former soldier turned thug.
Okay.
Reese is a former soldier as well, medic turned fake doctor.
And what is Nathan's?
He is uh, a Scotlander noble who was a human trafficker, but much like you, hides that fact and is now viewed as a legitimate businessman and pillar of the night market community.
He's a merchant.
Mhm.
Uh, let's see here. So probably either probably
Tiffany, did
oh Tiffany, yeah.
Oh, worries. I probably a Peruvian college student recently moved to Duskfall with family for her father's job there. Yeah, so
Cool.
Okay. I think probably Charles or Powell's character.
Trust the
it's the
most
one
of
you
the
trust
least.
least.
Yeah, would be trust least.
Oh, trust mine least. I am a little weirdo.
Okay,
And by
sure.
little, I mean this person is like 4.5 feet tall and does not look like a child. Probably
But
has
that
funny colored.
but that's not the main problem. The main problem is I think for my character would be I don't trust the criminal underworld as much as others would. And
Okay.
so
And
I
that's
think,
fine.
yeah, I think that's more the problem is that it was thugs who killed my parents at the end of the day. Although I'm working with them right now, I, I haven't quite gotten to the point where I'm completely cool with everyone who is like, hey, I'm just in it for the life of crime.
And then has another faction ever tried to recruit you? What happened? And you don't secretly still work for them, do you?
Uh, no, I don't think so.
No? Okay. Sweet. So that's all I kind of needed for you.
Okay.
you can feel free to stick around and hear the others if you want. It is being recorded, so if you need to catch it later, that's perfectly
Perfect.
fine too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go try to get these cats fed and do a few other errands. But I might come back on. But if not, it was great to join you for this. Thank you very much, guys. Awesome. I'm really looking forward to the game.
Sweet, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank
stopping
you.
by, man.
Indeed.
Peace.
Later.
See you later.
All right, who wants to go next?
I can.
All right, Charles. So, why did you become a scoundrel?
As clear as day, we mustered out. The regiment mustered out after the end of the Unity War, and there's not any legitimate work to be had for a late 20s Skovlin refugee within this racist piece of shit of a city.
Have you ever been locked up? Why? And are any of your friends still behind bars?
I think definitely. I think right away, probably within a couple of months, he burned through any pay he had received at any point, and probably resulted in like trying to get work and failed, and then ended up getting sent to. I don't know if he was sent directly to the prison or what, but he definitely was picked up by the Bluecoats for stealing, probably just food, and he probably has several people he knows that are still behind bars.
So, how did you join this crew? Did another member vouch for you? Were you one of the founding members?
I don't know that I don't think another member vouched for me. Uh, I think that I was probably approached. Um, I'm gonna say probably by Nathan's character, looking for. Uh, I mean, he may have even sprung me out of prison.
Hmm.
Paid off my debt or whatever it was, because it was a fairly minor offense, but uh, he may have being a Skovlin, a fellow Skovlin, and but not really being in tight with either the consulate or the refugees or anything like that. He may have decided to spring me and offer me a job, essentially.
Awesome. And so you, Peter, and Nathan all have the same heritage. Uh, I think it's clear from story you don't want to be blood relatives. But do you know of each other's families? Like, did you know Peter's wife? Do you know of Nathan's dark secret?
I don't know Nathan's dark secret, and don't ever really want to know. Uh, but that's interesting. Um, I I mean, I could see having known Peter, or not necessarily known Peter, but known Peter since I returned to the city, right?
Mhm.
Um, because he's a Skovlin doctor. I
Mm-hmm.
probably didn't know his wife because his family, Peter. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you were on the Skovlin side of the war.
He was, yeah.
Yeah, so I probably didn't know him. Now that being said, it might be like, oh, where's your family from? Like, I'm from this place, kind of thing. And I might have like, oh yeah, I know where Count Cork is. Like, I know where this is. Like, I
Mm.
have distant relatives that have lived there, probably.
Nice. What's your vice? What is it specifically, and why does it consume you?
My vice is pleasure. Specifically, it's I've described theater, drugs, and lovers. Um, and I think a lot of it is wanting to find some sort of pleasure after so many years of hardship, and continuing to see that life within this city is potentially not worth living. That uh, he's always searching for that thing that's next going to make him feel something along those lines, and uh, so it consumes him because it's always different. It always has to be something new.
Mm.
Nice. Now, you and Peter have the same background. Did you come up together? Were you partners before the crew was founded?
We were not partners. However, it's very possible that we met at like I don't know, military bar, or something along those lines. Uh, I assume there's probably military-esque bars even for Skovlanders, and so there's it possibly in like Char Hollow or something. There's like a really rundown bar where
Hmm.
veterans all meet up, and so it's definitely could have. That's where we met.
Cool.
And it's
Mm.
possible that that Peter's character referred me to Nathan's character when I got locked up.
Okay. When was the last time you used your blade, and why?
It's very possible that we've used it. I think on jobs recently, so it's likely cutting the throat of one of the vultures as we steal the ship. But prior to that, probably quite frequently in Iron Hook prison.
Who do you trust most on the crew? Who do you trust the least? What's that about, or will we find out in play?
I trust Cameron's character the least. Ooh, actually, no. Kyle, you don't hide that you're a noble, do you?
No. I don't necessarily look the part or flaunt it, but if questioned,
Yeah.
I wouldn't shy away from it.
But you have an education and um, you're you don't look the part. Okay. Um, I probably in that case I don't trust Nibra the most. Just because she is the I think the most highly educated out of all of us, probably the best spoken, or the most well spoken in that way. Who's not a Scovelander, right? Whereas I might give Silas, Lord Eventide, a break because he's a Scovelander. But Nibra is not and is highly educated, and I probably associate that a little bit with the upper classes who have consistently oppressed my people. As far as who I trust the most, um, it's probably Reese Mulligan. Um, though I could also see trusting Emmeline Farros with um, kind of what she does for this crew, especially since what we do is a little bit on the weird side. And I'm really not here to do the weird part of things. So, I think it's probably in those things.
And then, has another faction ever tried to recruit you? What happened? And you don't secretly work for them, do you?
I think another faction has definitely tried to recruit me. Um, who was I looking at? I think the Grinders have tried to recruit me previously, because I probably did try to do some work around the docks early on when I got back, and was not really able to get a consistent job because I'm not a docker. I'm not willing to join that group, and I don't still work for them. I probably turned them down. Uh, just because they're all former Leviathan blood refinery workers, um, and their methods are a little like I agree with their cause maybe, but I think maybe their methods are a little bit. I've seen a lot of oppression, and I think that they're just going to get crushed by the military.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Cool. All right. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Okay. So, uh, how did you become a scoundrel? Or
Well,
why did you become a scoundrel?
because I need secrets, and the ordered system of the world, you can only go so far unless you have an awful lot of money. And being a criminal, both well, I'm already going to be a criminal because I'm going to be finding out things I'm not supposed to. I'm going to be getting into places I'm not supposed to. So they're already going to call me a criminal. Plus, it's lucrative. So one day I'll get together enough that I'll just, people won't care about the fact that I might know things I'm not supposed to because I'll just have the money.
And then, have you ever been locked up? Why? And are any of your friends still behind bars?
I'm thinking on some field work while still attached to academia that the messenger did get locked up. Um, kind of in situations where they and their academic advisor, the Dr. Jones but evil, were places they shouldn't have been, and like weren't respecting the locals, and like started shit, and got locked up. But it wasn't like it was a more of a, we're sticking some foreigners in a place, and like we might forget about them and just let them languish there, or we might just throw them out later. So it wasn't a long term. It was never. It didn't feel like it was going to be a long term thing, although there was always that niggling fear that like you'll never get out of this. Um, no, they didn't really make any connections with anyone there, and everyone from the dig, everyone from the dig got out.
Uh, how did you join this crew? Did another member vouch for you, or were you a founding member?
I'm thinking that uh, they came to the crew or to the founding members because they wanted things. Like this is the, I want more from you. How about I work for you, kind of thing. And well, what can you do? Well, I can find things. And the uh the offer was out there basically, and then whoever was running the crew, the spider, of course, basically came and was like, all right, let's talk about what you were interested in, more getting access to more arcane tomes and secrets and such. And what I need you to do for me is find this stuff. So basically went from uh because the group is growing and because it's very ambitious, very quickly went from uh provisional contractor to member.
Awesome. You're the only one of Tekarosi heritage, so we'll skip that question. Next up is, what is your vice? What is it specifically, and why does it consume you?
So they're very interested in their heritage and in the darker aspects, not darker, the demonic aspects of it. Like there's something in their people that like isn't people. And at some point they got a taste of answers and what that felt like, and learned something about themselves and like where they come from and purpose or lack thereof. And that was a hell of a rush. Like it was just a very special experience. It like mattered to them in ways that like nothing else had before. And so they're kind of chasing that high. Uh, and they don't get there. There's there's a thing about real world dopamine reuptake inhibitors like stimulants and whatnot. They don't get you. You don't get fulfillment really. What you get is anticipation of fulfillment. Speed didn't feel great. I mean, it did feel great, but the depth of it wasn't, this is the best I've ever felt. It's, this is about to be the best thing ever. And so like that leads you to go on. So every little bit of secret, everything that uncovering, it just feels so close to something amazing, and they've got to stick through it.
Nice. Now, you and Nebra have the same background. Did you come up together? Were you partners before the crew were founded?
That's a good question. Did we come through
I
the
would
same
say,
college?
so she's currently attending Duskfall Academy, so I don't know what
There's
school.
Duskfall Academy and Charter Hall University. Duskfall is kind of the elite college. Charter Hall, while prestigious, is more like a NYU to a Columbia. That would be Duskfall Academy.
Yeah, how do people treat what's the person type called again? the heritage called again?
Taikarosi.
Taikarosi. How
You
do
were
people
viewed
treat?
as strange and foreigners.
And I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure the messenger is from here. Like maybe the college they went to is in another place.
Mhm.
But they're here. They were here chasing a particular secret, and now they're a little more free because they're freed from that. So let's say no. Is it
So
okay to
I
like fill in parts of the world that are somewhere else that like the messenger's from a different?
Well, it makes sense that you could be from Taikaros, where the Taikarosi are from, right?
Yeah, I'll
Cool.
go with that if that's okay.
hmm And then, when was the last time you used your blade, and why?
So the use of a blade is not limited to cutting. Frequently, you can get some degree of answer just by getting it out. And when you're 4'6" in a city of cutthroats, people frequently are going to be like, oh, yeah, we'll just grab this child and, like, do the kinds of things you do to children that you grab. And sometimes that means stabbing someone, but often enough, it's just, hey, get the steel out, let them see your face. Not a kid, just a little weirdo. And, yeah, probably threatening a ne'er do well is probably the way that the messenger last used their blade.
Nice. Now, who do you trust most on the crew? Who do you trust least? What's that about, or will we find out in play?
Probably gonna have to find out in play. Um, I mean, is the will you have to find out in play what's that about, or is it the whole thing?
It's two questions. What that's about, or will we have to find out in play?
Okay, so who do we trust the most? Well, probably my fellow academician. Like these other people have whatever background. I mean, they're all foreigners. They're
hmm
all backward. They're all untouched by this greater and strange heritage. But like, yeah, there's another academic here. We can kind of speak the same language. Uh, who do I trust least? Uh, who's the most thuggish?
Probably Charles.
Yeah, put that stink on him.
Cool. Then, has another faction ever tried to recruit you? What happened, and you don't secretly still work for them, do you?
I was trying to look up factions in this PDF, and Chrome was being cranky about it. But who are the ink rakes? That
They're
sounds.
the newspaper folk.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The difference between a journalist and a researcher is just like a matter of funding. So yeah,
True. That is
the
very true.
the ink rakes absolutely have tried to uh, recruit them and like work for them. I don't know. Like, what does that mean? Yeah, totally.
Awesome. Um,
I'm sorry. Are
awesome.
you making note of this? Or are we supposed to be writing these down as we answer them?
You don't need to write them down. I mean, you should take a note of them. This is also recorded, so I can go back and reference this for my own purposes.
Are you sure? Because I didn't get the. This is being recorded when I joined. Oh no, this is Discord, not Zoom. Carry
Mhm.
on.
All right. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Sweet. So, sorry, it's pronounced Nebra. Am I saying that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Cool. So, Nebra, why did you become a scoundrel?
Let me see. How's the best way to describe it? So, in Aruvian culture, as a single unmarried female, regardless of education or whatnot, you're considered not very important, and you only become more important to the family once you get married. So when Nebra basically became an adult, her parents just basically lost all interest in her. And they focused all their attention on her younger brother, who's back, yeah, and also who's a boy. So with that, she kind of has this newfound freedom of sorts. Like no one is watching her, and as long as she doesn't go to like prison or whatever, it seems like they don't care what she does. So she's like, let's fuck around and do stuff that I didn't get to do in childhood. So so there's that.
Awesome. I, you may have already kind of answered this, but have you ever been locked up? Why? And do you have any friends still behind bars?
No and no.
Cool. How did you join this crew? Did another member vouch for you? Were you a founding member?
I would say that my friendly contact, Petra, who as a part of the Skolvender refugees, put in a good word to me, for me. Um, to other refugees that are looking for just just an extra hand and whatnot. So I think that's what.
Cool. Like kind of let the founding members know, like, hey, I know a good lurk if you're looking for one type deal.
Yeah, more so because my dad is sympathetic to Skolvenders in general. So.
Cool. You're the only one of Eruvian heritage, so we'll skip that. Um, what's your vice? What is it specifically, and why does it consume you?
So my vice is obligation, specifically to my family. Back in Aruvia, while my family's not really nobility per se, our reputation in Aruvia was still pretty decent, especially amongst actually the actual nobility down in Aruvia. Um, so, and in my family specifically, or in Nebra's family specifically, having that sort of good reputation amongst to the right people is considered. Um, and it's also partially why we're now in Duskfall because something happened to which she's not sure specifically what happened. Her father knows and hasn't told her anything about it, but um, their reputation took a big hit. Um, people didn't take a liking to us, possibly wanted us dead, so we left for safer location. That makes sense.
Yeah. So you
And
guys
and
kind
of
of
course,
already. Oh, go ahead.
oh sorry, no, I was just going. Actually, no, never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
You guys kind of already touched base on this, but anything you want to add, being that you and Powell have the same background, anything you wanted to add to that conversation?
Not really. And I don't know if we're going to be skipping ahead on that, but I was going to have Powell's character be the person that Nebra trusts least,
Mm,
only because he looks like a weird little gremlin, goblin, whatever, just
fair enough.
out there. Never seen someone of his heritage, or yeah, his heritage. It's just weird.
Nice. Well, while we're on it, who do you trust the most in the crew?
I would, as much as she respects skull vendors in general, I think she would trust Emlyn more because one, girl power,
Hmm.
and two, we seem to share this thing of having like a dysfunctional family.
Yeah. Awesome. And then when was the last time you used your blade and why?
I don't think she ever used a blade.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then has another faction ever tried to recruit you? What happened? And you don't secretly still work for them, do you?
I think I would say at one point maybe the Red Sashes
Hmm.
would have tried to recruit us under the pretense that we were some sort of Arubian noble family, but then they then realized their mistake that we aren't really noble, so they kind of just dropped it. And no, I'm not Red
Awesome.
Sashes.
Awesome. Thank you. Um, cool. So Peter,
I'm
move
ready to
on
roll. Let's do it.
to you. Yeah. So why did you become a scoundrel?
Uh, really just being a refugee from a war that he went AWOL from, and on top of that being a Scotlander in Duskfall, it was kind of a last resort sort of situation. I like to look at it like he was able to successfully, get some documents forged to let him be a full-time physician. And he probably, scraped the last of his whatever he could together to set up a practice. And it just no one came. No one wants the Skovlander to do medicine on them. So eventually fell to a life of crime on top of being a drug addict.
Yeah. Now, have you ever been locked up? Why? And are any of your friends still behind bars?
No, I don't think he has. I think he's been able to keep under the radar well enough to skirt the law as he's kind of works in the ancillary sections of crime. He's not actively out there cutting people's throats. So
So, how did you join this crew? Did other members vouch for you, or were you a founding member?
I want to think I don't know, I wouldn't say founding member, but I would say probably early member. I want to say there was probably a situation where someone from the crew got badly injured, and the only person they could come to was this doctor that was kind of didn't have a lot of business, and they knew they could probably buy him off pretty easy. And so after him being sort of this sort of backroom surgeon for criminals, eventually he was convinced to come to a specific crew.
Cool. And then we kind of already talked about this, but you, Nate, Charles have the same heritage, and you and Charles have the same background. Anything you want to add to the story there? I know there's talk
Mhm.
about maybe you sprung Charles from prison initially. What are your thoughts?
So I think because he went AWOL from the war, I don't think he cares too much about factions. So I wouldn't see him being too wary against Charles, even though Charles fought for the other side. Um, so yeah, I could see them being somewhat of kindred spirits, seeing as they both went through the same thing. Even though they're on different sides, they both fought in a conflict that something they probably didn't want to be a part of in the begin with. Um, so I can see like I think he and Charles definitely would have been drinking buddies at the very least. Hmm.
Awesome.
And in
Uh,
terms of for Nate, I honestly think Nate you know, Nate's the reason he's one of the early members of the crew is because Nate saw that he was a Scovlander as well, and maybe Nate was in trouble or someone he knew was in trouble, and that's how that I think that's how that connection maybe would have been made and how he got brought full time onto this crew.
fun. So what's your vice? What is it specifically, and why does it consume you?
Okay, so his vice is stupor, being that he is a widow and is very well and loved his wife very much. Um, part of his addiction is to Quicksilver. Initially because he was just searching for her spirit and he wanted some closure. And so he became that desperate that he fell to that. And at this point, after endless evenings of searching, while stoned out of his mind, at this point he's just addicted, and I don't think he even sees the spirits anymore. I think he falls into his stupor and just lets it all fade around him.
When was the last time you used your blade or scalpel, and why?
Very recently to remove a limb.
Who do you trust most on the crew? Who do you trust least? What's that about, or will we find out in play?
Um, I mean, I already have some established relationships, but I want to still say he's a pretty guarded individual. Let's let that come out and play.
Okay. And then has another faction ever tried to recruit you? What happened? And you don't still work for them, do you?
Absolutely, they have. He's done multiple, backdoor medical procedures for multiple criminal organizations. At this point, he's a one crew sort of individual.
Cool. Cool. So for Emmeline, real quick, she became a scoundrel because on some level, as a whisper, her existence is in itself considered a crime by some of the factions, right? So just her existence kind of means she needs to live on the outskirts of society. Um, More personally, she became a scoundrel because she had a rough home life. She doesn't want to go back to her parents. She wants to make it on her own, and she'll do whatever it takes to do that. And if that means turning to crime, so be it. No qualms about it. Has she ever been locked up or have friends behind bars? No and no. Um, yeah, she's I think she the type of person who likes to keep as low profile as possible, um, because like for her getting locked up might not be like an Iron Hook prison. That might be like a bellwether crematorium type gig. So, um, yeah. So how did she join this crew? Did another member vouch for you? Were you a founding member? So this actually changed from my initial idea based on what we decided for the the crew. I actually think she probably was one of the founding members. I think either I approached Nate or Nate approached me and was like, "I have a lucrative business opportunity in in smuggling artifacts, spirit trade." Because I think Emmeline eh, values the dead more than the living to some respect. So if she can help ghosts escape the fate that waits them with the spirit wardens, I think more power to her. I think Nate probably saw an opportunity in that and helped build that up. And as our weird trade blossomed, we brought in uh, more and more crews, or more and more members of the crew. Um, I have the same heritage uh, and background as Cameron and Nate. Do I know them? Did we come up together? Were we partners before the crew was founded? Uh, no to most of those. As stated, um, I think Nate and I probably knew each other, met, and that's how the crew um, uh, formulated. What's my vice? What is it specifically? Why does it consume you? So stupor, specifically dream smoke, sometimes black lotus. Uh, it consumes her because like there's two types of drug users, right? Like that you can drink to remember and you can drink to forget, and she's a drink to forget type of girl. Um, like she abuses drugs to stop seeing ghosts. But really the only thing that makes her useful in the underworld is that she can see ghosts. So when she's in that stupor and like passed out on this stuff, she's really no good to the crew. And I think there's the risk of that becoming more and more presence as she tries to distance herself from the ghost world. Um, when was the last time she used her blade? Much like Nebra, I don't think she kill often because in her mind death is not a solution because she still has to deal with the ghosts. So she doesn't like killing if she can get around it. But I think the last time she used her blade, she was probably walking through Night Market and some young up and coming thugs uh, probably saw her as an easy mark, tried to steal her money. Um, and I think she, noticed it, led him in a dark alley using her prowl. She is an ambush predator when it comes up, like she is high prowl. So when they went into the alley, jumped on them with her blade at the ready to freak them out. But after that, that's when like it's like I'm not gonna stab you. I'm gonna start attuning to the ghost field and summoning ghosts around you, and you can deal
Woo!
with that. Scare them off and have them run away. Who do you trust most on the crew? I think I trust Nate character the most because of what we've kind of established for the background. I also think having someone who is a child of neglect and who didn't have love from her parents, I think there's a level that she views Nate's character as like a surrogate father figure and really values that relationship and probably a toxic potentially way. Um, as far as who she trusts the least, this kind of breaks my heart, but I think it's Nebra. And I think the reason is you're the youngest and seemingly most innocent, and I think in Emmeline's mind, you're kind of a vacationer in the crime world. And at some point,
Loving
she
it.
wants to
Fair,
see you fully commit, right? Like,
fair.
shit or get off the pot. Um, anything else we can find out and play? Has any other faction tried to recruit you? So, yeah, based on my backstory, I'm essentially Lord Skurlock's pawn. I know this. I don't hide that. Um, I don't necessarily know to the extent. Like, I think he was a mentor figure. But I absolutely still work for him. And if he comes one day and is like, jump, I'll be like, yes, sir, how high? Right. Um, so we'll see how that plays out. Um, cool. So
Cool.
that
Very cool.
is the last of the questions. Thank you guys for sticking around. I know we went kind of an hour early. We can if anyone has questions about characters or relationships or want to form something else, feel free to continue talking. We need to come up with a gang name and a name for our boat, but those are things we can talk about in the Facebook chat.
Yeah, Kyle, thanks so much for running this. This was really cool.
Yeah, thank you very much for introducing me to this system. I
Yeah.
would put up with a great deal more bullshit and a good deal of a worse system to hang out with y'all. But
Absolutely.
this sounds pretty freaking sweet.
Yeah, this is, I mean,
Yeah.
plus the games are supposed to be pretty organic, and this is I really like Kyle's idea of this is the game we're playing when we're not playing other games, because this is yeah, this is really fucking cool.